と、何時からこれ。アイドルネスさんでんのかな。こんばんは。いつこめどうも。あやさん、コンピュータです。画面キャプチャー映んなくね？ What? えあ、映ったわ。青さん、あったさん、パンダちゃんさん、マイクさん、こんばんは。マキバオさん、ラクダさん、お疲れ様です。なんか、抹茶さん、ロックマンエグズやってない？断然クローム。あ、まだ始まっ、でも公式どこだ？公式がないんだよな。どこなんですか？あ、これ日本語×にしなきゃダメだ。こうすれば当てるな。あったとこれだ。しないですね。
Challenging in many ways more than one and would have been potentially 3-time land winners. They were 2-time land winners before they switched to North America. Dark Zero, it's APAC South. And leading the case there, it is Moist Esports. They have been a phenomenal partner in the Apex Legends Global Series. Empty, Pricey, these guys can play, and they're continuing to utilize the catalyst and show that they are a team to be reckoned with on the world stage.
Look, you talk about Moist, but we cannot not talk about Onyx Esports. They're currently first overall by 1 point on top of Moist Esports, might I add. This team, formerly known as Boogie Borders, made a showing in London, and honestly, they're some of the top 5 players in elims and APAC South, and they are just phenomenal to watch.
And if you are thinking about London, you have to be given some love to Dreamfire, who also performed exceptionally, making it all the way into the grand finals. They had a dominant split, and one that I can only describe as relentless, as they're one of our teams that do end up prioritizing things like the Maggie. They're 7th right now, 6th last split, and I think they can make it, guys.
Dreamfire, Roy, just constantly making the crowd go wild in London. And speaking of it, I've always got it on my mind. Another team you got to pay attention to. Although right now have been playing really well, making some moves upward. Blood Gaming. So when it comes to the competition in APAC South, there is nothing short of a competitive arena that these teams are now fighting for to be in that world Apex conversation, and that has always been the conversation with APAC South. Can they really step it up and take one of these trophies away from the rest of the world? They have been the only other region to do so from North America. We're waiting for maybe EMEA. We're waiting for maybe this team too, another South representative. That's South America to possibly hoist that trophy. And Tiff, you know, could be on the back of this team's shoulders.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting, right? When you think of South America, Team Singularity is one of the forefront teams that jump to mind, right? But there's a lot of roster changes that are going on. Elysium announcing their retirement, and it's going to be up to to join that roster. And I'm kind of curious to see how they're going to perform for the rest of the split too.
DF 微妙じゃね？ゼロさん、アレクシスさん、お疲れ様です。
They participate in per match. It's been incredible to watch, especially given that they're one of our squads that are actually using Wraith and using it really effectively in these end-game skirmishes.
One of the stories of this split is some of the changes
that happened to Wraith, some of the changes that happened to Ash, some of the changes now in the back. DF でも1試合少ないのか。
See if they continue to be a trend.
いけるな DF。
Obviously in South America, ATH, Gosu, Fellas, FA players, Team Singularity.
まだわからないけど。
Measure to take advantage of all of those changes.
ではが厳しいな。では、アイアンブロードゲーミングきついね。
region overall in the ALGS.
オニックもう一度確定かな。もう離れすぎ。まあ1試合少ないけどこう。SE はシンギュラリティだろ。シンギュラリティ5位なの？危な。ボーダーじゃん。ハーデッキはこの前1位取って今12位。1試合少なくて12位。でここの4試合目でまあ50何ポイントが来たよね、この辺に。2リック超えたいぐらい。読み方わかんないけど。2リック超えないとちょっと厳しいかもしれない。ファンはね、平均ポイントが高いですね。2回しかやってないけど42ポイントだもん。平均21ポイントだよ。平均2位ってこと。平均2位ってか両方2位じゃねこれ。両方2位だよこれ。ここ2位でしょ。でここも2位です。平均2位だから一番高いかも。なんなら平均ポイント。
Absolutely. This is a team that was 10th at LAN. They were in a top 3 scenario at championships, and that's how Dark Zero took their first LAN win over in North Carolina and Raleigh last year.
中が多いね。外も多いんだ。
They haven't done that yet. Like you had mentioned, Dark Zero also coming in now with a sub in Rambo. More stories and more conversation on that to follow up with. Exit phase, meat levers, complexity rounding out the top 4 and a nice resurgence from Optic Games.
これはあれですよ。バトルフィーですよ。バトルフィー。ALGS のサイトです。俺らはいつもここからコード見てます。チームの人はこれ毎チーム行って、トーナメントで、こうやってゴートゥマッチに行くの。そうするとこうやって出るの。で、ここにコードが出るの。この上に。いつもこんな感じ見てる。で、集計超早いから、速攻出る。ALGS は。今詳細ですけど、なんかね、加速入れたせいでね、固執精度がね、悪い時あるんだよな。リージョンファイナルは20位以内だね。でも俺4位だね、今。まあでも2試合少ないんだよな、C が。ファンに越されるぐらい。だからファンに越されるとして5位だね。で、あと2回とリージョンファイナル1回で合計3回ぐらいかな。で、ボーダーがまあ95とか90とかじゃない。で、9枠しかない。1枠いったから。まだ安心はできないね。こっからファンが上がってきて、CR ネイキッドあたり上がってくるでしょ。だからここら辺混雑するんよ。このキノトロップ、リグナイトあたり、リドルあたりが混雑するから、リドルと6ポイントしか離れてないから俺ら、全然何が起こるか分かんない。9位が FC で83ポイント。
off of 2R1C.
83か。
jumps in
まあノーセーフ確定だろうな、もう。
for that squad. We'll be seeing how they perform today. A big one too, Aurora, a team I thought had so much potential.
A 強いね。まあでもまだ C が2回やってないから、なんとも言えないけど。まあでも A が強いと思う。お、ホワイトウルフがやばい。ホワイトオール
for the first time I think in history for that squad now joins Aurora. Will they be able to keep that momentum? Dia, what move stands out as
俺らワンチャンアッシュ試すよ、アッシュ。
I gotta be looking at Aurora and what they're changing up right now. Sunset is incredibly talented, used to play alongside Impulse and Taskmaster.
ジブは車が乗れるから。
And ever since then, Sunset has been on the radar as this really incredible mechanical player.
車移動でね、マジで強いんよ。マジでってみんなが思ってる以上に車移動が強いんよ。で、ジブドーム焚けば、車はまあ被害が最小限に抑えられる。第3アンチに入ってればなんとかなる環境じゃないですか。いやね、入れないよ。4でも。ホワイトの競技少ないですよ、経験。これあれ、ポチナの相方に似てる顔。顔批判だめだよ。批判じゃないけど。なんだっけ
of playing only online. Graceful has impacted every single team he has been on, whether it be IG or recently in Element 6, putting them in a top 10 position before exiting. Congratulations, Graceful, on a great career so far. We won't be seeing you now, but will we be seeing you in the future?
いや、レイプみたいはもうそれ市場やん。
Of course, we do have to transition now into what is coming up. In just a few minutes, you will be witnessing Group A and Group B go at it to try to see if they can nudge themselves up the standings a little bit more and make that playoff experience almost guaranteed. Teams to look out for, Tiff, as we take a big picture perspective on who is in our lobby this afternoon.
Well, the first name that we're going to talk about is obviously Fire Beavers. They have been so wild and essentially built different, as Jayhawk would point out. You know, they're averaging 10.9 points per game, and they've been very consistent throughout that number 1 points per game throughout the entire map series. But, you know, I look at Group B, we've got Beavers Alliance, Beavers, Beavers Legacy. No, I'm just kidding. Just a good shout out to the Fire Beavers on the downtime, and everyone changed their name to have Beavers in some sort, Game of Beavers instead of Game of Thrones. But
数字感度は
you know that can go on forever. I think we gotta
距離の エイムアシストが強い。
You do though see Team B, Group B.
中距離遠距離がちょっともうなんか苦手な人は苦手だもん。で苦手っていうかむずい。慣れないとむずい。俺はやめた。リグレントって本番配信しないの？
Even though Vex is at top, they've got an extra day ahead of them. So think about that in terms of Group B's prowess. But as we head into our afternoons, our ALGS showcases, we always have to focus on a few teams that stand out more than the rest that might have an impact today. Tiff, I'm going to start with you. Who is your one to watch?
ネイキッドはそうだよ。まあ、火力どっか降りんじゃない？どこ降りてるかわかんないけど。43クラシック知らない。俺、数字やんないんだよな。逆に知りたいよ。何がいいんだろう。数字感度はあんま強いと思わないもん、逆に。
In that kill leaders for EMEA, and I know Tyler's going to be a little bit sad because Unlucky's currently number 1 by I believe 7 kill differential over KCP Zane. So we've got a lot of ground to cover here today if you want to make it to that number 1 slot. But Dia, I'm curious.
解散ね。てかまだしてないのって思った俺。だって出てないじゃん大会。対戦も一応スカーズ在籍ってだけで他の人たちと組んでたじゃん。俺も動くの嫌すぎて使ってない。デッドゾーンなし。デッドゾーンなし43リニアが強いんだけど、 もう動くのうざすぎるあれ。
As I said, specifically zone, it comes a lot down to how nasty is calling these. Is able to predict so often a zone 1, zone 2, where exactly that final ring is going to be, and he puts his teammates in the best position to succeed. Zane currently leads the entire region in average damage dealt.
シャーラー多いのはパッドが多いからだよ。多分。
1195 damage.
違うのかな。シャーラーって強いかキーマーでも。
Rainday, you can't compete with a team like
ね、パッドのシャーラーはね、マジ強いんだよな。
over 2k damage as a squad and are all in the top 10 for kill participation.
逆にパッドってさ、少ない？まあでもノースプみたいにレイジさんがセンチネルとかありだけど。シャーラーなくしていいよ。結構だるいから。シャーラーなしでいいよね、競技シーン。
On Rampart. People thought in scrims they were testing something out. After Yuki's performance at LAN, you could tell they had so much confidence. Get effects back into the squad, and it has just been phenomenal. But when we had this little blank period, there was a change that occurred with Ash, and one of the teams in scrims.
春はね、当て感やばいね。
But it happened with Rampart. It happened with Ash again for Alliance. They were able to showcase this character in the highest of level in a way we haven't seen since she was first introduced, with Stormpoint coming out as well. Will this be Alliance's day? I certainly think it's possible. No more waiting, though. We are about to get into it, ladies and gentlemen. And I know you're watching, just like me, I am excited for some ALGS back on my screens. It's Sunday, and it's Stormpoint. We have switched it up, and that means that World's Edge will be how we end. But to kick it off on the biggest competitive map, the newest competitive map, if you can call it new now, but a new back half of the season, it is the ALGS back in action. And of course, none other than Tiff and Dia to take us in to
ESM は多分もう無理だね。1-1じゃないと無理だし。だからリージョンファイナル。ニコリタさんコンビニです。
Certainly looking forward to it, Tiff.
まあチャンピオンシップは確定出れるからな、TSM.
Funnily enough, has all been started in EMEA. We've done a lot of North America together, but this is the first time that we get to take a look at the Pro League.
出た、ハキスアッシュ。アッシュもいて、アッシュもいてバルキリーもいておもろいな。
They're landing spot over at this time Lightning Rod since we're starting at Stormpoint with the Ash as well.
CS で、シスはあれですね、ファイナルファンタジーします。今週まで。
Yeah, and I think that's something really strong to talk about. And we can talk about the utilization of Ash since this is relatively new as well. Ash is passive. I don't feel like we talk about
KCP 見るなんだ。
where the deaths are occurring around the map. You get little pings and you can say,
ファイアビーバーズ、セノテ、アセンド、バロメーター、まあ、
that extra information.
Yeah, and you kind of have the revenant attitude as well.
ああ、これよくあるアンチじゃん。これ、バロメーターの手前じゃん。バロメの手前かのスパットの丸のところだね、手前の。さあ、KCP どこ入る？ KCP ってなんだ構成
？Very far into the western
KCP の構成何ですか？エッジのアンチわけわかんないな、あれね。なんか昔のアンチが戻ってきたりよくわかんない。いろいろある。あー、バルバンが視野か。じゃあアンチ読めないね。あさり方一緒や。そう。ここの車がいいんですよね。なんとでもなんだよな。でも車移動怖いんだよ、自分いなきゃ。遠くなんつとか。
Wishes for the homie, but we think about the teams maybe that are going to be rotating from fish farms or Gale Station. Their journey is going to be cut out for them.
It really is. I mean, FUT as one of our
竹内さんから
squads
指導
that
され
really
て
does
た。
have the furthest way to go. The nice thing is
や
that
べえ、
they've
もう覚えて
actually
ねえ。
got
やったの覚え
the
てるけど。
ring console, but the
指導され
ability
てた
to
っ
at
け
least know where everyone
あ、
else
デッ
is.
セイヤと
Seemingly everyone is
竹
running
内優
CR
也と
nowadays. You get to
やっ
have a lot more
たのは
information
覚えてる。
in these
見る
passive
キッズとか。
ways, picking up map room scans and being able to figure out exactly how you want to approach the later stages of the game.
クリフトで敵1読んでも、その敵1読んだ後に敵って移動するじゃん。読んだ時って敵動かないから、その後どうなったか分かんないんだよね。だって読んでもなお、俺らが車で移動するって分かりきってるチームいるから、邪魔してくるチームいるんだよ。邪魔されると移動がもうできなくなっちゃって、結局見た意味もないし、めっちゃ移動、なんか遠回りとか、なんか変なとこ行っちゃったり、俺らが行きたい場所行けなくなったりみたいな。アッシュはまあ練習するよ、予定。エッジだけ。ストップはジムで行くよ。デッサンがホワイトだったら組んでます。いや、関係ないね。前のやつはチーム誘われなかったから、で時間ないからフローラ誘われたから切ったって感じ。前も言ったけど。ホライゾンはしだね。そう。で、まあ、プロリ終わってから俺がクリプトを考えてるね。そうだよ、そのままだよ。
But here's the thing. I'm curious. We see Bangalore, that assault legend kind of in the mix, but typically it's paired with a seer or maybe even not necessarily a bloodhound. Bloodhound would be in like ranked or realm maybe, but how do you feel about that? Pioneers, they're running bang seers, so they'll get the information.
もうファイトしてんの
That was an incredible couple shots with the R99. Lackey going to be picked back up now and start a fight. Surprisingly not getting third party off of this. It's unfortunate to lose a team this early, but when it happens so stylistically, start a fight, do you have to be aware that this is coming in?
This is not the start that you want if you're KCP, but we know 2R1C was on top of Down Beast. They're going to be looking to 3P this, and going to be the last man standing. And honestly, there might even be another team that have been decided they wanted to fight for the underneath. As Hiarka and Co, they're still up top with the Watson. Jenny just posted, looking to maybe do a little bit of poke fighting.
It's fascinating that they've chosen to use this spot as well. You and I were speaking about this a little bit before the broadcast, but with the pickup of Thor, how this might change the way that 2R1C are playing, they know that this isn't going to be in the zone right now, and so as they look towards the next couple, 2R1C are going to have to make use of probably the Valkyrie to make their way in.
Yeah, sometimes you've really got to count on those last-minute Valk ultimates, but we're actually going to hit a quick restart on match number 1. So for KCP, they went out as the first team. This will be maybe a good thing for them. They can just run it back and use that as a nice little warm-up. I mean, granted, you mentioned it, Rain Day, in the broadcast. 3 weeks has gone by since our teams have played in an ALGS match day.
リマッチ?
Yeah, you have no idea if that's going to be positive or negative.
なんでリマッチなの? これ、助かったじゃん。KCP。
Ask was that okay? Was he? Yeah, he said died to lag. Now died to no audio and lag.
What?
I mean, I wanted to get your thoughts on the Ashe, because clearly it is something they've been trying in Scrim's Alliance, and it has been working really well with them, with the Valkyrie and the Bangalore.
いや、ホライゾン消すのは単純に、
さっきもさ、みんな言ってたけど、外が多い。詰まるから、移動でアッシュ。
Yeah, I think that's completely viable. I know Dia and I are really
まあ、バルでもいいんだけどね。
and
ハンドリ
honestly,
さんがあんまりやりたがらないって感じかな。
practicing my lip reading, and I think I got a good chunk of what you said there at the end of it. But yeah, I mean, match number 1, I couldn't be more excited. I was like sitting here and I was like, I can do this, I can do this. I know exactly what Rain Day is about to say.
You didn't. You
こんな
had
方
no
がいきなりな
idea.
る。
Apologies for the mute there. as
Sweating
well.
so much.
You know, I always gotta, test you guys to see if you're really
You do.
able to be on your toes. You know, you passed. No, I was throwing out a question actually. On
なんか
Ash.
ね、
I wanted to see your
FC29 位だった
thoughts
の
on it.
ね、
Maybe if you
前回
did
の。
that. But the idea is that Alliance Hockey is going
プレイオ
with
フ。
the Ash pick. We've seen them do
で、
it in scrims. It's been really effective.
29位だけど
Tether
全然
change
ポイン
kind
ト
of
ないら
gone
しい。
around the community as
だ
being
から、
a great addition to her game, fixing a lot of
スプ
problems.
ツプレイ
There
オフ、
might still be some there though. So my question to you, Tiff and Dia, as we have a little break while we get the restart, is it
ファイナル
enough?
行かな
Are
きゃ、
you in
ワン
agreement
チャン
with
チャンピオンシップ出
Hockey's
れないか
going
もし
for
れ
the
ないみたい
Ash
な。
here, or should they have kept the Ramparts, switched into some different roles that have
も
already
うチャ
been
ンリオ
working
さん
for
から
them?
聞いたけど、
Yeah, and I'm gonna go ahead and
チャンピオン
I'll
シッ
start
プ
off
ボー
with
ダー
this,
が
and Dia, I'll let you chime in after because we could have differing opinions
結
here.
構
As
ね、
soon as we saw the Ash tether
プレイオフ
changes,
っ
I put out
て
a tweet and I was like, hey, will we
順
see
位
more
ちょっ
Ash
と
in
変わるだけで
ALGS?
めっちゃ
And there
ポイ
were
ン
a
ト変わ
lot
るら
of
しい。
people that were like, no, I don't think it was enough. No, 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 no,
細
no.
かいポイ
We
ントち
have
ょっと
one
忘れたけ
believer,
ど、
but I think that's because they've been an Ash maid since the beginning, and GG's to them. But when Hackett starts pulling out
29位と
Ash,
25位でも
I
なんか50ポイントぐらい
really
違
was
うみたい
so
な。
excited. I do think the phase breach ultimate needs just maybe a little bit more to be completely viable, but I like the quickness
いや、
of
プレイオ
it,
フ決
right? You can
プレイオ
utilize
フ
it
決勝
to
って
be
世界大
aggressive,
会
and
決
you
勝だから
mentioned
ね、それ。
scrims with Hackett in general. Hackett
Yeah.
has
なかなかハードル高い
utilized。 that phase breach to get into such unique positions in the end game. I think at one point he was even on top of like a little light pole, just shooting down, like punishing everyone in a nearby vicinity. But I think it's more alongside the tether. You can deal some initial damage, which is interesting because Hackett is that IGL and typically not the entry fragger, which would be
LCQ に行
effect.
かない
He's
で済めばいいで
amazing
す
at
ね。
it, and they usually keep him on the
あ
valve.
あ、プロリーグ
But I think it's
プロリーグは
good.
そう
The
トップ
passive
9位以内
makes
に入れ
a
ばいい。
good information gathering, and they do keep Yuki on the seer, so it's very interesting. But yeah, I'm curious to hear your thoughts.
LCQ は
I
めんど
think
すぎ
you've
るな。
covered quite a few of them, honestly. Like,
だってあれ1枠か2枠でし
we
ょ。
got the passive, we got
チ
the
ャンピオンシップ。
ultimate, and I tend to be in agreement.
Publish
Yeah, I
that,
feel like
Tiff.
you're writing papers behind the scenes. I do really like Ash, and I think that the most important thing you actually mentioned this Rain Day in
Yeah,
comparing
not
her to
great.
Rampart is that people are at least experimenting because this legend has been
来
left
週
so
1
far
回、
behind.
再来週
This
1
tether
回
buff, though it may not be the thing to ultimately change Ash to the
で
point where she is
ディビジョンファイナルだね。
so powerful that you need to play her. There's a niche, and teams starting to experiment with that is always going to lead to better things for Apex Legends.
Well, I kind of like to kind of use this
そうだよ。だから
phrasing because it's
C が
interesting.
辛い。
I feel like
C が
Season
12、
16
12だもん、これ。
broke Apex Legends. It kind
相
of
当
broke
辛い
open
し。
the mold of
もう俺らはさ、あと
what
2回で
we
さ、
used to see
毎週
in
6
terms
試合
of
しかな
there
い。
is this set meta. And now I almost feel more than any other season,
C が
teams have
12
to
試合、
put what
12
works
試合
for
だよ。
them. And that is
まだ
actually
1
a
週間ごと
viable
だけど。
strategy in competition to, hey, let's play the Wraith, the Valk, the this, the whatever it's always been over the course of these seasons where people are kind of copying the cookie cutter format. I do want to, though, lead us into this conversation looking ahead because we have done 5
フナティック越したいな。
got 5 more to
フ
go,
ナティックパラブ
including
レッ
our
クス
regional
越したい。
final, which still counts as a match day. Some people
まあ
forget that.
GO も越したい
You can
な、で
still
きれば。
move your team up even if they don't
1位取れれ
win
ばな、
and
2
guarantee
位
their
と4ポイン
spot.
ト差なのが
Let's
でか
take
い
a
よ
look
な。
at who we think might be setting themselves up
2試合きつ
for
い
a
よ。
ticket
もう終わった瞬間なんか死んでるもん。
to split to playoffs. Let's start with you, Tiff. Give me your reactions to this current leaderboard and kind of what stands out. Who are your hopefuls? Who are your
B
favorites?
強いな、これ。
Maybe your dark
ヨーロッ
horses
パ
as well.
B 強いわ。
Yeah, and I think this is going to be really cool to talk about. When I think of the threshold that made
C
the
は1試合
top
少ないの
10
か、これ。
cutoff in split one, I believe it was like a 72-point threshold at the end of the regular season that kind of secured your spot within the top 10. So you look at that, right? Vex Gaming is almost there. Now, granted, they do have an extra match day.
あ、C は1試合
Ascend
少ないね。
very consistent as well there. So I feel as if Vex, Ascend, and Fire Beavers and
アセンドの
potentially
ハゲ。
Pioneers have actually
カシラでしょ。
secured that spot because
カシ
they
ラ
were
だよ。
so close to, you know, now granted 72 is not going to be the hard
あの人
cutoff
結構ト
for
クシックだよ。
split 2. It's just kind of what I'm basing my
カシラ、カシ
you
ラ、
know,
カシラ。
analysis off of, and they're so close to that threshold that I feel as if the teams that have their work cut out for them are going to be those teams
配信
within
してない
that
よ
bubble of
な。
like
配信してないイメージあるな。
wealth plays that
なん
are going to
か、
have to
一人配信してるイメージあるな。
Dia, let me get your thoughts too on this back half as well.
あ、してないわ
I。mean, Gladiators, I just want to kind of tee this off to you. Maybe you take it or maybe you don't. But I had been looking for them to perform after missing out on the Split 2 playoffs. The first playoffs I think Hardeki has missed is in his entire career, and now they've lost Sunset. How are you thinking in terms of who needs to make that big move here, and maybe can Aurora get it done as well? You got your eyes on here in this.
ただ試合数が多いだけ。
I'm actually really liking Aurora right now, especially when we put them up against Game and
あんま配信してる
Gladiators.
人いないな。
As you said, Game and Gladiators did have these really big expectations coming into the split. And Aurora, I would put in that boat as well, but have very quickly placed themselves in a position where I don't have that same faith in Aurora right now. The fact that they're making changes and the fact that they're also not nearly as close to top 10, I think should set a much bigger fire under them. And that sort of fire, that sort of emergency really matters in the back half of splits like these.
Well, I feel that you both have made great points, and it is going to be up to the performances today that kind of set the tone. You start looking at, if you're in Group A, you've only got 3 more match days after today because you've played an extra one already. So you're in a position where you really do have to start figuring out if you need to make that move, how you make it now. Group B has a little bit more wiggle room, and that's why I've been so impressed. But these 3 teams in Alliance, in KCP, and in Fire Beavers have some great stories. Remember, heading back to the Split 1 playoffs, Alliance made it, but they had to play with a sub. Effect could not travel, and that ended up meaning that Mandy had to step up with a big performance, and he did. The energy he brought, so electric, Tiff and Dia, and we saw that kind of led into the beginning of Split 1, and they've just had that confidence continue throughout it. But KCP also playing with a sub.
マップ配信ないのかな。
Unfortunately, due to personal reasons in his country, unable to make it. They finally make that change, and it's because of a pop-off moment. Zane's able to join them, and now they've got
世界大会勝ったのに90ポイントぐらい
Fire
ですね。
Beavers coming in basically as a number 1 seed, and all
90
three players not being able to be
が行きたい
there.
ね。
They know they can get there this time.
なんならあと2回で
As we
90行きたい
head
わ。
into match 1 again for the second time.
30ポイント。
I want you guys to let us know
5位5位で
the
30
story
ポイント
because
だ。
there are a lot of teams fighting to make
う
history.
わーこれアンチ来た。アライアンスアンチ
So
だ。
close to doing it.
アライアンスアンチ来ました。
Fuck, I won't be able to loot my shit, bro.
Yeah,
ノーセップ超えるのは無理だね。
No, I'm just saying.
無理だよ。
I'm just gonna loot this building and come to you guys.
ノーセップが焦げて俺らが1位とかしか無理だ
I'm
よ。
just gonna get my
You
red
can
bin now.
you can loot the bins too. Just get the car.
Yeah.
We need a 9.
あそう、50ポイント。いや、50ポイント取って、ノーセップがちょっと焦げなきゃきついよ。
Peter or something.
I have a scout, but I need a 9.
結構厳
Yeah,
し
I'm
いよ。
dropping it. I got out there.
マジで俺らが最強なんだけど無理。
There's a lot of energy and numbers here.
まだね、FC 強いからな。
Vault
なんかボンミスってだけだから、別にいけると思う。何もない限りいけると思う、FC は。
I'll just drive up the car.
No, you should keep it. Okay.
19差。
Taking it, Pebble, am I?
Careful, Thunder.
There's another one.
I can take it.
そうだね、19ポイント差ある
Another
ね。
one.
だからノーセブンも結構
We
圧
just
倒
hold
的
ultimate
だか
high
ら
ground, boys. Hold ultimate high ground.
なかなか
Yes, yes. Remember that the blue armor I think that is. Swing that.
Where is it?
まあこれアライアンスはこう行くだろうな。アンチわかんないからこれ混成だと。
Yeah, I'll grab it.
コントロールがいないから。
Fuck.
これ今平石で
Start anchor.
ケツでやりたいだろうね。
Okay, I'm gonna get this.
さあ KCP 車でどこ行くんだろうな。大体こっちってわかると思うから。
There's purple here.
I gotta figure out where people are coming as well.
I'm gonna drop light here and look for heavy.
NA の環境は
Bad on loot, boys. I'm scout.
肩で多いのかなわかんない。
Our nemesis are not. I'm good on guns, so I just need fucking med.
Let me know if you find a car or anything.
白アーマー3人。弱っ。
Figure out where people are rotating too. Try to figure out where people are rotating.
Another purple light.
Can you pick that up? Okay.
Yeah.
Drop a nade for it.
Crafting an extra bath here.
Flame flying in.
ホワイト何が強いですか
Onto high
い
point.
やわからん。
Flew into high point.
でも安定してる。
From
I
up
think
there.
we just stay here no matter what. I think we just stay no matter what. We just hold our high ground.
There's a pebble bin there.
There's an extra bat here, by the way. Extra bat.
I've not crafted yet. You guys go first. Haggis is blue armor down there.
Just save the UV, Iki. Save the UV.
Yeah, I'm saving.
You can craft them still loading.
えコマ線見れないのこれ。
Yeah, I can't craft yet.
This
Only
time-
him, I spotted something.
There's a blue armor here. One sec.
あ、コマ線見れないのこれ。
Nice.
Through the Prowler
come in
Crit
here.
Cave,
I'm holding you top for Yuki.
わーい。
Prowler's Thunder.
そういえばツイートしてたな。コマ線見れないって。
They got into.
Yeah.
I did like 140 damage to them.
ケイスさんこんばんは。
Attacks here.
They.
They're at prowlers. They jumped off prowlers.
KCP ヌネスク グネスク、グネスク、グネスク、グネスク、グネスク、グネスク、グネスク、いた。だいぶ来たな、車で。ここで右のとこ視野の信用で見て。ピング高くね ?80 あるよ。え ?80 って台湾サーバーじゃん。ラギソバート。ラグイっぽいな。かわいそう。
We need to make sure. We need to make sure no one comes on the behind us. Jesus, this lag.
It's so bad.
I'm typing it. Wait, don't open the door.
I'm not. I'm just. They're looking at us.
怒ってる。
It's
so bad と
We're
言って
gonna
る。
kill these guys, okay? I'm gonna open the.
Yeah, look at that guy on the back. Smoke that guy out there.
You don't want me looking at our back? You want to kill them?
Well, we don't have to kill them yet.
かわいそう、これは。ラグいのやばいな。みんなラグいんだろうな、でも。
Like I'm at 36 on the Watson, but I'm.
もうリマッチしないと思う。
yet.
だってもう2分。ラウンドは2分だよ。しかもノーオーディオでしょ、これ。結構。お、アライアンスいいとこ入ったな、これ。これチャンピオンポジだぞ。アンチがもう完全コーチだから、これ。コーチの一番この左の家か、このアライアンスの下の家かじゃない。
Are you still lagging? Are you still lagging or what? Because as soon as we stop lagging, we full send them.
Yeah. I'm lagging a little bit.
It's so lagging.
What about you guys? Are you lagging?
We want to push a team, but we cannot. Our comms are we push when lag is gone. Like, come on, Apex.
Come on, Apex.
What's your weapons?
Heavy honor.
Can we fight?
Yeah.
You good?
Can we?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna
fight?
smoke and we move up. Okay, they have a Bangalore.
Coming.
Yeah.
Smoke, move up. なんか英語の勉強してみたい。
I'm gonna smoke the back on the right side, okay?
Smoke back side.
And then I bang on left and I smoke the back, okay?
バンガロール、smoke left.
Look at that guy. Look at the bank.
You ready?
Bah.
3. Move up right side. 3, 2, 1, go.
Move right. Move right. 右に move.
I'm moving up.
Hey, bang ulted. Save for me from bang ult.
Safe on me as well.
Safe on me, safe on me. 英語の勉強です。
Yeah.
Safe on me, safe on me. 俺聞いとれてるぞ。俺勉強すれば英語できるぞ。
Bang low. 100 on bang blue.
What's the cracked on white armor, bro? Push.
Yeah,
White armor, bro.
What? Shoot the Bangalore behind the car. Bangalore behind the car.
They're both so weak.
I'm batting. Chill now. One now. Chill.
Chill.
Yes! GG!
I'm looking around.
俺なんか勝ったみたいなチャンピオンだったみたいになっていいなこれ。
Nice it. Nah, that was too easy though. That was too easy for real, bro.
ほんとこの人おもろいわ。
You too stinky, bro. You is too stinky.
By the way, that would never work against.
No, that would not work against a LAN team, bro.
確かに日本人の英語みたい。
Focus up again.
Can we close up? Please lock in.
They had DTs and everything for. Nah, that was too stinky, bro. I clocked it.
チャンピオンだったら多分この人ね、いつもね、自分のね、
Subs to give us the kills.
Hey.
なんか腰振ってるんだよ、この人。
Yeah. I'm popping this pussy.
やばいよ、この人。
I have two Ultic subs.
この人立って腰振ってるもん。勝ったら。
No, you can't be saying
勝った時見た方がいいよ、この人。おもろいよ。
Make you do better.
I'm not gonna.
絶頂してるね、この人、マジで
I。apologize.
ガチ絶頂してるよ、この人。
Nah,
たまにクリップ載っけてるもん。 Twitter に。
KCP だよ、リスタート。
絶頂クリップ。
No, there's no way, bro.
ハーデッキ陽気ハーデッキ陽気だっけ
Because OP died and now
まあでも確実にこの人が一番陽気だね。
People are blaming because KCP dead, they restart.
この人めっちゃいい人だよ。ちなみに。
These guys saying they want to leave so bad. I'm gonna say you're not gonna make the line anyway. You
マジで陽キャ。
I said
だからみんなにいい陽キャだね。しかも。
We are Zitiazem.
ただのいい陽キャ。
The best CSM in the West.
Yeah, I got 2 of them bad boys. I'm fucking.
Good shit, Del.
I'm climbing. I'm climbing the stats.
Good shit, Del. I'm gonna make
Dude,
everyone
all I'm
watch
saying
for
is
you.
that same.
You're gonna take all the kills and you're gonna overtake Nasty and you're gonna take the
All
best.
I'm saying.
お菓子くれたのは
all I'm saying-
俺らだよ。
all
俺
I'm
らフェン
saying
デル
is
が
that
フェンデルが
Cell
お菓子や
had
ったんだ
two
よ。
kills.
あの時。
Got 2 kills.
I
スウェーデンの時に
I got 2 with the PK.
I
I
told
killed
you,
2
Del.
with it.
I told you.
ラーメンあげた、ラーメン。ラーメンとお菓子あげた、日本の。ないからラーメン。あ、あるけど、カップラーメンはないと思う。やるとこあるのか。
I'm poking. I need the damage difference.
アライアンス暇だろうな。
Can I poke people for damage or do you want me to hold? I don't think they even fight us. I think only us, we are Giga Chats enough to push.
If I get a knock, can we fuck them? I'm gonna play up here.
I don't like that. I don't like that.
アンチはこれだね、もう中、
We have a good position. I'm just poking our
中ぎゅうぎゅうですね。全部いる。
But I'm saying like I can do fucking
No, but
ワンチャンアライアンスの前の洞窟いないな。
With a knock, so you were just putting yourself at risk for no benefit.
詰まりすぎてわかんない。アセント外だな。まあ、バルダうまいから彼が。ワンチャンいけるな。このアライアンスのここに洞窟があるんですよ。ちょっとした。そこに一応入れる。まあけどアライアンス仕掛けるだろうな。そしたら。圧はかけるだろうな。でも、スモーク、番外ないから、隣の家から撃たれるから仕掛けづらいか。落下硬直ぐらい狙えるとしても。もういるっぽいな、これ。視野系飛んできてるから。その洞窟に。
As soon as he puts in the gun.
This kid's brain dead. Fucking dumb little kid.
As soon as he puts in the gun.
きっかけ車移
What
動
does。gum do?
車移動したいから。ちゃんと。なんかバロメーターのファンとかが狙ってくるよ、俺らの車撃ってんの。
Why
だ
is
か
it not
ら
like Gaby, bro?
例えば座礁アンチとかバロメアンチとか
GG. Nah, GG. This guy's cheating.
Nasty. Stop.
養殖アンチとかがいけないの、俺ら車で。
Chill, you dumb neek.
右下アンチが。
Differentiation is so shit in your
Actually, true. I can't be taking damage. I need damage differential.
You're 1 HP like always, bro. If we get landed on, we're
ファンがね、ムーブ遅いか
There
ら
was a hemlock in the drop.
Yes, and I said that. Brain dead.
Zone in 20. Zone in 20. Be ready to react. Like, come on.
だからジブ入れてる。
We have zone. It's ending below us on the bins, kid.
Come on.
まあ、あと空爆ドーム強いしな、普通に。空爆とドーム。ブノーは強いですか？いやー、どうだろう。
Friday night, and I won't be.
まあ、飛来心強いよね。飛来心強い。
But that's what I got you, baby.
I ain't got time. Ain't got time.
何歌ってんの？
Baby,
でも、下も強いよ。養殖とか強いし。
We might pop off for a bit later.
ダブル空爆割と強いよ。あとリブート空爆とかもね。で、バンガウルトは漁夫に託とか。
We craft.
Actually gifted though.
そうバンガウルトって遅延させるために使えるじゃん。こう範囲が広いから。で、空爆リブートだと、そこに固まってる時に、ワトソンパーティーでもどんなパーティーでも与えられるんだよね。
Nah, this is lag. I'm blaming lag. Fuck.
自分空爆リブートだと。
It's always
相手がワトだろうがなんだろうが。
external factors. Jesus.
強いんで割
Why
と。
you gotta come?
合わせれば。
Like, come on, bro. Why you racist all the time?
基本自分空爆とクリプトドローンで、リブートで倒せるみたいな。
Nasty, why did you drop on low ground?
外のファイトは。
Chill, I'm just chilling on low ground. Like, why you
Nasty, can
flaming?
you actually be careful? Don't drop. Like I'm actually not.
まあ、あと、クリプト多い
Like,
か
how am
ら
I、missing that? Like, that's
ド
that
ドー
has
ム
to
と
be
かも
lag.
別になんか、マイドームはあんま使わないかな。
I'm being dead serious. Do not fucking fall.
Craft your armor. Craft your armor.
あれ、ハンドル空爆よかったね。あれ、GHS ってやばいし、あそこ渡れないでし
I'm your
ょ。
boss.
家いたら渡れないでしょ。
Pushing us, pushing us.
Coming, coming, coming.
さすがに無理、あれは。
I'm coming. I'm
遠
coming.
くて、
Right, bang on.
ジムじゃなきゃ無理や。あれもジムだったらいけるんよ。
Tell me when they bang out. Call the bang out. Call the bang out.
He has a charge rifle, bro.
Just tell
ジ
me
ム
when
の
they bang out.
で行けばいける
I need to
絶
pick
対い
up
ける
my flatline again.
I'm
No?
getting on the
Are you
heli.
sure?
でも俺結構キル数多いよ、今回 LGS 俺。
They bang out.
確かにあれ空爆届かないと
I
思っ
bang
た
out。to back.
ジブルド。
I'm just getting out the way of the
There's the shield.
Just zero.
Can we plant the roof? Fuck, I got stunned.
Yeah, I'm on roof.
I'm outside of their shield.
ゆかえふさんと、ジュツナさんがやばいキル数。あと、さつきさんも多い。
Can you kill him?
けど多分俺もね、トップ10には入ってる多分、キル数。
Can we kill? Can we kill? I'm
いや、これ負けたな。
Nasty, on your high, on your
あ、ナイスノーダウン。
I'm running back. I'm healing.
ああ、
one on high.
All you saying? All you saying? Stay alive. Stay alive. Why am I stuttering? I have 100 FPS! I have 100 FPS! I had 100 FPS, dude! Are you kidding me?
They probably stopped fighting on the left now.
There's another in Bengal too. Yeah, they died. All three.
Don't let anybody fly in, that's all. The tunnel team should not push us, man. They really should not.
No, they won't push shit.
Unless we give them a
Unless we give them a reason to push, they won't push.
やべえ、俺レッドブル残ってる。
Building.
ちょい残ししてた。
You might be able to play this later, in fact. I don't know if it's loud here.
飲もうかな。
Yeah, if the left team buildings are not in.
Yeah. It could.
あ、やべえ、お茶残ってる
Fighting
の
there
ね。
again.
てか俺さ、あれ、
There's nobody on this building, by the way.
今日6試合しかしてないのに、昨日。6試合で疲れたんだけど。
We are just holding.
6試合でもう速攻寝たんだけど。レッドブル飲んだから疲れ早かったから。
Once this zone is small and everybody's fighting, we can look to kill the team in the tunnel, but do it like safely, you know?
Mm-hmm.
力弱体か。
Yeah,
ど
just
うだろう
This, by the way,
わか
I
んない
don't think there's anybody in this building. Actually.
しなそう。いつかしそう。
You think it's better to take it? Yeah, he just
No,
moved up.
this is-
He's there now.
Yeah. I think we stay. We have edge here. We just work edge. We kill everybody.
Yeah.
Late game, we're just gonna actually be roof. We're just actually be roof late game.
That's congested here for sure.
車の扱い、いや、全然ね、いいよ。逆にどこの方が難しいと思う。車はね、マジでね、いいとこ取れるんよ。マジで、みんなが思ってる以上に。
1-5, now one back.
極めれば。
Take it. F4. Okay.
You can give me one though, if I'll be 3 as well then.
45 seconds and a nearby ring. We strategized effectively.
What are we trying to play next, though?
We're just staying on us.
まあ、プレイオフってか、世界大会行けたら、俺がクリプトになると思う。俺が IGL だし、2人の火力を
Just wait for back, dude. We wait for back.
使うみたいな感じ。
Swing and one clip someone, and then if we don't get it, we walk back.
Okay.
だから俺クリプトになる。
It's like we need the other side to be busy, right? Like we need the other building across to be busy before we.
で、ハンドリバンガと
We're
か
kind of hoping that they get into that, and we're there.
にして火力に振って、
Someone that's close, then we look to kill the team in the tunnel.
今、ユカペロさんは、
Yeah.
まあそこはあと1何か、今まだ決めてないって感
I'm
じ。
not
だ
gonna be arc, I'm gonna be shooting.
から、その、世界大会行けたら、俺クリプトかな。
Yeah.
またロールチェンジする。
Yeah,
そこ
watching tunnel, watching tunnel.
They went for the building.
Right, then back of the roof.
That's good. That's what
プロリーグ中は多分、あんま変わんないと思う、構成は。バンガーは絶対俺だと思う。
Other team landing in the other tunnel. They're griefing the other tunnel again. The other team back holding 5 point.
これ右上じゃねアン
Gotta break
チ
the。drone, by the way, if you see it.
右側だと思うな。
There's a drone somewhere. Trying
右
to break
外
it.
れそうだけど、この橋が入ってそう
Can we look? Can we look?
Hold you on the right.
まだアッシュルトでどうでもできるかな、これ。アライアンスは。
There's a duo. 34 on him.
Everyone land on that building, that's
They're
good.
picking me, picking me.
Okay.
Can we look? Tether him. Can we look to kill this?
I'm pushing.
I'm there.
Can we look to this? I can't. I got cancelled. Oh, yeah.
Okay. I'm with effect.
20, walk 20. Break that shit.
1v1.
Can we send it?
Yeah, good nade. Let's go.
Sorry, break it, shit.
Go.
Irish side, careful.
Wait.
I'm holding angles.
I'm on it as well.
Died, one flash.
One behind. I'm staying alive.
I'm backing up.
Play alive.
All that. Armor's open. New team. Go back. New team.
Go back. I want HP effect. You gotta hold it.
Just drop.
Crack 2.
Nice.
Pop in the Phoenix.
I almost knocked one.
Pop in the Phoenix effect.
Help me. Oh, you Phoenixing. Fuck.
I think you run, Ricky. You just run to the zipline area.
Oh.
Run to the zipline area.
左の家のパーティー来ちゃったね。
Yeah, why? I'm fixing inside. First floor is free, guys. What are you doing?
They're eating each other.
Yeah. I'm dead. Guys, hello?
エクソ。
All right. Well, sometimes we curse them, sometimes we don't. But caster curses are real. Unfortunately, 2R1C going to fall, but not after a valiant effort. They had that gold knockdown. Vexed Gaming, you're utilizing Unlucky on the Valk. They're able to come out from their fortress of
Fire Beavers 見ますか
to be able to put a lot of pressure on, try to pick up some
Fire
KP, and then they
Beavers
can kind of go back and reset. But Fire Beavers now currently upgraded to red.
ヨーロッパファイヤービーバーズが一番人気だね。 3500人見てるよ。ロシアの希望じゃね？ロシアだよね、これ。この文字。でも APEX リージョンロックされるらしいよ、ロシア。なんか、法律上で。オーバーウォッチとか APEX なんか、禁止するらしいね。だから引っ越さなきゃいけない。ロシアの人は。なんかこう、エロい。レズモノがあるじゃん、なんか。後で話そう。めっちゃ大事な時や。なんかそういう18禁もののせいで。そう。18禁もののなんか規制が厳しいから、ロシアは。オーバーウォッチとか、APEX は、こういうのあって、なんか禁止されるらしい。今後そう、コンプラ的なやつだと思う。ツイート見た、そういう。
Тут 3, тут 2 и тут еще один. Ты у меня фолловерс 140, 140!
Посмотри, Лева. Я покаурю.
Не надо добить, он снизу, никак не добить.
Я каурю.
Я с Кирюхой стою, принимаем двойку. Они с
Я с этого окна буду принимать.
Будете подниматься, будет. Смотрите вдвоем. Послушайте. Не, послушайте.
このチーム本当はクソ強いからな。
Кто-то один ко мне.
Я помогу, Лев.
世界大会毎回行ってるレベルで強いのに、ロシアだから行けてない。
Да.
Мы левых смотрим, они будут кушку у Харзе тыкать.
У этих сейвы будут.
Похуй, они крышу нашу заберут, они просто будут на нашей крыше, они не особо энеми для нас. Я буду сейвить ульту, и мы потом их выебем.
ビザが取れない、毎回。
Давай, смотри этих отвечу. У меня диджитал нет.
Сейчас будут тут.
シンプルって人めっちゃ慣れてたもん。
Живи.
前回のロンドンも行けたのにさ、ビザ取れなくて行けてなかったし。ロシア語意味わかんない。もう俺らが適当に英語喋ってる。マジで意味わかんない、ロシア語。ホライゾルド。これ来るぞ。うまい。強気。金ノックだからいける。でかい金ノック。パッションすごいな。
Не особо. Я смочу. Просто тянем время, все.
У нас ХКН выше, ребят.
Лево видит нас.
Я слабый.
Я внизу пал, ребят.
Тоже падаю.
Я ищу никто нас падает.
Я дал стан вниз.
Умер, ласта тут.
Кракнул бангу. Банка пушит меня.
Еще раз, все! Настрай. Я там не мог поставиться, я уже фулл.
いや
ー。Да, может не надо было, да.
Все равно хороший.
惜しいな。流れるように水飲んでるね、今。絶対この人。X とか、タイラー FPS 強っ。こいつマジ強いな。
They are still on top. Diff, take a break. I'm going to go and do this post game with Dia. We're going to get a little cast in as well. And obviously, Dia, you were there casting it all. What were your takeaways after watching match one kick off?
freaking surreal, Rain Day. That was wild that we saw Vex take that game, and in the way that they did as well, totally counter to what we've seen through the rest of the season. And I said it in game, but it not only is very different, it doesn't just look good, it looks very polished. I really liked Vexed in what is a complex zone to play out.
The thing Vex is doing too, which we've seen in several other teams, I think it might have been Heroes as well that was playing it, but they are running the Watson, and the Watson pick is actually a character that has, you know, always shows up in our lands. They always show up as kind of a relative 1 or 2 staple pick, kind of like the
ウィーク3のマッチは見事な1位通過になりました。アーサー選手、そしてデスセイヤ選手、ラジネス選手でした。3人お疲れ様でした。
お疲れ様でした。ありがとうございました。
ガチナイスー
ありがとうございます。ありがとうございました。すいません。ウィーク3のマッチは見事な1位通過になりました。
平山さんすいませんとか言ってんけど。このガチナイスやばすぎだろ。
アーサー選手、そしてデスセイヤ選手、ラジネス選手でした。3人お疲れ様でした。
お疲れ様でした。ありがとうございました。
ガチナイスー
ロボットデスやるって。これ何？これどうやんの？そういう、あれか。なんだっけ、ストリーマーなんちゃらってやつかな。買ってやるのか。パルベルクの引き。ヒール役とか言われてたもんな、コメント欄で。あ、聞いてたんだ、偉いね。それ、ちゃんと、偉いね、それ、もう一度いいですかって。あ、確かにインタビューの前になんか0時の運営来るからな。この後インタビューお願いしますって。その時聞いたんだろうな。事前にもう一度練習してた。かわいい。ヴィランクソ強かったよ。どうしたヴィラン？ダークホーツじゃん、完全に。しかもなんか、デッセイヤ、あれ、ANC バンされ、2週間バンされてるからなんか、スクリーム出れないみたいなやつだし。使いよく SBI とヴィラン降りてる見たことがトキシック収容所や。
Really, when it came down to it, we didn't see Fire Beaver's perspective in this, but this
had
to be the biggest moment. Just getting a full 3 back and ready for that final fight.
This was incredible performance from them, and Vexed, I think likewise incredible stuff to whip it around from the low ground. It takes a lot of coordinated effort to uproot a team that has survived through so much that's up on height. It's a deserved 21-point finish.
ヴィランな、1位と何位？9位か。1位9位だから、25、34、34ポイント稼いだ。2回で。あ、違うわ。9位って11ポイントか。36ポイントじゃん。2試合で。あ、なんかパス使ったよね、最後。ヴィラン。デスセイヤ、13キル。一番キルしてんじゃん。あ、16キルアルファさんがいたわ。最強だわ。ネイキッドが思ったよりね、結構焦げてる。キノトロープが上がってきたね。上位勢の他にどんどん上がってきたっていうのは。でも言うて、4試合って44か。このね、リグとね、リトルからが離れてるんよ、めっちゃ。7ポイント離れ、7ポイントだ。こう7位、8位だけで7ポイント離れてるもん。で、ここにさらにファンが来ます。まあ、CR 来ます。ネイキッド来ます。ただリグが11位になるんだよね。まあ、CR かネイキッドがこけない限りは リーグは11位ぐらい。今んとこ。だからリーグは結構でかいポイント1回取んないと無理だね。ファンやばいよ。ファン、なんで2位なのに、2回しかやってないのに11位なの。やばいでしょ。1位が25で、2位が21って4ポイント離れてんね。で、2位から3位は3ポイント離れてる。18ポイントの3位は。だからね、2位と1位とか全然違う。4ポイントってでかいよ。でリドルはなんかさ、試練戻ってきたおかげで強くなったよね、また。絶対。もうなんか、勢いづいてそう、今。そう、このね、プレイスメント地味にきついんよ、この7ポイントとかが。地味にきついんよな。もう5ポイントでもきついもん、結構離れてて。5ポイントって要はさ、10位と15位だよ。10位と15位でようやく5ポイントだよ。で、10位と5位が5ポイントだよ。確か。で、結構違うよね。順位5つ変わるからね。
The KCPs pick it up. I know Maestro, Lasita France had a good game, and I wasn't expecting that good of a start from them. So we will see as we take a look at the team.
そうだ、リドルはね、ちょっと、対 C、対 B、対 B か、今週の土曜日のやつが惜しかったね。あれ、こけたの痛かった。また左上じゃん。でもこれあれか、1試合目リマッチした試合のやつだ。こうじゃね？こうなるのかこっちになるのか、ダウビー側なのかノースパッド側なのかわかんない。あ、俺今日休みだから NA を見出しますよ。
Exactly what they want to do, though, to start things off. A nice win to get some momentum. One of my biggest criticisms, as well, if we're kind of taking a look as a Western zone, will pull down Beast, going to be very, very popular. 2R1C right now, Chaco, Thorfinn, and Hierarcha, right where they need to be. South of them is KCP. KCP just really willing to be very aggressive, and we saw it work out. You know, Nasky's famous, let me cook phrase at LAN. It didn't end up working out there, but is it important to just have that mentality, to have the confidence even when it doesn't work out? It's a bit of a double-edged sword, Dia, because sometimes it is smarter to, with the RNG of a battle royale, if you start losing, if something's not working, just switch it up really quickly instead of kind of beating your head against the wall, because that can be the tournament over for you with 3 bad drops in a row.
And yeah, this time around, the map will do a little bit of that lifting for KCP, giving them a very different zone to play out of. We're not going towards lightning rod.
あれじゃない？サイトをさ、2倍とかにするんじゃないの？ SMG に、だってデジッコが出るときに2倍とか 1,2 倍つけるんじゃないの？
The thing that brings a lot of these teams success, and with KCP's drop over by Mill, they've got a real simple rotation in. You can hold a few of those doors, and if you are one of those squads that feels a little bit more comfortable playing up on the high ground like 2R1C, you can actually thrive in a position like this.
Golden Nemesis in the hands of Ashako on the Bangalore. It's going to be a nice start for them, looking to pick up some more KP. A few shots in the smoke. Digi-threat as well. Completely prepared to do this. Scanned by the survey beacon, so they'll be highlighted a little bit, but I don't think that's a surprise to the team.
レバスのツイッター募集で味方にぶち切れたらブロックされました。どんまい。どんまい。そうだった。あ、そうなんだ。それ全然やってねえだろ。全然知ってるけどやってなかった。あれ 50% の確率なんだ。だったらやった方がいいね。
Right now, though, nothing.
KCP?
All enemies here as Phoenix Legacy trying to just ward off any attempts at staking a claim to this building.
Landing the one shot for right now. Alpha Drop's already got this blue picked up as well. However, we talked about this a little bit last game. There weren't a lot of cryptos in the lobby. This is one of the few. And with that crypto that you've got for Phoenix Legacy on the low ground, you're actually able to farm up shields a lot easier than you would be able to, especially in pro lobbies. So when we do hit the game, assuming that Phoenix Legacy are a team to make it there, as they should be with Watson Crypto, you're also demanding
第一しか見てないから思うわ、こう思って。八村塁頑張れ。レブロン八村塁頑張れ。俺よく分かってないんだよな、選手。アンソニー・デイビスは分かるけど。新しく入った人が分かんない。いっぱいいるけど。
When we started out in Split 1, this was a team that was so dominant in terms of their edge play. And on Storm Point specifically, they would get 30 to 45 points playing edge. But then sometimes it just wasn't consistent. And at LAN, in the Split 1 playoffs, we saw a little bit of disappointment from their performance, saying we have to be a little bit better in all aspects of the game, being more patient, sometimes rotating early, holding down space. You could see the introduction言い方は悪くする必要がないね。そもそも。They might have taken that next leap into becoming a great team that is going to be able to vie for that championship.
Lots of angles on them, but Reply Totem also in trouble. Not a squad that's rotated in just yet, but they are being full send. The defensive aspect of the Catalyst could keep them in the game for a while.
13位がね、そもそもね、俺のボンミスだけだったよ、あれ。なんか、めっちゃ大きなミスないよね。だから、それだけ修正した感じ。なんかしょうもないミスしかしなくて13位だったから、特になんか、なかったよ。だから、簡単に修正できた。修正すれば、俺ら普通にトップ3いけるんだよね。その、変なミスなければ。今日も、昨日か、日曜もなんか変なミスがあったから、10位なだけで、いつも通り、普通にできれば、トップ5は硬いよな、俺ら。ファイト強いし。
But talk to me, how have you felt the Nemesis has made an impact in the ALGS?
だからミスった時にちゃんと冷静に対応できれば、俺が結構焦りがちだから。
It's funny watching people talk on, especially on Twitter, about the Nemesis.
俺が焦りがちなのさ、フェンネルの頃からないよ。治んないんだよな。分かってるんだけど、なかなか治んないんだよ。別にもっと落ち着いていいのに。
But to touch on that, another really nice thing that I like specifically about Apex Legends and Battle Royales is that if you like something, like say Ashe, one day she's really strong, everybody thinks she's really strong. Say the Nemesis, really strong in this case.
最後の目とかね。
We can all share.
最後あれもさ、別に目もう一個大事さ。目もう一個大事っていうか、
people in Apex Legends in the Pro League, I think, are benefiting because you're able to use your playstyle really appropriately, and the Nemesis does slot in really well to a lot of the mid-range that's super important in the Pro League.
All right, well, I mean, it's a great way to look at kind of that thought process these players go through. If it's working, everybody can have one. We've talked about that. That's kind of the meta. Most effective tactics available. We usually don't spell it out like that, but it is helpful if you're a newer viewer to understand what we're talking about. And that ends up being, yeah, if it's good, we're going to use it. Talk about good, though. Check that out. Valkyrie, 90% on the teams. 18 out of 20. Rocking that character, Seer and Bangalore rounding out.
少し有利になった状況で一個一個って言っちゃうね。そうだね。結構なんか有利か不利かを結構見ちゃう時あるね、俺は。だから要はなんかこうチャンスがあったらいっちゃうタイプ。結構。チャンスの見極めがいいんだけどね。
Slowly going to start moving in a moment. Still a lot of teams playing edge though, Dia. We got about a 50-50 split from teams in that zone and teams kind of slowly making their way into safety.
Yeah, a lot of folks piling up towards the south as well. Fire Beavers have already demonstrated they are more than willing to find an engagement should it benefit. As we look towards this southern side where Heroes and Dynasty seem to be clashing, how long is it going to take for Fire Beavers to peek their heads in?
もっとよくできるんだけどな。
To help support Mania here because that's going to be the question.
俺のエイムはこんなもんじゃない。
This will buy time on the right and left sides. No digi threat though. To guarantee that no one's pushing, but that smoke hits a shield, and you know someone is heading that way. Maybe started out in trouble. It's gotten even worse. They've got
Dynasty dead.
Looking to make a journey. Hopefully it's not 3.
Fire Beaver 強えな。何ペース使ってんの？
Over to the other side of the rock with a Phoenix kit can Zorbank
ランページ使ってるのまだランページ強いんだよね。マジランページが強い。カタリストが入ってる今は特に強い。急にボンボンボンボンとか言ってさ、あげれるもん。俺ら固めてるぜとか言ってさ、カタリストだとさ、固めてるぜってドアロックできるじゃん。ドアロックしなくてもいい。固めてるからいいみたいな。カブルさんが無双した時のハンドルさんとピノさんのフォールガチの戦場みたいな。俺自分でどんな声してるか分かんないけど真剣にやってたね。でも試合終わった後、天井見てたもん俺。配信終わった後。疲れすぎて。ガチでやってたね、マジで。ガチでマジでやってた。ランページはテレビ使えば、テレビチャージすればドア壊せるよ。
And yes, in the zone, it looks like he's going to have to pop a syringe. Alliance know this is blood in the water that they are smelling. Can they do anything with it? Yuki on the Kraber misses that one. But it is so close, and Alliance know that they've got this fight in the bag.
Yuki Kraber
push through. The effect takes one down. Look at the final. There's two to go. Alliance though getting very low, and effect trying to save it. And he misses the shots. This is Wum trying to finish it off. Can he do it? No.
もうびっくりした。いやでもなんか別来た。あ、終わったこれ。アシュいる。アライアンスはね、なんかアシュ使ってるスクリームでも。俺のガチコール聞いたことないな自分で。自分の声嫌いだからさ、痛くない。多分ガチと戦場感悪くない俺。聞かないけど。ガチの戦場を目指してるもん俺。ボイチェンでガチコールするのやばいだろ。集中できないわ。
And continuing to make a move now with only 2 squads out of this game, Dia. We have had a lot of action for only 2 squads to be down completely.
競技士ナンバー強いよ。オブリーやばいね、オブリー。オブリーパッションやばいね。ボレツタンも強かったよ。なんかジップマーカーのフェイトみたいな。ノーディオマンガロールこれ。うわぁ。ロングボー。ランパー強いですね、風神で。強いと思う。使い方次第で強い。アルブラ並みに使えれば強いと思う。
Playing the villain here, it just feels like we are resetting the timeline again and again and going through the same cycle. But luckily, Kizaron was able to slightly stabilize. Will it be enough?
アンチカットが多いね。
Now have a chance to push on the ETH, excuse me. Will they be able to push around this corner?
In a way, this is saving Lecite de France a lot of trouble. Yeah. Maestro have taken a whole squad off their backs, and the position from Sanya is incredible. You do have to, and we know this, look out for 2R1C though, because they've got their eyes on this fight, and even more shots are starting to arrive as Blast finds a knock.
Yeah, Sanya trying to wide swing this, but he could be very exposed here. Sanya in trouble, gets shot once, Wingman trying to hit again. Oh my goodness, Sanya. Flirting with death there. He's got to get this back.
The building looks free. The building looks free. The
KCP どこ飛ぶんですか?
The building looks free. Yes, building.
I'm batting.
ここ耐えれなそう。
I have no audio. I can't.
Save me, save me, save me. Shield is bad. It's gonna break.
Yeah, it is bad. Fuck.
We have to plan your corner though.
Oh, I can't right
We
now.
can't plan your corner too much. They will nade that then. Your corner's the only safe spot.
ここは渋いね。ノーオーディオ。
Ash squads using a lot of off-meta picks. Gonna try and make it work around the corner, but don't have the entry damage to actually make it function. Morning Stars get wiped out, and FUT coming for the third party, taking heroes out on top.
My goodness, there are so many third parties in this lobby. It has been hard. A nice catalyst wall. It's just going to block off vision from the far end of the hallway. But most of them are going to be peeking inside that little angle right here. And he's using the catalyst wall actually for his benefit, taking some zone damage, but trading it out with a better angle that they're not able to really capitalize against. And
これ行くのきついな。デスボが邪魔だ。
from Foot Esports. They get knocked back up. Liffin as well has to hit a med kit, which he surely will.
これはいけないな。
Draft and Phoenix Legacy, who have been in that building, now forced to get out and give it up to their aggressors. Nice play. Actually, Phoenix Legacy back to the original building they were in.
これちょっとあれだね、APAC ノースなんつったらちょっと上だから難しいね、これだと。
While all that was happening, it was a very long fight, Randy. We lost KCP to Danish and Totem to Fire Beavers. Two big squads now out, and Fire Beavers are starting to, quite audibly to the rest of the lobby, make their approach from the southern side of this ring. It'll put them right next to FUT on the way in, but you'll never guess who's predicted the zone. We're going real far, and it's over towards Vex.
ベックスドいいね。
Ascend as well.
ここ最強だな。
That Crypto, Watson, and Valkyrie. This has worked well for them. A team that was, it was a couple of shots. It was a little bit of damage. It was one Evo shield of difference between them claiming the championship and the split one playoffs.
実況の人の解説の人の鼻息がすごい聞こえるんだけど。
And taking that one away. Ascend looking to get back
マイク近すぎるこれ。
They play consistent. They do well at predicting these zones. And they've just maybe got to add a little bit more of that lethality to their in-game play. We'll see what they can do. Horizon Union in trouble. Urban's got a Kraber. I guess it's maybe the best situation if you were in trouble. They grab.
Did somebody say lethality? This is,
lethality is there. I think that might be Vex trying to fire away at them from the high ground. This is tough for Urban, but he's got the knockdown shield to play around. Just trying to buy some time here, Dia. Hopefully people stop paying attention to him as the zone starts.
ああ、ウーバー死んだこれ。
But I have a feeling that's not going to happen as Maestro Gaming is running right into them, and Urban, he's going to have to do a lot with that Kraber. Maybe too much to ask, and Maestro will finish off Horizon Union there.
ジョフがすごいな。
Far though, and there's another squad sending it on them right now. Maestro don't look like they're going to survive this, especially with start a fight.
この SF ってとこすごい積極的だね。
Puts in massive work, and again, Light plays janitor, and he's coming in and mopping everyone up. Starting a fight are giving us a totally different look.
And I'm liking the way it looks. 3 Seer ultimates used across the battlefield here in a top 9.
Я начинаю внутрь.
おい、タンプさん500円です。これ。今日はお疲れ様でした。ありがとうございます。お疲れ様です。
У них нет дигитлов, у них нет дигитлов. Давайте просто
Найс.
Я даю по чуть-чуть, я даю по чуть-чуть. Я еще ближе.
さあ、仕掛けますよ。ファイアビーワーズ。
Я вообще сейчас...
全員赤強いよ。
Лёва, мы с тобой вдвоем с лестницы.
Давайте, давайте.
Скан даешь, секунду.
Давайте, давайте,
Давай,
пикайте.
давай, давай, давай. Он меня прочекал, не могу, Лёва, бэк.
Ватсон убью, Ватсон
強え。
Найс.
ダブル SMG は強えわ。
Я умер. Блядь,
Живи, живи.
ты ушел. Двое здесь, один внизу.
Лучший.
Ласт.
Свапай.
Свап. Дай щит, Кирюх, сюда. Вот.
強え。
Yes.
強え。ダブル SMG 強えな。
На похуй, на похуй вверх ретейкнем.
Думаешь, может под ульту просто запушим право? Мою, под мою ульту.
Блядь, мы если вверх ретейкнем, у нас вообще гуще будет. Дайте
Мне
я
лайты
посмотрю, можно
нужны, подожди, мне
ретейкнуть.
нечем стрелять.
やばい。うわ。
Я резаю быстро.
Понял, резай.
Окей.
Нет,
Давай, кавери. Давай убивать его, похуй.
Я хилюсь.
Двое. Не ластовый, двое. Никого. Дай щит.
あー、これは死んだ。
Да ёбаный ты.
いやでも強えわ。
Q as well, which is very, very helpful. It's still going to be 9 Impulse who goes down. Great organization of that fight from Foot
あー、
Esports.
ここ同居できるね。確かに。
Broken Fire Beavers, but they won't worry about that.
降りたら登れないもんな。
Leaderboard
降りてこないし。
about it. Vex Gaming now sitting number 2. And you know what? They are in the God spot. They have been here from the beginning, but they've got 2R1C nearby. Can they hold on to it? Let's go into a listen in and see if Vex Gaming can triumph.
Other team in front of us. Yep,
Team under is just chilling out.
Yeah, we need to pressure the team under.
One second knock under.
Yeah. Right one dead.
Track, nice. Hold it.
I think there's people there. Lucky.
I don't think so. Lucky, I need to get loot. Give me 1 sec.
Go. Unlucky, Tyler, can you smoke down here for him? I dropped that. Yeah. Stand up, stay down here. And I look him with Craven from east.
Oh, yeah, true.
You got Unlucky, can I drop as well?
Yeah, go loot now, wait 1 sec. Go now.
待ったフェ。
I have 6 bullets.
What do you need? What am I?
I'll bring 7. Any second gun, a shotgun or anything. SMG doesn't have one. Yeah, anything. Doesn't matter. I got 7 sniper ammo for you. That's all I found. Fuck that. Bring me another gun. Just go.
Yeah, just go down.
Smoke yourself.
待ったフェ。配信してないの？
Right now, okay?
Yeah. Wait, this works fine.
I just also need another gun. I have 0 bullets in Nemesis.
Why there are full 3 men here, like in the openish? They just rolled over. Like below, running the open for us. Below, you can shoot them.
Okay. Watch out. No.
I got
15! This one! I'm flying up!
Come back. Just leave it. The other team's looking. Need to play Unlucky. Go in this.
リトルチャンピオンのちょっと上だね。
Seconds, bangle that. Like what we said. Oh, you're on my thing. Bang out now. Wait. Oh, yeah, they come down. No, it's fine. I need to replace the fences for the timeouts. Bang out's coming down.
Watch out, just...
It's having... Can we swing left? Maybe. I think left might be better.
I'm watching right.
On me.
それでさんこんばんは。これ上同士の戦いになるね。
Two squads left. Under and in front of us.
Okay.
I'm watching behind
あ、
us.
ごめん、こっちだ。ごめん、こっちだった。ごめん。
Like they climb up.
いや、上ワンパだけか？
Trying to fence the fucking timeouts.
I think they're all left.
Guys, listen. We need to find out where they're playing under and then play other side.
I think left side.
Okay, then you play right. Let them climb up in the other team.
Yeah.
They're pushing up right side. I double arced it. They're all the
They
way
went back.
I'm running it as well. Just hold this. Out one. Keep playing right, Tyler.
Come right. Come here. Copy battle me.
Play on us. They're gonna climb up in the back.
Yeah.
In a second.
We can go up here as well, by the way.
Yeah, you can climb up a bit. Half on the Lucky, godlike. Good climb up.
A little bit.
So much damage left. They're gonna just leave the left team. They're gonna help us.
Yes,
On that jump, one shot and catalyst on the jump. Swing right.
I'm left side. I'm left. I'm
dead.
See one.
2v3. You win this.
いやー、下のチーム勝ったな、これ。
How was it a whole team or not? I mean, good game, but
What is this team not again?
ファイト長引きすぎたね。めっちゃ長引いたね。
Vex trying to change the course of history. It was Danish who were not going to be let go from their chances at winning game 2. What a performance from Danish, and what a great infight as well as we bring Tiff back onto the desk. Tiff, your reactions. Vex looked like they had it there, but yeah, it was Danish and start a fight who caused them some trouble. Danish ultimately taking the dub.
Look, well, I was just lying in wait, watching all the action happen. I just want to go back to maybe 30 minutes ago when I wrote in the message, and I said, if this zone is like what I saw in APAC North last night, Riddle won it from Danish's spot. And
あ、APAC ノースリドルが勝った試合って言ってる。
Yeah. Does anyone? I don't see that.
同じアンチだね。確かに。まあ、ほぼ似てる。
You're making that up. Guys, I can't confirm or deny if she made that message, but if you did, good job. You know, when it comes to this was really the game of third parties. It was not a lot of straightforward fights. We almost wish it. I think a lot of these teams expected it, but it just felt like every team was surprised over the course of that 18 to 7th place squad that somebody else was showing up to finish them off after they felt safe.
Yeah, with the team density that Downed Beast gives you, it's often really deceiving. You think that you're safe because there are so many other squads in the area. But the reality is also there's a lot of cover, and that's, I think, what really changed the way that this end game played out. You can approach from so many different angles that have cover either from underneath downed beast that
早
has
くさ、
everywhere. You can take
ファイナルファンタジーがしたい。
inside, and it's really easy to access positions like that from even spots like where Vexed were. But what surprised me was how often that was happening around the outside. A lot of teams did try and play edge during the course of this game, many of them falling on their way into zone, and it's because it's so difficult to access down to beast as we talked about because of the team density. If you're not there, it's
NA ミラーしようかな。
Yeah, Tiff, and you had mentioned watching this
玉ねぎさん、コン
from
ビニです。
you know the other perspective in APAC last night. You know this plays a certain way down beast, and well, what gave you such confidence in the fact that Danish was going to be able to pull this off?
Look, I don't know what it was, but when I was watching Riddle kind of in a sense play almost a very same zone, they had the upper ground above the water that was near the gravity cannon, and they had kind of taken such a large distance that had forced all the teams that were found inside the water. They were just going up against Vex. They were in a very solid positioning, and they had, in a sense, it was their game to lose as well. They were going into that last engagement relatively healthy, but Danish just able to get that upper hand. And maybe it was Babis's tweet earlier saying, hey, Danish is kind of cool. I hope they win. I mean, a map win is certainly the start to a match day victory, but they were just looking so incredibly well, and they got in that position early. And you think about down beast, and you're right with the team density, Dia. It's so tough to make a late game push, especially because there's almost one team always that will be playing the top of down beast with a sniper. And it's just so tough to try and get inside that zone if you're not already there. But a 21-point game from Danish, beautifully done.
Vex Gaming, very, very close. 5 kills. They played a little bit more patiently. I commended them on their maturity, not taking that aggressiveness into every situation and playing a very safe but effective game. Startified Esports as well, getting into it. Phoenix Legacy held down that building right to the next of where the game ended, and I thought that was a great showcase of patience and smart play too. But you got to shout out Fire Beavers, who even though they came in 8th place, tied for 3rd in overall points in our top 10 because of the 11 kills. As we take a look at the back half of our placements here, D, I want your reactions to the teams that weren't quite able to get it done yet.
What was it that you said, Tiff, earlier? Caster curse is real? Sorry about that, Pioneers. This is a rough start to the day, and it really is unfortunate to see the way this has played out for them, as all the teams in the bottom half. However, it's worth noting that a lot of them also have struggled to, in this second game, make their way into the zone early. There's a big correlation between those that landed close to down
PC 版も出るけど、多分ファイナルファンタジーとか多分ソニーと契約とかしてるから、あれじゃね、1年後とか半年後じゃない、ファイナルファンタジーの。だったらさ、発売初日にできるかわかんないけど、発売してすぐやってさ、やった方がよくないって思っちゃった。
Fire Beavers in a close race for first, 6 points, and the lead is Vex. Start a fight. Esports after that game, they're going to be in 3rd, and Danish after the win will put themselves in 4th place.
ダークゼロを入れたランボーがどうなるかね。
In the standings, they are sitting in 15th.
シャーキーアウトだからな。
Played 3 match days, so a win here, a top 5 here, would be crucial to getting them into the top 10.
俺的にはオプティックいってほしいな。オプティックヒューリはやっぱりプレーオフいってほしいよね。
They only got 2 points that put them at an 18th place finish. Just with 21 points, I think it's pretty impossible for them to get 18th place now. So, Tiff, Danish already looking a lot better. They've made some adjustments, and it's worked so far here.
あとランアニマルズも言ってほしい。
I think it's definitely working, and also the level of confidence that Babis and the team are having that can definitely make a change, a positive change in how you approach these match days. And you speak of Danish.
ルー、アルブラ、ナウティって全員好きだから俺。
It was KCP, and you think of the prior match days where we've seen A versus B. KCP, they won one of those match days and were 2nd in the other, and currently they're outside the top 10 after only 2 games, so they have their work cut out for them now.
Well, I want to take a look at Danish a little bit more in depth. We like to analyze the things that are important. I love that you called out that they were going to win, Tiff, but not only that, let's take a deeper look at their position. You can see now, kind of from their perspective, how powerful kind of the slip was. They've got a little bit of a head peak here that is really allowing them to have a lot of space to play from.
あと2回で40から45は稼ぎたい。だからマジトップ3、トップ3 2回でも60、70、70後半。だからきついね。まず1位と3位とかでリージョンファイナルも結構いい順位じゃなきゃトップ10、トップ11は無理そう。エースがセンチネル？それ相当昔じゃない？いや、リージョンファイナル優勝はあるね。TSM なら。ガチである。BBB は渋そうだね、俺的には。BBB どこ？あ、これか。エレメント、なんだっけ？なんちゃらいとか。いや、まだあるか。まだあるっちゃあるか。
that really helped them make use of her and ultimately win a game because of it.
And Watson isn't the character that I would think of when it comes to Stormpoint. It's much more of a World's Edge character in my eyes because you see so many buildings being built.
X セット、フェイズが結構落ちてきてんだよな。で、いい人も X セット、フェイズ、ダークゼロ、オプティック、ヒューリア、NRG、この6チームは多分確定なんだよな。まあ、あとルミノシティも来そうだけど、ルミノシティ、あと4チームか。100チームス。COL 来るか？ミートラバーとコンプレクシティが分かんないんだよな。あと3チームが分かんない。いや、NRG は3周だから大丈夫だよ。どうせ上がってくるよ。X セット、フェイズ、ダークゼロ、オプティック、ヒューリア、NRG、100チームス、ルミノシティは、この8チームは上がりそう、俺的に。あとは分かりません。予想できません。
geometrical fence shapes very, very fast because it can make or break the difference, especially in those open late game fights.
All right, guys, you heard it here first. Tiff says you can't play Watson if you're on a controller. I'm so sorry. But hey, Dia, back to some lighter news. I think this is really telling.
フリットのファイナルでユガ高ポイントで活躍したと思うんですけど、なんで世界大会行けなかったんですか？
bottom 10 or maybe in that kind of middle ground. Take this moment for what it is, which is a big moment for them to have to perform. I'm curious if we'll continue to see the Maestros, the LCDFs, the Danishes come out to play because match 3 is about to get underway. Hand it off over to Tiff and Dia here to kick things off for our final game on Stormpoint. Let me know what you're thinking in the comments, in the chats, and let's get hyped because this is our last game of our first map.
Well, let's get hype, Rain Day. I can tell you exactly what I'm thinking. The moment you said Danishes, I was just like, cheese Danish. What kind of Danish is your favorite Danish, Dia? I'm a little hungry. It's almost lunchtime here for me.
その12位がもっと高順位だったらトップ10に入って世界大会行けたってことじゃない？そう、前回7回でトップ9が88だね。
I'm gonna go with cheese. I've never had a blueberry, but if we are gonna get blueberry Danish level consistency out of Team Danish, Babis, Hong Kong, and Fricks,
まあだから80から90ボーダーか。いやでも9位だから90ボーダー。90ボーダー。90から95だね。大体は90から95。ほら大体そうだよ。
kind of punishing Tolkien at this point from Dynasty.
Yeah, this is a really good play.
ヨーロッパ低いね。
Separates Dynasty even further, who have chosen to land very split, not opting into the
95あれば、
instead trying to take all of Miller's
まあ、
associated bean area. So
まあ、
picking up an early KP could be really nice, but this is equally as damaging if you're in the perspective of Dynasty. Meanwhile, Fire Reavers
95ってことあと3回で
with a nice easy transition
35ポイント。
to the south side should they want it.
I mean, Jayhawk said there's
なんかもう死んでね。
different, and I would have to believe they are just leaving Tolkien down. They didn't even thirst, but Taskmaster coming in looks like Nemesis in
そう
hand
到達ポイント早かったね。
what he started, and it's going to
も
be
う死んでるんですけど。
going to ensue. And I know for a fact that Fire Beavers are going to want a piece of this. They're not going to let this kill go. They are the hunter, and this is their prey.
フィニッシャーしてる。
I thought it was going to take a little while, yeah.
しかもファイヤービーバーズやんこれ。これあれじゃん。自動手じゃなくて IMC のパーティーやりに来たのか。これだからフィニッシャーでそのまま発射したでしょこれ。フィニッシャーした場所がさ、タイフォールなかったでしょ。なかったでしょこれ。
Let's talk a little bit more about that because Fire
俺らは一回トップ3入れば世界大会確定ですね。もう確定。だってトップ3って18ポイントだから78ポイントになるそれで。何どういうこと車で回収一人角入ったし。
That finish is devastating though because with impulse down,
1位取ったら確定だね。
actually going to find a res. So
あと1回俺ら。
have already rotated into Millage. Fire Beavers now without a
だって
third can't
10位を3回取るだけで90ポイントだもん。
hold one of these buildings.
最低でも。
They're caught in the middle of a storm, the eye of the storm, one would say. If they stay here,
ボーダーは90から95。85から95だ。のどっか。95以上は超えないと思う。今までの傾向的に。高尾さん、コンピューターです。
not have any KP and get maybe a top 3 finish, but they're actually going to hit that Valkyl. Now, what they could do, Dia, and it's typical of what we've seen them do on World's Edge, is do like a negative rotate and push outside of zone to maybe regain, but first they have to get through this sky. Taskmaster taking a lot of damage, and that's the tough part. When you're in the middle of the zone and a lot of things are pushing your way, they are going to have all the attention throughout that Valkyl.
そう、リーグファイナルの、順位ポイントも換算されるっすね。だから7回、実質7回なんだよ。ヴィラン、デッセイヤ来たらやばいな。すごいな。来たらすごいよ、普通に。マジですごいと思う。
They need to have a really good monumental ISO
どこ行っても強豪だよ。世界大会は。どこでも強豪だよ。でもなるべく高い順位で行きたいわ。フナティック、パルブは超えてんだよな。なんか、ノンセプツナイス KGP。さあ、デッセイヤ世界大会決まったらダイエットだね。俺も手伝うよ。いや、でも俺も遠いわ。ダメだ。俺もダイエットしてんだよな。体重計買わないと。俺体重何キロかわかんないんだけど。最近なんかお腹が出ててさ、すごい気になる。本当に。 あんま食べてすらないけど。食生活は良くないの。ハンドリさんと一緒に。ハンドリさんダイエットしてくれなそう。日韓トップ3来たら熱いね。いや、ファンノーテップが強いんだよな。3位目で入れるか。やちまるさん、1600円のスパです。プロテインで。ありがとうございます。プロテインだけ飲むわ。でも筋トレはするんだけど、筋トレとさ、プロテインだけどさ、たださ、ごつくなるだけじゃね。痩せないとダメなんだよな。なかなかやる気起きない。一緒にジム行ってくれる人がいたらさ、やる気出るんだけど、一緒のジムで。間に合うかこれ。間に合うのこれ。
Well, the question is outplayed banner camping? And if they are, that's absolutely great, but I love the use of the movement to try and you can use the passive that'll show you where all the players are. I don't think they're going to have enough time to get Dell's banner, so they will be relegated to a duo and kind of punishing, just taking some poke fire. This is going to help you get that armor information of the team that is setting up shop nearby you. And Nasuke sitting on a white, just coming back in from the realm of Shadow Realm, I guess. That's where you go. Where do the legends go when they...
世界大会、あ、違う。プロリーグ終わったら俺筋トレするわ。家で筋トレする。家で。
And some refreshments. It's like on Hell's Kitchen when you win a round and you get to sit back.
してもいいんだけど今してもいいんだけど筋肉痛になるのが怖い。筋肉痛になったらなんかプレイに影響しそうで怖いんだよね。ファンは IGL オブリンだよ。筋肉痛でエイム悪くなりそうで怖い。KO。和製ナイス。ナイスイーグ。クソあれだよ。ボディービルダーみたいな。あったことあるけど。ナイスイーグ、ボディービルダーですね。パワーって感じ。これアンチどこ？橋？橋なんかねえか、ミルだな。ミルだろ。
to set up a nice neighborly exchange. We do have plenty of other squads, however, that are going to be rotating in from the zone, perhaps from the res. We already know the Heroes and Fire Beavers are in a fight over by Cenote, and FUT are starting to make their way through Jurassic.
Sitting on triple purple, I like the aggression on their rotation that they need to have. This is a challenging area of them.
左下のチーム名の左右にある数字。左が順位で右が今取ってるポイント。
Hey, that player's got a shotgun. I don't really want to close the distance and potentially let that happen. We cut on over to Nisa's POV. It's going to be Morning Stars, and they're the ones with the shotgun in hand.
ここのファイト渋いぞ。ホライゾンとかパスいないと。
Sitting on 35, and the economy is really nice. They have the digi threat available.
渋いファイトだぞこれ。攻めた方が負ける。
Someone is going to have to make a move first.
Should be. If you are running Gibby, you always want a shotgun. Being able to make
any
close range one with the bubble, a crucial
cool
has not as of yet been expended. FUT do get kept away from this doorway as well.
運営が違うと見せ方も違いそう。やばい、ちょっとピークすぎた。ほら、こうやってピークすぎると渋いっすよこれ。ジムじゃん、ドームで行こうぜ。
Yeah, but they're doing so well that not coming in. Sivin's going to fall a 3v2 situation, and Food are finally getting that extra they need and take full sending. But now you can think about it.
ガチ詰めた方が負けるやんこれ。
But now Liffin, the last standing, the bubble has been expended, but no Gibby available to res in it. The bubble fight ensues. We've missed these for so long.
うわ、ウィングマン強い。
Gibby inside, and SMS is actually going to come out.
Oh my god.
To hit that syringe with near impeccable impeccable timing because this is an absolute journey. Also, guys,
プレイペックスはヨーロッパとアメリカだけだね。
heat shields in ALGS. If you at home are sitting there and like, I grind ranked, where are the heat shields? No heat shields in ALGS, baby.
One more shot would have done it because of that, actually. Would have done both teams in, and Eternal in this case may actually be losing one as we've got the rotation in from down B. Psych able to pick up the singular so far. After getting picked up, it's going to be a slow rotate in from them. Medkit actually a little bit risky on zone 2, but he did pop it as soon as he got up. And Eternal lose another. Going to have to tank a little bit of zone as well and hope that they can survive through the seat defense.
Horizon is sitting in near perfect positioning to make this a punishing engagement, and LCDF is going to have their work completely cut out for them. I love Psych utilizing the bang smokes to kind of back away and heal inside zone. It's smart, right? That Phoenix kid's gonna take at least 10 seconds to pop off, and now without a shield and without a health, that was the perfect choice for them, and they don't really have too much left. 1 Phoenix kit and 4 bats. That's nice, right? You craft up, you want to go into the end game zone with at least 4 to 6 bats, but everyone's health looking a little detrimental, and Horizon's not going to extend out into the zone. Remember we had Phoenix on the broadcast and he was like, I guess we're a zone team now, but really edge here at this point.
Yeah, he forced into it out of checkpoint, and the rotation in is becoming more complex by the second as there's fewer and fewer spots for these teams to occupy. It's going to be relatively little, as it does seem that we're pulling a little bit towards central mill, giving a lot of teams perhaps on the low ground like Danish the opportunity for the next few seconds to rotate in before they are utterly out of PXL though, as Alpha Draft does pick up that knock, start a fight perhaps on their last legs.
That's an interesting perspective as we check in with
マップ配信みたいな。
Peerless Pina. I know we've
コマ線がないからない
the
か。
roster as opposed to Imp, but they've changed their dynamic a little bit. There's no longer a crypto in this team legend composition. Sam is still playing that Watson, and she kind of is primarily more alongside that IGL with Alpha chiming in and giving some of the information. But I've really enjoyed seeing Phoenix Legacy's journey. We all know that Sabs was signed to TSM. She also competes
懐かしいこの G7 のブルードラゴンみたいなスキン。 これシーズン1からあるよね。
So really a heart of that Apex Legends
最初からあるか。
not only in ALGS.
Yeah, this is a really good week for them as well. The TSM Lady Squad did exceptionally over the course of the past 7 days, and Sabs gets to continue that here, albeit in a different perspective. Start a fight, make their way in, picking up hopefully a knock right here.
Yeah, with
the course of this wall, pops to the other side of it, but does just have one left as Wickedsick didn't go on the push.
一人でしか来ないのこれ。なんで？
How do we feel about that, Dia? Now, typically a seer won't be the entry fragger or the refragger.
もう一人いたら絶対いけたのに今の。
That's looking for the information, and with post kill last alive for the ascend, I have seen less crazy things happen. They would leave alive the one legend that has the gold knockdown. So when push comes to shove, that reset is coming into ascend here. They're currently 14th place overall. A rather lackluster beginning, but they're so consistent. I can imagine Kashera right now just completely IGLing crazily, making that happen and start a fight punished.
うわ、別波来た。アセントかわいそうこれは。 これカシラブチギレ案件ですねこれ。
show up and they're the ones that really benefit off of this. That's a great gen as well defensively, but they don't have the fences up. Heroes push them and go down.
よくね？フェニックス。
Hey yo, heroes, what were you trying to do? Meanwhile, Vexed
うわ、
eliminated
ベックスとファイアビーバー詰めた。
their rotation, and
あれ？
they're
倒した
going
か？
to be pushing straight into Phoenix
ベックスと強
Legacy
えぞ。
here in just a second. And I don't think that they need to extend out that way because Phoenix Legacy is typically just a little further out of the zone, and Tyler, FPS, and Co are going to have to cross towards that next zone, which is very, very open. So we think back to the building
ガチミルアンチだこれ。
Danish took very early on.
ガチミルや。
That is such prio to the next zone, but it'd be interesting to see where KCP went because they land the mill, right? So if that zone is pulling at any given point, that way, I'd imagine that Nasky is like, I know
お
exactly
アライアン
what
スこれ
needs to be played to find success
お
in the
オーバーパワーがいいですね、左上。
KCP
もいけるぞ。ガチビルだこれ。バルジャンで屋根上来るチームいるな、これ。やばい。ビルの屋根上、奥の。一旦屋根上いけるからな、これ。
Another team. It's going to be Alliance that was chiming in with some long distance shots, I believe, from the Nemesis, and now Phoenix Legacy caught out in the open as Vex decides to turn their attention to them, and this is going to be challenging because you have to remember it's so hardcore and open over here, and Alliance is in the nearby vicinity, and they want a piece.
Bro, who does that? Tyler coming over the top of the rock, caught Phoenix Legacy completely off guard, and they finished that fight miraculously in time to keep Alliance from third-partying it effectively. They were just on the other side of the rock, but now Vex get their own rotation.
そこ渋そう、アライアンス。そこ渋くね。
Cross, might as well drop down on me. You can put on me, put on me. Okay, carry the building across, carry the building across.
Okay, hack it, go us.
Yeah, coming up, coming up, coming up. Coming up.
いや、いいぞ、いいぞ、いいぞ、いいぞ。
Want the 3P though. If they fight here, I'm gonna HTP boarded. Listen, if they trade here, I'm HTPing high ground. Get ready to follow me.
お、奥のビルの車線がやばそう。
Shoot the balcony open.
Getting bow, getting bow. 70 crack, 70
Get a shot in the back, get a shot in the back, get a shot in the back.
Save on me, save on me.
Yeah.
そうだよね。
Bug flying.
ベックスは外だよ、外。
Fuck, fuck, she comes up.
でもなんか、このコースに来たから中だな、結構。
Web zone as well.
Where?
Web zone, we chill. Web zone.
Top 7 by the way.
あ、いいね、いいね、いいね、いいね。
Someone died.
敵も屋上入ってて。屋上に来る敵を狩ればいいだけ
We
だ。
have a good spot, we have a good spot. We just gotta hold that, guys.
でもこれ、頭出しされたら強いな、右側。
Carry the rock team.
I think there's
されないな。
out in the open down here.
I'm gonna play this, so nobody climbs on me.
Look at your angles, effect. Look at your angles. Look at your north angles. Okay.
I have 6 bats by the way.
I have 7.
6-3. I'm 6-3. I'm 6-3.
Team on top of rock.
ベックス度がどう来るんだろう
We should
な。
hold climb ups here.
な、1、2、
You just scan around for climb ups.
3杯とビル
Yeah,
に。
yeah, we're just staying here. We're just staying. We're god pot. We're just staying and trying to clear our side. We want to kill the right team.
Okay, that's the only threat at the moment. This guy.
I'm trying to watch
Fuck you, bro. The building team low ground is trying to shoot me the entire time.
いや、KCP 一人死んだんか。
This
渋い
team is
な。
gonna do some dumb shit to us.
Yeah, you hold that. You guys hold that.
Yep.
I'm holding our northeast side.
Anyone in this room, Yuki?
What's that? Sorry? Anybody
This,
there?
this
Oh,
room,
I'm
this
dead
room.
sliding.
Yeah, there is. Yeah.
I'm just worried about them picking this door.
They shouldn't come out. They have them.
Yeah, so we need to clear this side. This is most important. This side is most important. So you just double hold it. Don't let anybody fuck us from there.
Just be careful this door. Don't get shot in the back.
Yeah, I'm gonna stay.
オールウィン、オールウィン。
I got two ourselves.
アライアンス、アライアンス ALL っていうから、オールウィンだね、オールウィン。
Yeah. I tethered one high ground.
オールウィン。
Get cracks because they're gonna initiate off that. Looking off southwest.
Yeah, the team high ground. They might try and climb us. The team on the rock drop down. Get ready. They might be on the other side of the roof. They might be on the other side of the roof.
ルーフって屋上でしょ？屋上。
Find a low gun in the open, low gun. Climb it, nading it. Nading it. Yeah, I'm nading it.
Slowly.
I'm gonna swing.
Yeah, get ready. They're right below me. Play slow.
Don't drop.
Yeah, just play high ground.
Nading.
Carry behind us.
Bang that.
On roof.
Come on, look.
Let's play slow. Can we kill this? Roof is looking. I think we kill this. Kill it low. Kill below. Drop on it.
Dead.
Nice, good shit.
There's one.
Carry another team.
First.
Arms up, yeah. Anybody roof effect?
I'm going back.
There was a Kraber, Yuki. There was a Kraber, by the way.
At this side, maybe.
Yeah, there was a team here.
Paul, safe on us.
Yeah, there's a team there. What's the team on the other side? You have angles effect?
なんか、ハキスのカメラ止まってね。
No, they're on the other side. Right on my mark.
ハキスのカメラ止まってね。
Try to get the Kraber, Yuki.
I scanned all three. I'm gonna get a Kraber, okay? Hold on.
ちょっと待って、バグ、俺のバグなのこれは。
We're in a good spot.
止まってる。
I got nades.
I can make a play.
We need to fuck the team though.
カメラだけ止まってる。
We have fast side. We have slow side. They smoked us. Bang it on in smoke. Swinging.
I need to bat.
あ、動いた。
Bang low. I'm batting. Nice. Cancel this shit.
もうだって口が動かない。
Keep playing slow.
喋ってんのに口動かない。 いいよいいよ。これずっと押さえるしかない。ナイス。
One guy flying, careful.
I don't see him.
Down roof.
Safe on me.
Okay.
I'm getting shot across. Oh, he's in the knockdown. Oh. He's in the knockdown, boys. He's in the knockdown.
It's all you.
Just use my knockdown effect. Use my knockdown. Kill this guy on roof, guys. Kill this guy on roof.
Kill him.
I'm going up.
Need to kill this fucker.
No, crawl left. Haggis, don't crawl to him.
He's getting shot. Kill left side open. Team in the open. Nice. Just tie down left. Tie down left.
Oh my god.
I'm biting. Don't crawl.
Work, trying to stay alive for as long as possible, ultimately going down
ノックダウンのラリーいたまさかの QCP 2人で生きる待ってる。
ANC outplayed, take to the outer corners of this ring, the small rocks waiting for the game to come to them. Tiff, surely this is ANC outplayed's game to win.
Hey, the macro on point now. They're so healthy, able to push in. No digi threat available for the Bolt, but it doesn't matter. They're able to deal a significant amount of damage. 2R1C is out. Now outplayed must turn their attention to the remnants of KCP, and just like that,
ANC なんちゃらってチームだ。
3 victors after a
なんてチームこれ。
game there.
よくわかんない。
Patience. I love that you use the word because
あれ3位だねでも。3位まで粘ったね。
what gives ANC outplayed their victory. Rain Day.
Yeah.
I mean, it kind of feels like you're in similar positions. I think you can count yourself among the winners here because ANC outplayed got to sit back and watch that game. So did you.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And you know, I was gonna disagree with you by saying patience is the name of the game. I have no patience. I want
ANC outplayed
the results of this day because I am really hyped at looking at whether this is going to continue.
The
backside of these standings, outperforming some of our top teams. Albeit Vex really having a star. ANC outplayed the best position ever. We finally saw a catalyst wall in the end zone and ended up working out really well for that team. So will that be a trend heading into our next 3 on World's Edge? Tiff, I do want to bring it back though, because we did see several teams with decent positions. We saw Vex on the high ground. They lost out. 2R1C, a team we had highlighted, we'll talk about a little later as well. They were in a good spot. They ended up going down 2 in the skirmish. Some of these teams having some really good spots here. How much of a vote of confidence to be in those spots is it for you, or how much of a vote of still some things to work on for having great spots but not getting the W twice now with Vex in what could have been one of the better spots in the game?
Some of these endgame pulls have been absolutely atrocious, and it seems as if the zones are constantly updating, which they are. So you look at what is available in that endgame zone and what your knowledge base consists, and I think that the buildings that KCP, especially Danish as well, that would have been a really solid choice because Nasky and Co from KCP, they land mill. Typically they'll get some information, and usually once they see the next ring pool, Nasky will just be like, we need to play here. This is how we're going to win the game. This is the perfect building for us. And as you progress later through that game, the teams that get maybe that map scan in ring 3 or ring 4 can see what is free, where the people are kind of really populating around, and that's where it gets tough because we saw Danish elect to make a decision where they move out from the building and go on the left side of the mill, and honestly they were able to get inside, but so was KCP, so they were both playable angles, but it wasn't a winning spot. Had they challenged early on for outplayed side of the mill, it could have been a totally different.
あれは衝撃受けたわ。
Let's continue that conversation as we replay
ビリビリっと脊髄から衝撃が
the choice points
やばいです。
determined who would win this. The rotations
推しの子
and some of these fights inside Dia.
どっちがやりくい？ノーセプかな？ノーセプがめっちゃ圧かけてくるんだ。誰？
that he could hear to try to make something out of nothing, but then it was up to 2R1C and how they would try to maneuver here. There was almost just too little, too late for these teams caught inside.
推しの子見てください。アニメネトフリにあるんで、アマプラにもあるんで、1話80分ぐらいあるんで、まだ1話しか出てないけど、2話から多分普通なんだけど、1話だけ長編だから。
You have to collect as much KP as physically possible
スケベそうな
before
顔
your
して
team
ます。
inevitably gets cold. You know that there are always going to be squads of 3 like A and
初め
C
て言われ
around
た。
the outside to pick up the win, and that's what they ultimately did. 5 kills
マ
to
ジ
their
で
name,
マ
not
ジで
a
面白い。
bad finish
絶
considering how
対
they
見て
played
ほ
this
しい
one.
あれは。
At 50 points for KCP, 15 points for Alliance. That should put both of those teams into a good spot to do something.
いやおもろいよ。いや俺もなんかエロ漫画じゃないよ。普通だよ。いやマジでいいアニメあるわ。俺も軽く見てたんだけど、ツイートでめっちゃ流れてくるから、これ見よう、まあ、見ようかなとか思って、一人で見たら、そう、やばいっすね、あれは。エロとか一切ない。もう、見てほしい。ネタバレになっちゃうから言いにくい。
Fire beavers, you don't usually see them down there.
マジ見てほしい。
You definitely don't, but it was kind of an interesting game for them, completely out of their element. They play very, very heavy zone and work on crafting up their economy, their shields, making sure that they have all the attachments that they need for their weapons. Then level up, and then they'll go on that aggressive.
あれいいね。あれまたバズるっしょ。
But they had dead center of zone and had elected to kind of land on Tolkien from Dynasty, and from there things just did not align as people had started their early rotations in as essentially the time was progressing throughout this map, and it was just rather unfortunate that this was not a good game for their style.
The overall standings
いや、とりあえずね、いや、見て、よくなかったら俺が謝るわ、それ。本当に見てほしい。アニオタの俺が言うから、言うけど、神アニメですね、あれは。もう気になって漫画も今、ジャンプラで見てるもん、俺。ジャンプラで読んでるもん。無料で読めるよ。漫画も。
making this push, that are getting the second wind underneath them with their recent competitive streak, and now are starting to make that known on the ALGS stage. When we transition to Worlds,
だから今先の話も結構知ってる。
teams will have an easier time as so many of them have legacy players and are more comfortable in the more traditional Worlds edge.
キャラがいい、展開、テンポ、全部いいね。全部がいい。そうだから見てほしい。全部いいから。
falling. You want to see teams like Foot Esports falling because they're currently occupying those 8th and 9th places. And so that really is the switch that you're looking for. Ascend having a bad day, it doesn't really mean much because they've got so many points. You're not really taking their spot, but certainly for Horizon Union and Foot Esports.
アイドルの話なんですけども、ですけどもなんですよ。まあ見ろって。見ろって。俺がこんな言うんだから。アニオタの俺がこんな言うんだから、とりあえず見た方がいい。まあそれだけ。結構なアニメを見てきた俺が言うんだから。俺がね、こんだけ言うのは絶対外れないね。自信があるわ。
This is a strong start for young Tyler.
This is what I want for Tyler. We know he cares a lot
結構
about
こ
being
こ
a co-leader in the
1、2年で一番おもろいんですね、割と。
Currently coming into match day number 6, it was actually Unlucky who had the most
ここ1年
eliminations,
で
and I
一
was
番おもろ
like,
い、
you know,
絶対。
Tyler, he's gonna have to answer back today and have something to say about that. So seeing him
あ、
with
カープや
13
様の人なの。
eliminations
へ
and Vex being consistently there in the end
え、ク
game,
ズの本会とかも一緒だね。
just the
確か。
firepower that they have to go alongside with those calls and being able to
海外の反応、見ようかな。
those fighting abilities and
後で。
getting a good placement in that end game.
一番ハマったアニメ。
How well they are working.
いや、わからんな。
A lot of times we see on those kill leaderboards 15, 20 kills.
わからん。
He's set up on a pace right now for 26. If he keeps this up, we'll see if World
なんだ
treats him just as kindly as Stormpoint did. Well, we talked about him at the beginning of the day. We've got a chance to talk about him now in our little halftime interim. It's 2R1C. They made some changes, and those changes have actually seemingly gone pretty smooth. They've been in some decent spots to you. They haven't been able to get a win yet, but I think this bodes well for Thorfinn coming into the squad and making an impact.
でも結構俺ハマりやすいタイプだから、ハマるよ。流行りに乗る。そこは。乗るときは乗る。乗らないときもある。いや、俺もね、てか、俺もそのアイドルだけのやつとかあんま好きじゃないよ。なんかほのぼの系、ガチほのぼの系は好きじゃないんだけど、なんか、Twitter の反応を見て、とりあえず1話だけ見るかと思って、80分だと思わなくて、あれなんか長くねとか思いながら見てて、終わったらね、これは神だわと思って。俺もね、そのだからなんか批判あるかもしれないけど、ラブライブとかさ、かぐや様とか5等分の花嫁とかさ、絶対平和的なアニメあるじゃん。絶対的平和アニメあんま好きじゃないんだよね。刺激がない。あんまり。だからあんま微妙かなとか思いながら見てた。けどまあ作がいいし、見たけど。って感じ。最初見るときは。
Well, great stuff for 2R1C. We'll see how they can keep this up. Will that 4 turn into a 3-2-1? Each game they've gotten better in terms of placement.
読者を裏切る系好きなんだよな。
Big shout out to
なんかあるじゃん、1話でさ、ビッグ展開があるやつ。だからああいうのとかも好きだよ。なんだっけ、ほら、学園ものと見せかけて、ゾンビ出てくるやつ。まあ、リゼロもそうだし、あるじゃん、ほら、前、一時期昔流行ったやつ。可愛い女の子が学園で、ほのぼのするかと思わせたら、あ、そう、学校暮らし。ゾンビめっちゃ出てくるみたいな。ああいう裏切り系が好きっすね。もう展開一気に変わるやんみたいな。面白くないそういうの。
Because of the way that the ALGS is mirroring, we're seeing a lot of our Challenger Circuit teams actually take inspiration from Pro League squads and convert that into their individual game styles. So Blue Whites, though they're aggressive,
そういうケースね。だから要はアイドルほのぼの系かと思いきやみたいな。まとまぎね、絵が苦手でね、見てなかった。で、そのまま見てない。そう、まとまぎ見てないんだよな。
And if you know anything about our LCQ, it means if you win that, or if you place high enough in it, I think it might be top 2, but it's allowing you to get to champs at the end of the year, meaning you can play for the biggest prize pool in the ALGS Year 3. If you don't think that's important, I want to tell you a story about Furia, who made it through our first championship into the LCQ, qualified for championships, and ended up taking home second place, winning a cool $300,000.
リゼロってさ、今どうなってんだ？俺アニメしか見てないんだよ、リゼロ。アニメもね、正直言ってね、配信話のやつは見てない。よくどうなんだあれ。
Yeah. All right, Tia. Well, you know what? Listen, I'll let you send some DMs. Get ready to, suggest who you need to cast in the future. You've been great today, man. It's been great having you on broadcast. Take a break. You deserve one. I'm going to do this with Tiff here as we get ready to jump into match 4 on Storm Point, which
Storm Point じゃない。ワールドエッジ。わー、敵に見る気起きないやつあるの分かりますね。あるよね。で、鬼滅の刃見た？鬼滅の刃の作がやべえ。さらに進化してる。無限城やばくね。はい、荒井アタッチです。火力アンチです。 僕らの見てない。グロやったでしょ。ああいうの好きだけど見てない。はい、これハッこういきます。当てます。ハキス、この L 字ハウスいきます。
The tree. Now, when we think about where this zone could potentially go, tree is set up so nicely with crafting as well, and we look at SMS.
あ、でも第2ジャッジ分かってないか。
ring console and survey beacon. So a lot of rotations where people are
音楽かっこいいな。
gathering information to before they head down there, because in a game where you have to rotate all the way south on World's Edge for the teams that are starting maybe Climatizer trials, they're going to have their work cut out for them, because look at all the teams that are going to be in their way.
アバサイリアリティ変わったんかな、結局わかんない。音楽がすごいノリノリやん。あ、シャドウファイティング。展望のシャドウファイティングは渋いな。Give Tolkien exactly what they need. Easy じゃん、easy. And this should be a clean game of drones elimination. That is early. ああ、ハクスこういったか。Right now in terms of the lobby, that's exactly what you do not want as game of drones. まさかの。Trying to make a move, sitting in 15th place, but it's just looking like they don't have a good day today. They're kind of cutting it close here for playoffs.
Interesting. I like it, right? Dynasty pushing into Game of Drones, immediately getting that map room scam, so they'll be able to see all of the teams and where they're looking at, because the biggest question if you're going to be in Overlook is where are Fire Beavers? And I feel as if a lot of those teams on the northern half of World's Edge, they have to ask themselves that because of...
I got your pet. Run straight to me.
Nice fucking audio, bro.
They're ratting, man. Alright, recraft faster.
Careful, boys.
地獄楽も面白いね。地獄楽面白いよ、この機。Fucking audio, bro. ゴミ。ゴミゴミ。
Can you cue this door off when you can attack, okay?
I'm ready to copy after one time.
地獄楽。
Try and get some bats, guys. I'm 0-6.
Yeah, I can have 3.
Wait, where did my 3 go? There it is. Yeah, I'm 6-8, 6-8.
I have no range, by the way.
Yeah, Wiki, come down and craft, I guess. Come down and craft, yeah. I'll actually
Leave the
back
bats on
up.
top. Okay.
What was that?
真ん
Leave the
中。
bats on top.
Yeah, I am.
There's one more in here.
Vakodi.
Oh, I didn't make it. No, I did.
You're fine. I can actually beat the land on you.
やっぱ第2が分かんないとこうなっちゃうね。これはもう。
What's in the package, Vivek?
Hemlock.
I can maybe grab that.
火力、L 字ハウスか、その前のツリーと火力の間なんだよな、これアンチ。
I'm gonna go for it. Actually, I don't see anyone yet.
まあでもまだなんとかなるか。
Yeah, careful mushroom though. This is the same mushroom.
バルダにすねや届く。まあ早いけどすね。
Grab your shit and I'll ship you back up.
No, it's in there now. I'm going back.
Yeah, they're on it. There's Simon.
Ready, Akis, ready, Akis.
あ、シュルツって早いのかな。
No audio longbow. You gonna keep the gold armor, Faye?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm 2-9.
I crafted a lot of energy ammo.
Yeah, we should play bottom, Faye, by the way. You and me play bottom. You can stay high ground. I'm just dropping down.
I'm dropping down.
Get EMP.
Try and cue this door, bro.
Is it damaged?
Negative. Oh yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Both are damaged.
2 crypto drones coming fucking UAV. I broke it.
Nice, very good. You just landed on top.
まあたまんの早いね、
Do we
割
show
と。
presence or not?
No, we don't need to show present bottom. I'm being fucking shot apple, Yuki. Shoot him!
I got no range for you.
What guns do you have?
Nemesis R9.
Okay. That's no bueno.
でもスクリームでは結構寄ってたよ、南に。
I can find like we.
逆に北がなかったよ。
No scout, no sniper.
たまたまじゃない。大会で寄んなかったね。
I didn't loot the bottom. I didn't loot the
Yeah,
middle.
yeah, no, you're fine, you're fine.
フリムではね、南アンチばっかだった。
I mean, you have a fucking gold Peter if you craft every game, but you didn't really have time this game.
I have 2x swing, man. I could try to upgrade your armor, I guess.
I mean, it's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, yeah, no, it's fine. I mean, if you had range this on, it would have been very nice, but.
I still got like a goaded nemesis.
ヤッホー、みんな息してる。
I can't use all the bullets.
あー、なんかね、ちょっと眠いな。
By the way, it was on mushroom.
まあ、乱するけど、頑張って。
On my nemesis.
Okay, okay.
NA も。
If you can get further, I guess. I think we just swing here. We swing this side because it's easy to RTP up there. But we're gonna get charge rifled in the back. So we need to like swing immediately.
Yeah.
To one of the sides.
Yuki just need to let it know if anyone is coming.
Yeah.
Yes, we want to like let them land Ogan. If we land Ogan, we kill him.
Fucking って言いそ
Yeah.
う。このアンチを見て。
Either like get huge entries and then drop down.
You should drop on this side, Thal.
Yeah, drop safe side, drop safe side.
Or soft side, soft side.
It's this side.
Dude, this is like.
We can go for this later. Why is the crypto team on fucking UAV? Are they still in there?
This team on this. Yeah, let me see.
ホライゾンでダッシュ入れるかもしんない。
Yeah,
ワール出てただけね。
I'm 5-5 by the way.
ストップはジブ固定。ジブ
They're holding
やる
this
と思う。
split, by the way. This team down here is holding this
あと
split.
C しかないし。
One in that building and two on the choke.
Do anybody hear Yuki? Like in this spot?
Nope.
Alright, okay. We're just gonna play where we are. We're gonna clear our back and then we're gonna actually be up high ground anyway later. We're just looking for 3Ps. We're just chilling and looking for 3Ps.
Come to 8.
My only thing is if you want this early or not. That's kind of what I'm thinking, but we should be fine for me. Zone could pull back to us, you know. You never
Your
know.
bat on the east side effects. It's on the bin.
From here for the time being, and Noth does have a charge rifle, which is smart, right? You can it's tough to hold inside a building and take fights inside a building if your primary is that charge rifle and you only have that SMG to boot.
Undoubtedly as well, and plus seeing Gibby,
ぬるいレッドブル。
it's kind of like going back and forth in time, living two different timelines at once. So old school in terms of how the meta is adjusted in the ALGS. But that'll continue to be the case. You know, things are going to come back and forth. It's this nice ebb and flow. Even the Watson showing us that, you know, this could be something that is coming back into the fray, and teams will have to learn to adjust to. Even with the Valkyrie, the Bangalore, the Catalyst, having had a great run over these last few months in the beginning of Split 2.
あと多くねえか。つうか、あんま変わんない。
Mask, Nisa, and then Aimbot, Kizaron, they are just
見てこのチーム。自分アッシュ。いや。
And why should they? Really decent area on tree. You're going to have a lot of KP that you might be able to pressure and grab just from these little windows, Tiff. So the biggest thing is, can you hold it? And these two teams, decent squads to hold. Probably going to be a little harder without the Catalyst for Morningstars to do it, but they do have the Gibby that can at least like kind of stall out some aggression for a while.
My only worry for SMS right now is their economy when it comes to shield cells, shield bats. Unfortunately, they just haven't had the ability to restock on that. So unless a team pushes them, they're able to win that engagement and take kind of what that team brought onto them. Rather unfortunate situation, but I have no doubt they should be able to hold on to that. Meanwhile, Danish looking to find a nice spot in the next zone for them to play. Typically have rotated very early, but we know Alliance was in that center spire of Thermal Station. Unfortunately, Frick's going to fall. Good catwall, but forced to burn that a little early to get Frick's back up.
日韓はクリプトが異常に多い。多分ね、多分俺らのせいですね。自意識過剰かもしれないけど。お、KCP いいじゃん。ここ取ってるの強いね、KCP。カタリストの。でも出てんな。
To bring to the next one, we need that firepower. Zane though,
片シアバルでもいいんだよな。
really tested on receiving the firepower and getting out of it. We know we can dish it. Seems to be able to take it for now.
だったらクリプト入れたくていいんだもんな。
あれを。step for KCP to really be able to
わあ、鮮度いい時に入ってきたなこれ。上取られちゃったな。してやられたな。え、中入ってた。あ、これ当てて死亡です。
And he has no chance now to stay alive. It's KCP who are going to have to try to finish this off a 3v2, but they've got to fight through a Watson fence. Do they feel confident enough to do it?
Yo, Nasky in the worst situation of his life gets completely walked up on, and now Dell with an inch and goes down to the Watson fence. Now we're looking at Zane standing for KCP. This is not where they want to be. They've only been able to get 4 KP from this mix, and Danish, the 2-man available, they're able to get inside this building.
いや、俺 NA まで起きるわ。絶対起きる。だから、見れる人見てね。俺と一緒に見れる人見てね。NA まで。朝10時ぐらいまで。
Zane doing some tremendous work. 2-1 clips again. That's what Zane's known for. The one clip king.
ヨーロッパ終わったら暇だな。APEX しとくか。
Will they be able to push? That's the question. Come back to that in a moment as Fire Beavers find themselves on a little fight amongst the tracks. Taskmaster with a nice head peek.
ゲニウスさんコンピュータです。
And a Nemesis fully charged up. He's going to let that one slip back down.
ゲニウスさんって前なんかキリスト教みたいなアイコンだった？
Its third tempo, its highest tempo makes it the deadliest weapon in the game in terms of TTK if you can get it there, but you're just going to have a little patience too. Heroes not backing down either with the Rampart shields that they can play. They'll be able to hold this track for a while. So these two teams, Tiff, maybe realizing, can we get anything from this? It may just be too costly to try. We may be better off trying to rotate and just shore up our position.
I think Fire Beavers realize that if they took that engagement, we have another team that's coming out of Harvester, that it could be a 3-piece scenario, and if they don't have the ability to get that fight done cleanly and with enough health, then they're just going to lose their life on that next fight. Vex Gaming, though, they've caught word of what was happening over here in this building. They want to see a piece of KCP, maybe of Danish if they're still around in the nearby vicinity. But this is challenging, right? We've seen teams play this area before, and especially GG on their last match day, they had to clear their back because that was a big win for them.
あ、俺5月4日誕生日なんで。リージョンファイナルの2日前に誕生日なんで。みんな祝ってくださいね。
This is a manic turn of events. You do not want to challenge Zane. He's in the absolute zone.
One clip king.
緑の日誕生日。
Either way, you want to alliterate that statement. It proves true on both sides. Zane finishes off unlucky. Is it going to be Nasky who goes down yet again?
いいね KCP。いいね。一気にパン。いやー、漁夫。これアライアンス？アライアンス戻ったのか。
But this has been a massive pull.
4本コン。
Bavis trying to take advantage of this. Bavis on a white. The audacity
中国人みたいな名前いるな。
of Bavis
韓
to
国人
try to
か。
get involved in this fight at this stage of the game. Let's see what Danish can pull off. Maybe there's a miracle in hand. Young Hong Kong's doing some decent damage, and KCP is out. Oh my goodness! Danish pull it off with
いや、誕生日配信毎年してるよ。
and they take the crucial play to cement a beautiful spot
もう
here.
する、全然するよ
The
俺。
zone is pulled away from tree towards thermal station. So they're going to
25っすね。25歳。拳で。
Absolutely tippable. You know, two of the members of Danish had just disengaged from that fight. They wanted to get Bavis back in the mix.
結構上の方っすよ俺、競技者の中で。
APEX の。Able to get all the loot that Vexed and KCP had to offer. Now Horizon Union.
みんな若い人ばっかだよ。まあまあ世間的に見たら若いんだけど俺も。競技的には若くない。
just walked in from the outskirts of the zone that don't have a good workable space that they're able to take up. And Horizon Union, they're going to completely eliminate all of the health economy that those teams have.
Horizon Union, a team that has been so close to qualifying for playoffs, ended up being able to join in playoffs due to the fact that several teams, Aurora and Fire Beavers, were not able to attend. And ultimately, that's a statement in itself. Can Urban, J Savage, and Phoenix, 3 players,
全然見てなかった今。
great
え、
people,
アンチどこ？
use this moment
え、
to really
え、真ん中寄ってる。
they're in that same middle position they've been.
これアライアンス後期です。
Really jump into that top 10 on their
でしかも、
own.
まあ、ゴンドラの方行ってもアッシュールドで上行けるから。
Not enough firepower to finish off. That's why Phoenix has inched a little closer, but they've lost.
皆さんツイッターでまた組みたいって言ってましたね。
So again,
俺に？
that could have gone their way. Now they've got to slowly but surely
いや、俺はいいかな。
play safely and try to get an advantage in this top 13.
嘘。 最低すぎだろ。また組みたいです。俺はいいかな。最低人間すぎる。25歳から左にガタくる。俺もうね、腰がね、割と悪い。もう、膝はまだ大丈夫だけど。結構歪んでるね。うわ、これ一気に舞台減るぞ。こいつは無理じゃね？何してんの？え？何してんのこの人？あ、いるのか、こっちに。そういうのはそのまま伝える人いるから。いや、いいよ、しょうがない。冗談も言えない世の中の方が良くない？シニアだよ、ゲーム界隈だと。シニア始めましてぐらい。30からは絶対もうシニアだね。ちょっとこれ洗うやつ見よう。
We want to 3P high ground. We want to 3P high ground if we can. They're fighting. They're fighting. I'm actually keeping going. Okay.
Okay. I need to loop.
I'm waiting. I'm actually being the bottom, I think.
下でよくね。上ちょっとやばい。
I don't know if I can climb this though. It's all you, in fact. We have to go around.
Yeah.
We're fine. You can jump around, Ricky. Like I am.
Full team below. I knocked one below.
Nice.
Huh?
We have the lava spot as well. Let's go up and down. Go up and down effect.
Yeah, I'm gonna get full kill.
Yuki, get to me.
Oh,
Get to me.
Okay, I'm up there, bro.
Okay. Yeah, we're just playing my corner though.
Okay.
Careful.
Tether one.
I'm going now.
Batting. Just play my corner. Like this corner is ultimate safe, and we just climb up and down.
Okay.
Nading me, careful.
Give me a sec, I got
Careful って何？
Yeah,
Careful
I'm
って。
just going up and down. I'm just playing safe. There's an arc on me.
どういう意味だ？
I'm swinging left. Yeah, left. Nice.
ナイス。
Kill team high ground.
Play very safe.
Yeah. He's got an arc. Cut the shit. Touch it.
Everyone has to fight each other.
Yeah. Lots of teams are on the right and high ground. Both of the team high ground. Just don't die. We have the low ground spot.
Scan one there.
Yeah, that's a solo. Just let them fight.
気をつけろか。
Just hold the wall. Do not let anybody fucking peek the
え、
wall.
どういう言葉？
Drop it down, I think.
スペルどうなの？スペル。
Negative. I'm watching wall side.
We have to. Yeah, effect.
全然わかんない。
Effect on left. You
Yeah,
go
I'm
right.
holding.
One guy here.
Yeah, they have to fight high ground.
3-3-3-1ですね、これ。さっき角2枚入れたか
Yeah,
ら。
yeah.
左上が強いね。左上
Don't kill
を
the、solo. We'll fucking get
これい
beaten.
けるぞ。これ、右も渋いし、左上も、上入ってるけども、あんま強くないから、左上をめっちゃいじめれ
I'm
ば、
gonna nade him. In fact. I'm nading for
アライアンス勝てる
Got
ぞ。
him.
Okay.
Fucking one.
Above you.
Watch the above. It's fine. Watch the above. Popping it back. I'm only got one last bar on me, by the way. One last back.
Here. Dropping 2.
Big.
One fell down.
One
Okay.
down is fine.
Careful. Okay.
We should just hard focus left here, I think. We're hard
Careful.
focus left. We
Hard
need
focus
that.
left or right?
Yeah, hard focus left, Yuki, with me. Hard focus left.
Copy that.
We need these fuckers to integrate high ground. Or the
む
other
ず
team high
英
ground.
語。
I got Kleber, bro. I'm gonna Kleber and watch.
そのまま読みそう。
Effect stealing.
読み方間違えるな、俺絶対。
Okay, just hold right then. Me and effect on left.
Careful.
Can't do anything right side.
Careful.
No wreck?
Careful.
Top of the keys real quick.
ケアフルか。
Right.
ケアして、
By the way, right side's gonna wall and push me, maybe.
ケアってことか。そういうことか。
Scan all free.
Careful か。
Good server. I hit one. Yeah, the wall.
Yeah, just sail to if you need to. Sail to in the corner something.
なるほどね。
Well.
確かケアって言う
I
もん
think
ね
you。do it.
They're moving up. 140 Walcon left.
Okay, just hold left now.
140 on C.
Nice.
お、クレーバーか。
No cancel as well. No cancel.
Just swing left with us. I think you play our left here, Yuki as
こ
well.
の左をいじめて、右に寄せれば、ウィナー、
I'll check space a little bit though.
ウィンです、アライアンス。こ これもう次、もう、体隠れる場所なくなるから、左上が。
Hey, they're chopping, they're chopping. I'm gonna make the chop. Nice.
Focus Hagan. Hagan, fuck.
下降りたの偉いな、右のやつ。
We have to kill it, the back.
早めにやるしかないから、早めにやった方がいい、絶対。
Kill high ground, kill high ground.
Okay. We don't have a sea ulti now. You have a sea ulti, by the way, careful.
Full. Let's now.
アシスト使おうぜ。
Back on me, back on me, back on me. They're climbing on me, climbing on me.
One HP, one HP, one.
One right here, on my mark, on my mark. You can shoot him, on my mark, on my mark.
I did 100 to him, 100.
In the corner, all three in my corner, all three in the corner, back here. Just play your life.
I'm pushing.
Okay, use me, use me. Use me, use me, use me, use me, use me. Use me, use me. Nice, on top, Rebecca, on top. We win this.
Oh, he's fucking one.
Not sure, not sure.
まあまあまあまあまあ。まだ2位だな。
Bricks, that would be it. A tether still available. Bricks gets hit by an arc star. Alliance still on the pressure. Young Hong Kong trying to stay alive. They get it off somehow. None of these. But you would imagine that it is Young effect.
Yeah.
Just have the biggest impact in this one. He goes from 9 kills to 10 kills, and it's Foot Esports who were playing for second. No, they were playing for first. They just did it behind.
やっぱ強いな。
As Alliance will certainly take first in points, but Foot will grab the victory.
That was extremely well played for them.
アセンド19位。アセンド？前回世界2位で。
It was wild to watch that game because I've got you guys on
で
one
もアセンド
side.
あれだ。
The mini-map
貯金が高すぎるわ。
and I'm sitting
貯金めっちゃあるわ。
there
このチーム。
watching actually Le Site de France for the first 10, 15
いや、
minutes
そんな
of
ねえ
the
な。
map because they are
いや、
sat
そんなないわ。
dead
18
center
位だ
of
ったらそんなないわ。
and Alliance coming up and ruining
よくない
their
わ。
day was something that I never had anticipated. To watch Foot then do the exact same thing that Alliance did, but to them, it was insult to injury. Although, as you said, Alliance had a good game, Foot really won the mental battle there.
Yeah, that's totally true. I mean, Alliance, you're right, did the exact same thing to Le Site de France that happened to them. You almost figure if you do it to a team, you got to be worried that a team's going to do it to you. That is not how it goes. Even just having brief players in the ALGS, like Monsoon, like Phoenix, you know, like Graceful, talk to us about these
そうだ、試合数一つ多くてこれだから、これでパイオニア、ファイアビーバーズ、アライアンス抜かれて、さらに J リングにも抜かれて、6位になる。
1v1 with effect versus Taylor coming up. I think you think we have a chance here. Let's clear this out and take our, you know, our
7位になる。
full team, 3 full KP in front of us. But what a showcase, Tiff. I mean, your reactions to that last one, because I thought Alliance were certainly going to win it. I thought Foot, though, would have pressed Danish up on the high ground. They just decided a different round. It ended up being the one that won the game.
It was really smart for them because one of their players that went down, I believe, was their catalyst. So they had a Valk, and that will give them the ability to utilize the jetpack to get back onto high ground incredibly quickly. Now, granted, this is an anonymous mode, so they're not going to be able to see who in particular is falling. But as soon as you see those knocks happening on your screen for the final 2 teams and you're the 3rd team waiting to kind of 3P that end game, the moment you see the knocks start to go down, you will say, okay, this is our time to engage in that end game scenario. And I think that they just timed it so perfectly that they had just caught Alliance, and yeah, maybe just an absolute menace, but you're sheer outnumbered by the player advantage by 1.
デイニッシュも上がってきたらアセンド怖いな。
Maybe the best game outside of the other 2 that were in this final four. Well, they threw a lot with little.
X 度は確定だな、これも。
Holding that, now myself, they almost ran through a lot of the lobby.
Super aggressive, and Randy, I mean, they were very close to just straight up winning as well. The way that they were able to play
あとオーロラが上がってくるか。
so long
オ
on
ー
the
ロラ
high
強いから
ground,
な。
and then the transition down onto the low as well changed the course of the game, and actually ultimately was what gave Alliance second place, because they had to waste so much time, energy to uproot a squad that was just sitting on the edge of the zone,
まあ
refusing
3
to
チー
die.
ムに抜かれて6位。あとまあ C グループもあるからな、なんとも言えないな。
Put esports, they are absolutely dynamic, but it was Alliance. We were counting down the amount of KP that Alliance was able to gather throughout that end game, that it just completely outshined that anything that Put esports in Danish were able to do. I'm talking 6.
A が1個多いんだ。B、C が少ないんだ、1個。
So ridiculous. It's actually ludicrous to see that many kills for Alliance. A quarter of the
Alliance
body,
16キル。
something that
よっ。
honestly, we don't get to see very often, and for their first game on World's Edge, where, as we said, tenured players do tend to thrive, is the perfect re-entry for them into this half of the day.
Let's take a look at the backside of it too, because top 10, that's a big deal, but top 20 tells another story. Vex game,
朝7時になりますね。
1 point after 45 on Storm Point. It almost feels like too, I don't know, following the script too much, Tiff, in terms of what actually ends up being their strongest map. They'll want to make some adjustments heading into the next 2 games. Phoenix Legacy, Heroes, teams that have kind of stood out. Fire Beavers as well with a 1-pointer. Very, very surprised as we take a look at Ascend also having 0. So 3 of our top 5 teams in EMEA in that first game in World's Edge, 3 points or less, 1 point or less. As we take a look at our total standings after 4 with 2 more games to be played, Tiff Alliance, they found themselves on top after that W.
Look, that's exactly what they needed to do. I don't believe they've won an A versus B matchup thus far, and Alliance at 47 points are setting up to be able to make that happen. It's Fire Beavers that
勇者の大戦闘とかいうクソアプリしてます。クソアプリしよう。
was that confidence that Bavis has that is really showing to be completely different here. And
地味にやり込んでる。ここ3日4日ぐらい。
now Danish, and they have been performing so incredibly well. But the one outlier that I want to talk to you about, Dia, that is just completely out of the norm for one of the most consistent teams in the EMEA region is Ascend.
Yeah, I was really surprised by their results today, and it happened almost accidentally. Ascend haven't really been the focus. They haven't been running the lobbies in the way that we're so used to, and I'm not sure what it is that's causing it, because looking at their games from the outside in, we have so much data, and yet we don't know what's going on inside these players' heads. And Apex Legends is such an emotional game that, as you're so fond of saying, Tiff, that there are some real life circumstances that very well could be affecting Ascend and their play today.
Yeah, the truth is too, Ascend, Vex, these are teams that are a game ahead. And yes, they are first and second in terms of these standings. But that's because they're playing pretty well. They've got a game ahead. They haven't placed over 3rd place ever. If they add a 7, a 10, a 13, a 15th place, that is going to put some pressure on them for these next few matches. So you don't want to go into the final half having to perform, but Ascend better pick it up in these next 2 games. Otherwise, they might be in that position. Lots of storylines on the way. More stories to unfold. 2 more games left in our match day 6 for EMEA. We'll be right back after this with game number 5. WD Black, the official storage partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
What なんだっけこのサイトの名前。このナイスリーグやってるやつ。何これ？これすごいな。 アンチはどこですか？
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series. Welcome back to the Apex Legends Global Series. The end of our match number 6. We have 2 maps left on World's Edge, and Dia, it has been such an exciting day thus far.
Yes, it has. I can't wait to get into it, as World's Edge has already given us one of the most wild endings so far. FUT stroke of genius.
On
World's Edge. Now we pop in. Very different this time around, as that ring, ever fickle, is going to pull us elsewhere on the map. However, a lot of teams having to rotate their way in should give us an interesting look at how these teams, as we talked about, will round out the latter half of the day, especially for those that are underperforming. We called out Ascend a little earlier, and since they start landing over at Harvester, and we know that they're going to have a ring console this time around, perhaps they can use that information to their advantage and start making some early moves.
That seems to be the case, as they've already made their entrance to Fragment, and that's really tough. As I see that zone, the next hinge come through, we look back to what we had seen in map number 4. It's that Dynasty versus Game of Drones over and over look, and this is going to be so horrible because they have the zone pull to them, and if they can't survive that initial engagement, so detrimental.
And this really does remind me of what we saw in Stormpoint, even with Fire Beavers in game number 3. When you have a contest and your center of zone, there's no room for mistakes. There's really no room for anything. Not even actually the room to fight, as Dynasty won't have a lot of loot to work with. Neither will Game of Drones, and one of them likely won't live to see the rest of the map. Dynasty start to push up. They've isolated one member, separated him from the rest, but a quick shield, that is exactly what they need to eliminate a lot of the possibilities of perhaps Game of Thrones turning this around. Rondon's been taken down, and Eternal starting to show up here, picking off another 2 kills, and think eliminating Game of Thrones.
Ooh, that's interesting. That's a good start for them. It's going to be landing Geyser on World's Edge. It's very easy to loot that entire POI and start pushing towards Overlook, which will normally have at least a survey beacon or both, depending on what that looks like. So that's not a bad rotation for them, especially when that zone is going to be in the nearby vicinity. And now Dynasty able to survive, and they're sitting on 2 blues, and they're going to drop down on the underneath, but it's already been looted probably by them. I'm sure that Mania would like to get off that Spitfire if available, but let's check in with Ascend, having a rather lackluster day, coming into this match number 5 in 19th place. I need to see something strong out of them.
And we've got a totally different look at how you play out a zone like this as well. Ascend, interestingly, running with this decision to make, since they've got so close to them, the survey beacon, they'll be able to make use of crypto.
いや、これアセンドいいって言うぞ。これアセンド終盤まで残るぞ。たくさん思い出すね。ゴミが加速するとか言って。たくさん。リドルに向かってゴミが加速するって言って。
It's also the decision of at what point do we enact that map room scan, because you know that zone is primarily going to be ending around here. You don't want to burn it just yet. I feel like you want to save it or maybe use it at the beginning or wait a little bit, because now teams are starting to make their rotation in. Phoenix Legacy coming off of Valcolt, looking to set up shop there as well. And the question for this is going to be similar to what we saw Fire Beavers have happened to them when that ring pulled to them being dead center. Fragment West is dead center of ring number 1, so it's a little atypical for them, and they're actually probably going to do something a little bit of what I've typically seen, and that's going to be rotate out of Fragment and overextend maybe the opposite way of that next zone.
Especially since there will be a lot of teams that are trying to rotate into Frag East, specifically because it does have the survey beacon to be able to see, or rather the ring console, to be able to see where the next sort of zone is going. Later on into the game, teams like KCP that are sat over in Fragment East will have the opportunity to gatekeep a little bit of that. We've got other options here as well, though. Start a fight, and interestingly, Danish are going to try approaching this from the north, playing the slow side where not a lot of teams should be approaching from, and hopefully able to capitalize on what Climatizer has to offer while they rotate their way through.
I mean, Start a Fight has been incredibly aggressive in these early games, and I feel like you cannot win the game by getting early KP now, and then you just need to get to the end game. But by being so aggressive early on, you're racking up KP, but you're also putting yourself at risk for going down early, because Start a Fight hasn't quite won a game yet here today, but they're sitting in 9th place overall with 25 points. It's rather good for them, in my opinion, and I would love to see them maybe capitalize on that early game engagement and go the distance. But we have the zone up on the right. We still have Alliance that have made their way over to staging. I'm assuming that's where they're hitting that crafting and information that is there to offer.
Super solid day so far. A lot of teams, however, playing in the red, as you talked about, staging a really nice place to opt into Lava Siphon, also available for teams like Vext and
Banga Barusia Vext いいね。でも飛んだ先にアライアンスいるくない？ああ。これ玉に来んじゃない？アライアンス。
Ooh, this is very similar to what a Fire Beaver
これがアライアンスなのね。
immediately coming off of Valcold and throwing that rolling thunder out. They want to take the aggressive nature to SMS and
ちょっと早くね、アライアンスの方が。
towards Seven, Nisa, and
そうだ、ハッチの方が早いんだこれ。
positioning how Vext approaches this next engagement. Unlucky and Tyler will typically play more forward in a very aggressive.
あ、両方解散しちゃったこれ。あ、全員解散したこれ。3パーティー。ファーク言ってる。まあそうだよな。キルボーシが取れなかったのこれ。
I'm gonna
scan UAV, okay?
Yeah. Hope for the UAV.
I'll go zero med case. You guys got
ネメシスのアタッチメント完璧じゃん。強いぞこれは。
We have like zero meds at all?
Yeah, I'm 1-4.
しかも金ヘル。強いぞ。
I'm gonna be 1-2.
これは強い。ファイトになる、ちゃんとファイトの形になれば強い。
Phoenix across.
I can pick that up if you guys.
Yeah.
I don't.
I'm 1-2, so.
They're gonna go craft the shag, yes, unless they already did.
Yeah, they should be fucking starved. They should be tree crafting. We'll see now though.
Yeah, they are. Yeah.
They're probably just playing from here. In the tunnel. Do you wanna go kill him tunnel?
Yeah, we can. There's a bin at the bottom, I guess.
Yeah.
ここ空いてる。トリマ入れる場所。このバスいない。これ橋下もいないね。弱いけど。なんだフラグメント同居か。さあ、結構まあ選択肢あります。どうを取るんでしょう、ハキスは。
The tree team has to come as well, you know.
Yeah, they should go Siphon. Someone scanned the UAV. I don't know which one.
Wait.
On my left.
Behind you or where?
On my left, on my left.
Back, 40. He's up here. One on my right as well. Can we kill a guy left? Can we kill a guy left?
I'm healing.
No, there's a guy forward, there's a guy. One guy solo right, he's solo right.
I need to heal. It might be different team.
No, same team. We're gonna need it though. We need to gatekeep though. Yeah, we need to gatekeep. I'm being crossfired, I'm in angles.
Bingle is there.
The Valk is still alone, right?
Yeah, there's one guy crossing.
She's on bridge. 45 on Valk.
I'm gonna carry our backs as well, hold on. I'm gonna carry our backs, boys.
Yeah, just keep looking.
こういう展開してるときにアッシュがされてね。
Is he by himself over there?
ワンチャン。
I'm nading a bridge if I can.
アッシュルトでフォーカスできるから。
Wait for my entry. Nobody behind for now.
I'm bad. Bro. I'm one.
57 put gold on Valk in the middle.
Get it down, fact. Yeah, you're lower, fact. I can't cover you. We're all healing. We're all healing.
Nobody behind.
Hey, what? Cat wall.
They got wall, different team.
I think it might be the same team.
Nobody behind.
Yeah, in storm here. I'm not telling that. There's too much on Valk TV.
Nobody gonna Valk ult.
Yeah. Take the space forward.
40. I'm 1-8 now. No
I'm
medkits.
4-8. Two syringes only. We're safe on me. We gotta hold the team.
Careful on park team.
Dropping one. They Valk ulted, I think.
Nobody behind.
No?
Nobody behind.
What the fuck did I see?
No Valk ult. No Valk
They're
ult.
resting construction.
これやっぱ裏切ったな。
We're in. Look at somebody.
これアライアンスいいよ。
Yeah.
多分青コンアンチだから、これ無名アンチと見せかけての青コンアンチで結構裏切ってるアンチだから、ワールドエッジこれがあるんですよね。こうなると、カピダ。カピダっていうね。カピダ。了解って言うんです、了解。バルキリー、ありだけど、ありだけどなし。今んとこなし。アンチ見せて、運営さん。
They're still fighting here, boy. They're still fighting.
アンチを見せてくれ。
Yeah, I mean, it's zone 3. They're gonna have to like.
上のチーム、OP かあれ。
80 gold right here. He went down into the pit.
Yep.
全然アライアンスは入れるとこある次。多分正面は普通に入れると思う。
Puffy team in there, I think.
Watson.
What's in Puffy? What the fuck?
Yeah, I'm not sure what they're playing. I don't think that's a Puffy team, by the way. I think they're playing.
これ5試合目かな。
Yeah. I mean, it's probably an old one. Probably an old.
あ、これ5だよね。
It's 3 of them, bro.
Okay.
Nobody behind still?
Old 3 sips? 3 old sips? One in the construction, so.
5です。さっき火力アンチだった。
Back 40 blue on the high ground here.
No, outside.
Careful, rampart.
I hit one. I hit the Valk.
I'm 2-8 now.
No. The Valk. No. Hit 136 gold.
I think you play forward effect. Take our next spot. Yep,
nobody behind for now.
Nobody should come from this side.
No, we just gotta care about this. You still have people on the other side.
On the bridge. The last guy, one more crossing behind. One more crossing, last one.
I see him. Yeah, they're fine. On the respawn beacon. 60. 60 gold on respawn beacon.
19 squads alive.
They wiped.
Full safe behind, nobody behind.
Yeah, that's good.
あれだと多分大丈夫だからいいや。KCP は死んどる。なぜ死んどる。あと誰がいたっけ。誰か。あ、またフェ配信してんじゃん。あれいつの間にベクスド。ベクスドこうキッズ。ベクスドのユニフォームかっこいいな。
Tyler, be ready to smoke me. I might need it to cross over, okay? Like later on. I'm just waiting to see zone.
こっからどうするか見よう。
Wait, are they flying up there? No, it's
現状ヨーロッパ1位ですね。
They should be poking.
うわ、これアライアンスいいぞ。これいいぞ、アライアンス。そっちでもバルジャン来るな、アライアンスのとこに。15秒ゾーンから降りてくるかも。うわ、中のハイド。ちくわ中ハイドできなくねえの。弱いんだ。
Otherwise, we go for either this rock here or this rock there. And then we just like bang ult immediately where the close team is and just stabilize.
これ無名フラグメントのチームはくっときついね。
There is 16 fucking squads alive. Something will have to fight.
Yeah.
Like the only problem is we were one of the first Valk ults, but like not a lot of people can Valk.
Yeah, that's true.
Let me know when you wanna cross over. I'm gonna wait like 20 more seconds and come. I'm thinking
it's not the fastest on the zone wise.
Yeah, it's
like here.
Alright, unlucky. If we
そうだね、アライアンスはフラグメント側を切って アンチ感じだからな。
But if we can land on top at least we can run over.
ほら、絶対15秒ゾーンだから、もう赤ピン刺してるもん。
I'm gonna smoke you now so I can.
うわ、これアライアンス対ベックスと入るぞ、これ。でも他のパーティーも15秒ゾーン来るかもしれない。もしかしたら。でもこっち側のチームしか来ないか、15秒ゾーン。
They can't.
No, they can't. They have no life.
They can play aggro out, you know, like just to grief us. Because we're free kills for them.
I think
I'm doing it. Okay, smoked here. They can't. Yeah, they can't.
Come here.
13 squads, 12 squads.
I'm starting already, yeah. Going now.
いや、これはいいパルシャン。
You're looking for a free spot. Look for 3 pieces as well. Big fight there. It's only one team playing.
お、取れるぞ。
Here and then swing right.
Yeah.
No, I'm gonna die. Yeah, go.
Land inside, land inside of me.
It's not good. I'm dead.
Oh shit, good on me.
これはアライアンスウィンです。ウィンではないけど。
We have nothing.
めっちゃボコったな、これ。
Callus, rush! Callus, one shot! He died. Keep shooting this.
めちゃくちゃいいです、アライアンス。
He died zone. Back in his corner.
Get the finishes.
Back them. Dead.
Nice. Yeah, we're gonna try and loot.
やばい、なんか、左上の画面のアッシュの死んだマークやばいんだけど、これ。骸骨の数やばくね？
They're picking. I cannot do anything.
I can't see you, boys.
I have to back out.
I'm queuing you.
Yuki, 48 air heavy. That's all I got. I got 48 heavy.
That's enough. I got a repeater. I can't leave this spot. Get it.
I'm looting that spot.
I'm going.
Yeah, you're good.
Here, you can come to me. I got a stack of heavy. I'm 211 now. I'm gonna be great.
I'm 211 as well.
I'm 3-8.
They're trying to look at me. They're getting bullied.
Stay with Effect. Can you still hack us? Effect. I stay here.
Bro. Yeah. You should hold this, UK.
So many bats. Oh my god.
いいよ。大量。回復大量。
I have two bats.
Okay, I'm 612.
Give me two, yeah.
Yuki, I got 50 more heavy for you.
いやー、ユキのためにヘビー持ってきた。ヘビーとバッター落とすんじゃないこれ。
Hey, 50 more here. Yeah, we're just holding space here. You hold left. Yuki hold right, okay?
Yep, copy that. Holding space.
両方守れるのかって感じだね。左は2人で守るって感じか。
Yeah, they're not gonna.
まあ歩いてこれるからな。
Unless they climb, they're gonna get fucked.
This team has to move down, by the way. I don't want us to move on me.
Yeah.
They
I'm
can't
gonna
walk
go
on
to
me.
UK because you got this.
They're a cat. They're a cat list. They can move.
I have TP. I can get out.
57 blue on the guys on the right.
Nice. I'm hunting hackers so quick.
They're all right. That's really good. That's really good. Guys, they're fighting in the middle right now.
Yeah, I'm looking left side. I'm taking left side now.
おお、これ右来なかったで左曲がってった。これめちゃくちゃ一番いい展開だね。あ、強い。
All me.
On the ridge.
45. 41.
Cracked him. Behind me, Effect. Help.
One is me.
It's a solo.
Almost cracked.
Nice, I'm batting.
Here.
Last two teams.
Block 60. Yeah, I'm
Last
going
two
to
teams,
I'm going
take
to
angles.
いやー、これアライアンスいいんです、マジで。いいコール。
Tether one.
I'm going to push him. He's knocked.
Hey, play slower. Just hold the right side.
It's solo and a full team.
37.
Play slow. Pushing you.
One shot.
One is on full team.
Yeah.
One is
Last
full
team.
57
purple.
One shot catalyst.
Push me up.
Come in. Gunbow.
Low as fuck. Use me.
With your effect.
1 HP.
Fucking beat his ass.
Let me use you.
Beat his ass.
Nice, baby.
That was fucking close, boys. Jesus.
That's fine. Just punch him, bro. Just punch him.
これはアライアンスいいんだ。
I mean, I went for the clip. I hit the fucking super glad 180 on him.
これもうだってもう60ね、60何ポイントがいくんじゃないこれ。マジこれ大量切るぞこれ。なんか飯持ってきた。ハキス実家なんか。
I was just running around the whole fucking place and only one charge rifle looking at me. I thought I was gonna die like at some point.
24ポイント。56、70ポイントいきましたね。
Bro, where's that fucking pistol? Did you see what I did?
71も圧倒的やん。 エフェクト21キル。オーマイガー。やべえ。最強だわ。やっぱエフェクトいるあれやつ見てえな。世界大会で。アッシュのパッシブ役立つと思うよ。デスボックスの位置分かるの強くね？あとどこがめっちゃ死んだとか分かるし。キルログバーって流れてさ、死んだかどうか分かんないときあるじゃん。死んだかどうか分かりやすいしね、終盤。
What second place, Pierre?
49.
49. Oh, fuck. That's the position we want to be in, boys. This is what's
これ
up.
余裕やん。安定感やばいね。
Let's go.
さすがだわ。
Fucking go, boys, man.
これで1位取ったら、まあ1位確定だから、79ポイントだね。
We're controlling space perfectly.
79ポイントで4試合目。あれこれ1位じゃね？今んとこ1位だぞ、マジで。ヨーロッパ1位です。ベックスドもいいんだよな。3位、18ポイントだとしたら、86ポイント。5試合で86ポイント。アライアンスは4試合で79ポイント。すげえな。この2つだ。エフェクトって感度いくつだ？この人まず強いんだよな。
Legacy because that building over in Fragment West turned into an absolute death fest.
You and I mean, behind the scenes, thinking about MVPs, what we're thinking towards the end of the show, and well, this was a pretty strong argument for Sonya. Gavin's completely swung me just yet, but Sonya did go kind of crazy in here, and that's on a Pathfinder, a legend that we very infrequently see in the
54クラシック。やっぱ数字なんだね。みんな数字や。
We recently talked about what happened with all the changes, the reclassifications, yada yada yada, but Pathfinder can essentially look at a care package, scan it, and immediately get that ultimate back. And the zipline was doubled, but here's that moment where I'm talking about effect essentially channeling his inner Oprah and handing out 45 here, 45 there, and just doing an immense amount of damage. But Yuki is the cleanup crew themselves. It was formerly potentially on Rampart, now on Seer, still looking so strong. But Dia, walk me through this final circle, because I know I talked a lot through it, and I know you were thinking of some certain things, talking about positioning. I want to hear it.
This was the biggest thing, is finally getting to see the fight from this perspective, from his perspective, because Effect was playing the low ground in this fight as Alliance split up. Yuki did a great job holding down the top side, but this was where the comms really came into effect, and I mean that pun completely. Alliance was only able to wipe out the bottom side of the map.
110から100はそんな変わんなそうではあるからいけそう。すぐ慣れそう。
As soon as you see Yuki, for example, push up along the fence line, Effect is already climbing up top to create two simultaneous angles of pressure. The same thing happens around this truck, where Effect is able to lay in so much damage and again open things up for Yuki to finish it all.
It was really challenging because there's RE45 in play from Outplayed as well. So anytime that's in an endgame scenario and you're closing the distance on it, those disruptor rounds are disgusting. And the RE45, once those shields are cracked, will start completely desecrating you. But Alliance, another massive game in double-digit eliminations, 24 points. But you look down to Fire Beavers, who they start in Fragment West, and when a zone starts to pull nearby them, typically they may not find a lot of success. But that rotation out towards Epicenter allowed them to play in a sense that they were able to utilize the edge of it, and they found double-digit elims as well.
That is the comfort zone for Fire Beavers, is what I was gonna pop in and say. You know, like when we actually have them having to move, having to hike to the zone, it's where they feel most comfortable. I am surprised, however, to see the Pioneers perhaps not as comfortable this time around. I think that at this stage in the day, when we finished out game number 5, this is where I'm saying that much like Ascend, it just has not been their round, and perhaps Group A versus B is going to be best left for another day.
They have been really consistent in A versus B. Now, granted, they are still in that upper echelon of the group and the performing half. Let's jump on over to the series standings to see just how this has panned out for them, because, you know, Zane is putting in the work and finding a lot of solid moments. I just feel as if they're finding themselves in fights that aren't in their best interest. And for the day, Alliance sitting at 71 thus far with one game left, and it really forces to open up places, you know, maybe from 2 to, I guess, 6th place to shake up here in map number 6.
It certainly does. I mean, coming into today, I was looking at squads that were just flirting with that edge of qualification into LAN, or putting themselves, I'll say, in a safer position. Eternal was one of them, currently sitting at 13th. Still absolutely doable to clinch it up, but you want to be pushing yourself comfortably into the top 10 for the weeks to come, because as we've already seen, Tiff, there are so many other squads that are adjusting their strategies, that are finding actually things that work much better for them than the meta at the start of split, and abusing it to the tune of a lot of our legacy squads not quite being able to keep up.
Well, we still have to get through the gauntlet of the regional finals that are going to be at the end of the Split 2 regular season. That is one of my favorite things to watch. But hey, we're going to cut to a quick break, so go grab yourself some water, maybe a nice little snack, because when we come back, map number 6.
バームクーヘンうまくね。バームクーヘン好きなんだけど。これラストか。7時まで結構時間あるな。7時に NA だ。バームクーヘン食べれないの？マジ？うまいよね。おつぶさんハピノです。あー、しっとりバームクーヘンね。食ったらある。うまいね。
WD Black, the official storage partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back to the Apex Legends Global Series EMEA Match Day number 6. We have had such a journey throughout our day. 5 amazing maps, but we have one more to go and plenty of teams fighting for a top 3, Dia. How much are you ready for the final game?
I think I'm pretty dang ready to, but I got a question for you. Did you actually hydrate in the break? I wanna ask.
I wish, Dia, I really do. My water bottle is completely empty right now. I'm like, I'm going on fumes right now. Man, how about you?
All right, well, I also actually similar situations, so I need to ask all of you in chat, please hydrate for us. This is an important time in history where we have the chance to support each other. Grab a hydration, make sure you stay prepared for this last game, because we are going to leave it all on the table, as are these teams. As we've already not seen anything too wild going on in our final game. I think everybody wanting to play things pretty darn safe, but what I am noticing is that we're pulling down a little bit further. Again, not quite towards thermal this time, more centered around landslide, as we do get those teams starting to note where the next ring will be. Again, ring console going to be in fragment east, so Fire Beavers will have that information. We know that we're going to be going a little further south over towards thermal and staging.
うわ、またやつ。これめぐま。運良すぎるだろ、あらやつ。何これ。
concept here, and I start to think, is this going to pull to those buildings on the northern end of thermal, or are we going to see it pull towards the two buildings on the right side of thermal? But
こんなん
Ascend,
鳥間
they're
さ、
making their move
火
out
力
of
上とけばいい
harvester,
じゃ
and
ん。
they're looking towards that choke point.
鳥間火
They're
力
going
上。
to have to fare
で、
with
ハーベスターのアセンドがすぐ移動してきてさ、これでさ、火力ってわかるじゃん。アセンドワットソンだから、パンチ読んでるパーティーだから、うどんね。確かに。もうこれアセンドが来たから分かったんじゃないアライアンス。
We'll find out pretty darn soon, as Alliance unfortunately don't have that far to go. They do have a good history with zones like this, however, is in their home area. They should be able to find a pretty nice spot to play, whether they want to sit center of thermal station and perhaps get a little bit of an advantage that way, watching everything happen. Or if you want to contest for those buildings on height that you talked about, there's another great spot to play, however, as Maestro should have access to it.
うどんって食べ過ぎ良くないの？なんで？
Right next door to staging will be super useful, just a little bit further into the southwestern corner. And you ground a clear back for the most part, and as always, the Pathfinder that Maestro have chosen to run. Let's see how it works out in this final game, as they've already found themselves a not unlikely a full thirst.
I just need Sonya to grapple someone and completely drop an entire clip in them, or maybe punch them out a few times, because there's nothing more infuriating than when someone plays Path and you're just vibing, living your best life trying to fight them, and they grapple you and you have been essentially kidnapped. It is the level of disrespect for me. So we need to have some excitement here in ALGS, and I would love for that to be from Sonya. But start a fight. They're also making their way over towards staging. You can see they hit a ring console. They're looking towards that next information and where they want to play. They do have blast with a catalyst, so they could take the inside of a building and, you know, reinforce.
じゃあ毎日ラーメンと毎日うどんはどっちがダメ？毎日ラーメン、毎日パスタ、毎日うどん、どれが一番ダメ？ダメな順番どれ？やっぱラーメン。やっぱラーメンが一番ダメ。ラーメン、うどん、パスタの順番ダメ？さすがに塩分やばいか。パスタってどうなんだ？
Man, I'm telling you, sometimes that Spitfire just fires and fires and fires, and when you think it's done, it's not. But Nasty is gonna grab the full and onto Andy.
まあ深夜のカップラーメンはね、特別うまく感じますけども。感じますけども。
They're going to completely annihilate Morningstar. Now, Hackis, 4 eliminations, Alliance are keeping that in, but Ascend wanting to put a staple on their day, want to take the fight to KCP.
俺、パスタもラーメンも好きなんだよね。ラーメン嫌いな人っているの？このように。パイオニア死んじゃった。アセンドこれでこの試合頑張るしかないもん。あ、パスタいいんだ。よかったよかった。パスタはね、好きで結構食うんだよね。
The important things in life, I guess, right? As long as you go to France, I know how to find a bathroom, Dia. We could get us there at some point if ever we needed to. But Ascend now able to take a good time.
これは左上、火力左上か裏切って、ちょっとこの ANC アウトプレイドがいるここら辺になるからね。
Exactly where they are.
男、女性はなんか、なんとなくわかるんだけど、男でラーメン嫌いな人いるのかなって。まあでも脂っこいの苦手な人は苦手か。あと塩分が高いのとか、しょっぱいの嫌いとか。しょっぱいの全般嫌いみたいな人とか。いるか、世の中でいっぱいいるか。肉を食べない人もいるからね、ビーガン。やばいやばいやばいやばい、やばい。危な。アライアンスここはもう安定でいいね。安定でいいと思う。第2アンチわからんし。 りあえず周りの動きでいっぱい火力来たから火力って分かってとりあえずここ取ったって感じだと思うからいいと思う。
As long as that phase breach gets utilized, and we'll see whether it does and to what effect for Alliance as the next zone does start to pull once more, and it seems like we are dipping ever further into thermal station, forcing a lot of teams that prioritized staging earlier on to reconsider their positions.
Very interesting. Arctic
ホバーが食べるんだ。へえ。
here on Reply Totem.
アレルギーじゃないのに。
In 19th place overall on the day, but sometimes you just have to iron out a lot of those things from my understanding.
ホバーは食っても何も感じないな。
From Challenger Circuit, and I know we talk a lot about that, especially after map number 3, keeping your eyes on. If you in chat, hey, I want to play competitive Apex. Like, how do I get involved? I want to be like the great. This is inspiring to me, and I love watching him journey through Realm during the week. And maybe I want to try my hand at competitive. Well, the Challenger Circuit's the best. Look at that. You can really make a name for yourself and get picked up through here.
日本一うまい人？俺的にそうキーマー部門はやっぱゆかふさんでパッド部門はさつきさんっすね。はい。
They can do is, like you said, 19th on the day isn't exactly what they were looking for. Do need a few more points as we approach the end of their respective season. Heroes, one of the squad.
まあ2、3番あたりゆかふさん除いたらやっぱメルトステラー、タイダさん強いなって思う。キーマンはパッド部門はさつきさん。俺はねちょっと火力が劣っちゃうからその個人能力の分で言えばさつきさん、ライカさん、さつきさん、ライカさん、ハンドリさん結構上位かな。海ちゃんも入るね。トップ5には入るかもね。ワンチャン。パッドは強い人が多すぎてね難しいな。日本人ってなると、まあ、競技シーンの中とかだったらね競技シーン入れないんだったら地域さん入るしだからアーミーさんもいるわ。今 SB は競技シーンに出てるからアーミーさんもマジで4強だな。メルトステラ、ユミちゃん、タイダさん、アーミーさんだな。俺の中のキーマンの4強はアーミーさんガチでエグいんだよな。
I mean, that's the hard part, right? Effect has had made such a staple in a lot of these fights, going up in double digits in match number 4, finding some good success in match number 5, and just the way they're able to play around each other.
あと2枠がまあ海ちゃんなのかハンドルさんなのか
they should be able to play their life just fine, but game of
私なのか
rotating through landslide, they're going to have to
あ、栗原さんもいるね。
not super in the
栗原さんなのか
to push all the way down to thermal, and we talk about teams that play
まあもう個人能力って点に含めると俺的にあっちハンドリ栗原さんかもしんないな。もう他関係なく何も関係なく個人能力のみで考えたら競技シーンにボルさんいないからボルさんは入れない。ボルさん地域さんは入れない。
will have the option to move their way back through this tunnel should they elect to later on. For the moment, though, Zone continues to pull us a little bit further south, and seemingly Fire Beavers have decided that now is their time to make their way.
レイジーさんもな。レイジーさんもな。強いんよ。レイジーさんも強いんよ。
They're going to be the ones to make it work, if anyone.
Horizon still rotating outwards. I think that they're gonna
ノーセブみんな強え。ペナティックも。みんなやりたくなっちゃうわ。みんないい人やし。強いし。全然喋ってる見てなかったわ。画面は見てたけど。火力だけで言うと。まあ、サツキングがやかさ入んじゃない？レジさんもともとキーマンなの？そうなの？知らなかった。パッドのイメージしかないわ。火力だけだったら外線アルプさんも入んじゃない？
Global series that really does cost a lot of teams. 2R1C, however, managed to mitigate a lot of that by picking up some med kits. Only have a minute to get into zone, so Valcolt is looking.
わかんないな。火力だけでと強いといっぱいいるからね。わかんないな。海ちゃん、サツキング、ライカさん。あとわからん。ネクストもなんか強いイメージだし。ネクストパッド3人で。ああ、モモックもそうだね。モモック、ミヤケイもいるわ。ミヤケイ、モモック、あれ、ミケさんもいるし、SBI の。ミケさんも火力高いと思う。イグルーさんはどちらかというとなんかフレックスタイプな気がするんだよな。フレックスか IGL か。いっぱいいる。最近見てるけど、ミヤケイのコールとか判断はいい。ただ、ダウンがちょっと多いからそこだけじゃないかな。本当にやっぱミヤケイは。でもやっぱリドルの戦績とかね、まあいろいろ見てるけど、ミヤケイガチ強い。打ってるチームも。あ、てかキーマンだったらワンタッピーもいるわ。ワンタッピーいたわ。ごめん、ワンタッピー忘れてた。これは5ですわ。5、5、ファイアビーバーズ。ファイアビーバーズチャンピオン取ればワンチャンあるよ、これ。菩薩さん出ます。Oh my god, Impulse! On the train tracks and wreaking havoc on every team that stands in their way. They are edge fighters. And now I'm excited to see with the Rolling Thunder causing so much chaos at the hands of Oirain and someone tries to make a play for it. It's going to be Yuchako and 9 Impulse. Complete beautiful tracking. Like, I wish my aim looked like that.
Some people cook Impulse Flash fries, and he's gonna pull it off again down here on the low ground. Last member standing. Fire Beavers have nothing to worry about as they eliminate 2R1C and put him in the ground. デトネの時は分かんないから何とも言えないな俺は。フローラの時しか分かんないから。大会は。This entire side of the map before dropping down, and their journey up actually should be relatively simple. Taskmaster's already up there.
アライアンスどうだ？なんか一人エフェクト死んでんだけど。なんで？オーマイが、でも上入ってないのか？これは渋いか？レックスとこのバレさん大事だよ。戻る。次きつ。張り付き？いや、下でいいな。下でいい。下張り付きでいい。
It's not me, I swear. And the one time I changed my name to that, Impulse pops in my stream and I was like, oh no, I have been found out.
That's an exposed.
バイトしたくないチームいない、特にいない。
Rightly judged, but honestly, Tiff, It might just be me. Fire Beavers are looking really good today, and I'm going to be taking that tag away from you if you're not first. Fire Beavers again, miracle rotate right now as they're
いいとこ降りたな、これ。これめっちゃいいとこやん。
smoothly. This building completely unoccupied until now, but now the Fire Beavers have landed here, it's time to uproot, start a fight who had just made their way in. Eternal are going to go down. Horizon Union bite the dust, and Fire Beavers look for their next engage.
うわ、次も入っとる。
wanting to couple that alongside the Craver. He has 7 bullets to boot, and there we go. Another one's going to connect. Just throw
あれやったらバルが死んだからもうこれ足引っ張るしかないな。 あれやったら1位だから2位争いですね。レックスと対ファイヤービーバーズ。どっちが2位取るか。 あ、モンスーンコメントする。フェンネルそうね。俺らもフェンネルに足引っ張っちゃったからな。土曜日。20位だった時、俺らがファイト仕掛け行ったからな、ダウンドビーストに。まあもうそこはもう勝負の世界なんでね。もう割り切るしかない。
Utilizing the Craver also allows you to find a lot of information, but let's check in with Vexed. They are
あ、いるね。崖で耐えるチビルね。登れるから普通に。さあ、ベックスの運命のバルちゃんです。 こういう場所ね。うわー、落ちなかったらこれあったな。うわ、2枚も落ちた。こりゃ渋いぜ。なんかアライアンス耐えてね。なんで耐えてんの？あれか、アッシュルドで耐えたのか。スパグラ。あ、何そこ。ずるい。何そこ。なんで耐えてんの。そこ無理だね。そこ無理だね。そこ無理だよ。なんで耐えてんの。これ次、あれ、アッシュルド溜まって貼り付けんじゃん。最強じゃん。アッシュ強くね。溜まるの早いし、キンヘルだったらやばいな。キャラコンすげえな。てか、バグラで今言ったね。赤もあんのに。
Just slide down. 3, 2, 1, go. Yeah. I punched you. You go down. Oh my. I died.
あー、なんで。あ
ー。Okay, come back, come back. No, no, you can't. Just come up, come up. They're pushing you, they're pushing you.
No.
あら。足ポータル貼り付けよかったのに。トリマ。リグの課題わからん。配信してないし。リグ。何が課題かわからん。あー、でもこのまま降りれる。ダウンしながら降りれる。でも上2階から撃たれまくる。あー、2人してたら終わりだ。いや、縮まるの遅いから。起こせ起こせ起こせ。金ノック熱っ。金ノック熱っ。そのまま起こせ、そのまま起こせ、そのまま起こせ。ああ、これはドンバイです。カタリストが生きてる？カタリスト生きてるなら壁作れるぞこれ。うわ、作った。熱いこの壁。 この壁クソ熱い。これでもうヒート変わらないじゃん。30秒間。他のチームが先に潰しちゃうかもしれない。ほらほら、やってるやってる。ほら、全部やってる。で、さらにもう一個語りすると。これワッチャ1あるよ、このチーム。これフットだっけ？もう一個壁焚いてくれたから。いや、ファイアービーバーズだ。え？さすがにアライアンスだよね。さすがにアライアンスだ。多分。
This was domination from Fire Beavers, the likes of which we had not seen yet.
70ポイントいったくね。危な！アライアンス危な！
It's been amazing. What a showcase. What a time. I mean, for me, looking at that last game,
5ポイントだよ。
two giants going to battle, just throwing heavyweight punches. It was Alliance at the top already.
他のチームのスクリームやって、スクリーム自体そもそもアーカイブ残してるチームいないから研究できないよ。アーカイブ残してるとこなんかなくね？マジないよ。
are not going to be able to steal space away from them. But overall, a phenomenal ending too.
そもそも配信してるチームが少ないし。リドル、フェンネル。
We've seen that ending a couple of times, but it was just phenomenal today.
リドル、フェンネル。
You guys called the action really well. I mean, that final game kind of gave us the fireworks we were hoping for in EMEA.
The fireworks are definitely in EMEA. We have a lot of powerful teams, especially the fraggers. And I want to talk about our entry fraggers in specific.
ヴィランは残してんのかな？まあ残してるチームマジいないんだよ。
We have a lot of misplays that happen. Mistakes can happen. We're all human. Our pro players are human, despite what chat or others may believe. They are humans, and they in fact can mistakes as well. And those misplays can be turned around and turned into a manifestation of something beautiful when you have someone that is so impeccable. And I'm looking at people like Taskmaster, 9 Impulse with the Kraber, that is specific shot on Liffen and effect. Oh, there's so many good people, Dia.
Yeah, it was really incredible, and I wanted to give a little bit of love to you, Tiff, because you called that end zone perfectly. You are right up there with the greats. You're just like Ascend, who predicted it earlier as well. Another great position from them, where so many squads were falling around the edge of the map and giving us that variability.
今になるね。次、指示ですね、ダメ。指示。指示って言いにくい。指示だよね。これ指示って書いてあるよね。でも日にち間違ってんだよな。いや、間違ってないわ。ごめん、17日だ。これだ。7時だ。TSM チームランクしてる。これで、まあ、ベックスと1位。ファイヤービーバーズとアライアンスが強え。まあ、この2チームが強いね。あと、ベックスと。アセンドは一気に、これでパイオニア抜かれる、ぐらいか。まあ、あとこの、J リング、ゲーミンググラディエーターズぐらい。あと、エレメント6。ここがまあ上がってきたらワンチャン抜かれるぐらいかな。まあ、この多分、この上位3チームは確定だと思うけどな。確定だわ。絶対確定。もう本当に確定。何か事故が起きない限り。でも3試合なら J リーグで抜かれるな。はい、アセンド。だから、5位、6位。6位ぐらいかな、アセンド。6、7ぐらい。全然いけるな、アセンド。 7時からは、これか。これ違うわ。これだ。これじゃない。ごめん。どれだ ?17。これだ。TSM とかフェイズがいる。ランもいいのか。フェイズ、コンプレックスティ、ワンハンドシブス、ダークゼロ、NRG オプティック。有名どころは。ミートラバーズも絵なんだ。フッハか。フッハみたいな人。フッハ。フッハって笑う人いるよな。7つの大罪じゃなくて、ゲーム。ブラッククローバーってアニメに、フッハって笑う人いるんで。フッハさん。フッハじゃねえよな、絶対名前。なんて読むんだろう。読み方はわからん。ふな。ふうな。ふうな。あ、やべえ。バナナ折れた。何しよう。1時間半暇です。NA もいいぞ、NA も。ランクって俺やってないけどどうなんだろう。やばいのかなまだ。まだやばいのかな。 チーキーさんの配信一瞬見たら、オレゴンでやってたから多分やばそうなんだよな。シーズン2の時のレベル3でやったの。懐かしいね。あったんね、エイムアシストないと。むずい。うん、アタッチメントなしだね、俺。うん、なんもない。もう、これやん、これ。普通のコントローラー。背面パドルがあるな。背面ボタンか。誰か腰打ち縛りのソロランクやってくんねえかな。99とかだったら当たるんだよな。それはとか。背面はアビリティとしゃがみだね。しゃがみは使わないけどね。これスパグラの時に使うぐらい。できないけど。絶対99かプララいるね。ダブル SMG だな。だからショットガン。ショットガン SMG。 もうこの距離無理だわ。この距離無理だ。弱っ。強っ。強っ、救急。えぐ。ハートが弱そう。うわ、腰打ち弱か。ダメですね。フラフラだな、やっぱり。フラフラに、一回これでやってみる。でも、ノーマルでも強いな。これだったらやばいな、じゃあ。強い。フラフラいいね。ちびすけさんありがとうございます。やっぱフラフラか、99だな。フラフラ99が一番いいな。腰打ち縛りが。しかも腰打ちだとレレ早いし。割と強そう、思ってる。ちゃんと距離感を大事にして、レイフとかいいね。よ。こうやって。レーザープララクソ強えな。な、これ。腰打ち縛りソロランク。ソロマス。やってる人いないよね。見たことないわ。腰打ち縛りでやってるの。AR はね、弱いね、腰打ちも。もう弱い。ギャンブル。ギャンブル腰すぎる、これ。マジで近距離じゃないと無理か、このぐらい。ネメシスはばらけるね。ダメだと思う、あれは。
準備を出撃するわ。地上の覇権は譲ってやる。空は私のものだ。全てを見つけに行きましょう。
バグ治んねえかな、コントロールの。A と、てかリスポーン地点でしか分けないみたいな。あ
待って、シールドをリチャージする。ゾーンは取ったわ。シールドをリチャージ中。シールドをリチャージ中。
いや全然喋れねえ。
投げる。アークスターを投げた。アークスターを投げる。いぶしてあげる。いぶしてあげる。アークスターを投げた。新しいレートにシールドをリチャージ中。
これが元 COD 民の立ち回りです。どんなとこで湧いてんの？
シールドをリチャージ中。ゾーンを中立状態にしたよ。一瞬でた。気をつけて。シールドをリチャージする。ゾーン C が確保されました。あのゾーンは私たちのものだ。
この数は死にます。
シールドをリチャージ中。気をつけて。グレネードが来る。
なんで B 取られてんのこれ。なんかパンチ出た。なんかパンチ出た。なんか負けるんだけど俺。
こちらバルクリー飛行準備完了。飛ぶぞ。起動。
なあ。いや、笑ったろ。ポーチが多すぎる。
ゾーン A 中立状態。ゾーンは脱出する。目標近づい。最終してやる。シールドをリチャージ中。ゾーン A が確保されました。敵がゾーンを取った。さあみんな、普通の始まりよ。アークスターを投げた。開始。ガンガン撃つわよ。オッケー。シールドをチャージしてる。シールドをリチャージ中。シールドをリチャージする。ゾーン C 目標地下ミサイルを発射。シールドをチャージしてる。脱出する。
ほぼ全勝。パス以外全勝。気持ちいい。対面は。なんかエイムいいぞ。なんかエイムいいぞ。なんでだ？エイムいい時と悪い時の差が分かんないんだよな。なんかあるよね、でも。釈迦さん、モンハンやってんだけど。モンハンってなんか出た？今はね、うまい時だ、これ。今うまい時。おお、待って、レイカーズやってんじゃん。五分五分やな。今 NBA プレイオフやってるんですよね。4分前に3クォーター出てる。いや、ほんと五分五分やん。八村も出てるね。 ナイス3だ。ちょっと流れがレイカーズだ。八村。八村、2連続3。え？八村強くね？
心配なんていらないさ。私は一人でも大丈夫。
ルイ八村。
進む正しい道を。今回のチャンピオンです。
早く6月の FF やりたい。ファイナルファンタジーやりたい。PS5 って今買えるよね、普通に。在庫切れとかないよね。なんか、降りてください。ちょっと。
着地点にはいい場所ね。
放置か？放置だこの人。ワンパいるー。
敵を発見。射撃用意。敵が付近に着地した。LMG って最高に気持ちいいんだよね。敵のシールドを割った。リロード中。リロード中。標的がダウン。回復中。援護して。移動する。見つかった。待って。シールドをリチャージする。シールドをリチャージ中。シールドリチャージ中。が停止中。敵のシールドを割ったわ。リロード中。今のが最後の一人よ。また一つ部隊が消えた。よっしゃ、あんたが新しいキルリーダーだ。その調子でお願いさ。シールドをリチャージ中。
あ、動いた。
部隊は半分しか残ってない。叩き潰すわ。
もう行こう。いや行こう。
ちょっと待って、回復する。よし、リングの中で。マップを見な。散らばりすぎてる。ケアパッケージ交換。プラウラー SMG を発見。 R99 を発見。プラウラー SMG を発見。シールドバッテリーを発見。それもらうよ。向こうにケアパッケージがある。
うえい、くれば来たー。ありがとう。
武装して。
どこにいた敵は。どこだ。発射台とか。一回台湾サーバーでスローランやろうかな。今の現状を知るための。味方の音か。
新しいキルリーダーだ。楽しくなってきた。
こう舞台じゃねえっすか。見えんなぁ。てか V サイもおもろかったな。ALGS もおもろいけど。
移動する。見つかった。撃たれてる。リロード中。
よくねあの人。ネメってよ。
どっかのバカに撃たれてる。アークスターを投げる。
レイス強くね。
ちょっと待って。フェニックスキットを使うわ。スモーク注意。撃たれてる。見つかった。だ。スモーク注意。操作開始。ガンガン撃つわよ。チャージしないと。レプリケーター接近中。リロード中。待ってな。回復する。フラグを投げた。シールドを割った。これで部隊は全滅。情けは無用。回復中。援護お願い。ヒートシールドを展開する。
リプトンさんコンピューターです。
援護して。少し隠れるわね。じゃねえよ。辺りにいいものがないか探してるだけだよ。もう近いぞ。ほら、あと1分だってよ。生き残りたけりゃしくじるなよ。シールドをリチャージ中。これ通りどこに ガジンを発見。レベル2だ。持てる弾薬が増える。シールドバッテリーを発見。
残り10秒。リングが近くてよかった。ちょっと待って、回復する。閉鎖が始まっています。リングが縮小中。こっちにアイテムがありそうだね。いいものが見つかれば生き残れるだろうよ。ケアパッケージ効果。
拡張ライトマガジンを発見。レベル3だ。
シールドがいる。
一生シールドがいるって言ってる。先っちゃらやってんだかこれは。やってるな。
あそこに移動しましょう。シールドセルを発見。シールド終わったわ。撃ってる。シールド終わった。
ピーターが堂々と大事ね。
食らいなさい。痛みを感じる間もないわよ。来る。今のが最後の一人。見つかったら脱出する。グレネードだ。シールドをリチャージ中。標的をダウンさせた。マップを見て散らばりすぎ。
射撃開始。気をつけて。他の部隊に
スモークを使う。
させた。シールドをリチャージしないと。
キルをかフラグを投げた。標的をダウンさせた。リロード。キル確認。
今のキル最高にかっこよかった。
敵のシールド終わった。リロード。
残り30秒切った。
エイペックスのチャンピオンとなりました。
でいい。ツイッターがどうぞと配信って YouTube？ Twitch？ あ、そうや。カービンのスキンを変えた俺は。どれだ？あ、俺買ってねえのか？ ああ、買えなかった。うわ。このカービィのスキンかっこいいから買いたいってな。忘れてた。
僕はこのために作られたはずだ。
デスゲームほど楽しいものはねえな。このラウンドはこっちのもの。今回のチャンピオンを紹介します。さあ、私がジャンプマスターよ。準備は。
YouTube 売るためのマスター感ってやばいな。
みんないい？派手に行きましょう。
こいつら何？ IMC 寄り？
あっちへ行きましょう。
敵が近くに着地したよ。友達になってくれ。
攻撃を受けてる。許してあげる。
ひよっこがいる。
え ?2 パ目終わりやん。
敵のシールドを割ったよ。
見つかった。脱出する。ここへ行きましょう。
無理。
スモークを使う。こっちに移動しましょう。
あのゴキブリのシールドを割った。
敵のシールドを割った。リロード中だ。
IMC じゃないし、あいつら降りたの。
敵のシールドを割った。敵を
強くねこいつ。
ファーストキル。あそこに移動しましょう。
口を大きく開けな。ドリルで治療してやる。
待って。
攻撃を食らってる。シールドリチャージ進行中。
別の部隊が割り込んできたな。悪よ、ダウンだ。
攻撃を食らってる。ダウンしちゃった。
残り1分。リングは近い。
セル1個しかね終わったこれ。
45秒。リングは遠くない。
新しいキルリーダーが確定しました。
はっはっ
チャンピオンが撃破されました。
What? What? バレてた。あ、ちょっと聞こえてたのか。いや、ちょっと待って。カスタムいっちゃおうかな。なんか、つまんねえし。なんか、つまんなくはないよ、ごめん。はい。俺一人目で草。取れてこよう。 ちょっと、暇なんで。夏色祭りさんのカスタムいきます。暇なんでって、まあ、1試合くらいいけるかな。俺と一緒のチーム、まあ、祭りさんのカスタムね、結構埋まるんだよな。インクルード。インクルードさん？あの人？武器1本アタッチメントなしで。あ、やっぱインクルードだってインクルードさんか。人集まんねえな。来い、もっと。平日の朝だからかな。 そっち入ったからでしょインクルードさん久しぶりやな。俺いつぶりだろうな。ソチも強いじゃん。ソチもって言うの。すごいな。713誰？情報見れなくね？三角。なんで？え？あ、見えた。バグってんな。バグってるとブロンズになってんな。タイトル変えとこう。EMEA から NA ミラー D や。おしきあおいさん、おはようございます。2024年8月。今、2020何年待って。まずい。え？長っ。平野なんちゃらってこれで芸能人の名前だよね。ジャニーズか。 なんかバグったら最悪。いけよ。ブレンド大きくなってるし。なんでこれバグるのこれ。What? 仕入れる。レイカーズ勝ったかな。レイカーズ勝ったな。八村塁29ポイント。オーマイガー、6分の5入ってる3。やばくね？八村。29ポイント。プレイオフで29ポイントはメンタル強すぎん？ NBA、バスケ。バスケも今プレイオフなんだよ。八村。オーマイガー。ホールシット。
Possession of the fourth quarter. Grizzlies bring it up, down by 6. Spain. Tyus Jones. Jones with a three-pointer. Two great defenders on a great double team. Bain, the crossover, and the finish. 22 for Bain. There. Hachimura down the lane.
Oh!
Hachimura, what a game.
うえ。吠えてる。
Finishes. And the Grizzlies retake the lead. Jones lobs it into Jackson. Jackson lobs it up and into the back. Hachimura. That his best game as a Laker. He saved it for game 1 of the opening round of the playoffs. Turn, shoots, and scores.
いやー。いい。ねえ。
He's got Morant on him. Here comes the double team. Aldama. Hachimura kicks it out to an open Reeves for 3. Puts it in as the shot clock.
I'm not sure that would change my mind because of how good Tyus Jones is.
James. 3-pointers good. And a timeout. Great balance scoring.
And that's when people start talking adjustments. Usually one of the better adjustments, shoot better.
Darren Jackson Jr., the spin move.
よく時間ある。
He's having to go without John Morant back in the locker room after hurting his hand on that nasty fall. Jackson spins, Jackson scores. Brilliant here this afternoon.
And I'm still okay if Hachimura is the shooter.
Reeves fakes. Reeves behind the back.
うわ、うますぎ。うわー、これ決めんのやばいな。ここでちゃんと決めるの偉いわ、八村。集まれ、引きこもりさんコンビナね。 いやー、決めるな、相手も。めっちゃ接戦だったんだ、マジで。いや、この人マジうまいな、これ。名前覚えてないんだよな。この白人マジでうまい。リーブスか。リーブスガチうまい。アタック記者いるね。リーブスと、黒人の人めっちゃ強い。誰か忘れ、名前わかんないんだよな。いっぱいいるな。わかんない、いっぱいいるけど強い。じゃあ、もうなんと何があったの？モラントモラント何があったの？あ、手首、怪我したんか。うわぁ。4クォーターで怪我したんか。結構来たね、人。てか、俺始まっちゃうんだよ。NA 始まっちゃうな。ヨウタンは来た。ヨウタンは来ましたよ。キングダム。あれ、どっか行った。あれ？NA7 時からだね。だから一回やって終わろう。俺一番最初に入ったからな、このカスタム。結構待ってる。でもすごいよね。全員60人集まるってすごくない？ガチすごいわ。やっぱ VTuber すげえな。てか、夏色まつりさんってさ、100万人だね。フォロワー。これ100万人、100万人いるよ。なんでこんないんの？ディスコやるって来たんだけど。インクルールさんだ。俺1試合で抜けるんだよな。
はい、久しぶり、ひなたくん。
久しぶりです。
久しぶり。
元気ですか？
いや。
元気じゃない？
うん。
なんで？
タメ口で全然いいよ。敬語の方が、あれ。
うん。
もっと難しいかな。
うん。オッケー。
あんま日本語を使えなさすぎて慣れてないまだ。
確かに。今日、何？この後、また、兵役？
うん。
俺もね、この後ね、NA の ALGS ミラーする。から抜ける。
行くとき、見とく。
あざっす。久しぶりだな、インクルーズさん。いつだろ、最後にやったの。
俺、言うて、ほんともう、1年までは経ってないか。1年経ってそうではある。
1年経ってるんじゃない？
俺、APEX、そんなんやってないし、そもそも多分。立っててそう、なんかラストとかもめちゃくちゃやってたから、ゲームやるときあんま他のゲームやってなかったから。これ埋まったんじゃないか？あの人インしたら。
お、埋まったね。ナイス。1完結戦？ちょっと待って、弱っ。
何？
ランドマーク。チーム1ランドマーク弱い。
完結戦ってどこだったっけ？
ビッグモードの上。
ビッグモードの。ビッグモード？何のマップこれ？
ワールドエッジ。
ワールドエッジ。ビッグモードってどこだったっけ？
右下。ラバスティの上。ラバスティの上の弱いとこ。俺ら。弱っ。で、絶対俺ら強いチームだからって、これ弱いランドマークでしたでしょ。
絶対今、俺ら、完結戦って決めた上で、どんどんなんか決めてたんじゃないかな。
確かに。
あいつら、まあ、完結戦でよくねっつって。
よし、じゃあ次他決めようって。
でも俺、本当に久しぶりだから何でもやるよ、俺。
何でもいいよ、俺バンガやる。
バンガやる？俺、じゃあ。
エイペックス久しぶり？
エイペックス自体が久しぶり。配信にやったのがね、多分昨年の11月に正則と、あともう一人、
11月？
なんかほんと5ヶ月ぶりぐらい、ちょうど。
いやもう兵役忙しくてできないもんな。
俺11月21日から兵役だったから、言うてそう考えるともう5ヶ月経てるよ、俺。早ない？
きつい？
まあきついとか、きついっていうか、まあそんな。言うて。
言うて？
言うて。
いつも家帰ってくるの？
俺はね、ほんとなんだ誰だKH さんみたいに前線で訓練するわけじゃなくて、兵役として、政府が管理してる施設で、働く、要は会社人みたいな働く、あれだから、そんなって感じ。訓練はするけど、訓練するときはきつい。
空軍とか陸軍とかあるのか。いろいろタイプがあるのか。
でもちゃんとこうやって被らないようにしとるんだ。
被らないように？
なんだ、これ。なんて言うんだ？ランドマーク？
ああ、そうだね。前も一回、まつりさんのカスタム入ったけど。ランドマーク決めてた、ちゃんと。
ここ気にしてやってるんだ。
ね。
なんか、久しぶりにやってるのに体が覚えてる。何この武器初めて見た。
こ この武器超強いよ。
じゃあもうすか。俺スピファイアとこの武器なんだ。この武器どんな武器？
バースト。
ヘムロック？俺ヘムロック好きなんだけど。
うん、ヘムロックみたいな感じ。
オッケー、いけるいけるじゃん。それ作った方がいいかな。今日一人。
弱っここ。白3枚。
何も出てなくてさ。
あ、またバッテリーよ。
いやでも上これ当たってないから。
当たってないのそっち。いや味方が当たってるね。
いや箱開けられてないね。
あ、マジで。
あー、紫アーマーあった。もったいな、そのアーマ
ー。うわ、もったいな。
全部ちゃんと当たった。あ、もう当たってるか。
うん、当たってる。
見間違いだったね。バッテリー2本俺。
1。
アタッチメントなくてくさ。それ作ってあげるよ。
いいよ、俺大丈夫。あ、バッテリー？
大丈夫？うん。
Thank you。Thank you, thank you。
一旦日本とかで。
どこアンチなんだこれは。
あ、これアマー。あげる、アマーあげる俺。
オッケ
ー。あっちに調査ビーコンだ。
調査ビーコンみたいな。調査ビーコンとかわかんないでしょこれ。の新しく出たやつ。
何それ？
これ敵の位置見えるんだよ。
敵の位置が見えるのね。
そう。全部の。
アンチが見えるんじゃなくて、あ、全部の？
そう。ビッグもいるな。ダメだな。
やり合ってる。
やり合ってる？
なんか中性がやり合ってる中性だったんだけど。あ、いや、チャーライとなんか撃ってるな。
めっちゃロングじゃね？
やり合ってるんじゃなくて、うん、ロング戦いかもね。でも、グレネードとかバンバンなってるよ。
オッケー。今日触れたら今日振りたいな。
うん。
あ、
ね、
これちゃんと戦うわ。
の距離だ、これ。
うん、オッケーオッケー。バレないように。
うん。これバレないように。ダウンしたら行きましょ
う。ナイス。
こっちに追加のアイテムよ。どういたしまして。
ダウン。
行こうか。
レッツゴー。何これ？ミラージュデコイかい。
これ終わった。オッ
ケー。それやったよ。
オッケー。これ終わりかもな。
終わり？
うん。俺倒したいとすぐ死んだから。うん。多分終わりだこれ。うん。
ナイス。いやこれ縛りなしだよね俺ら。
そう、俺ら縛りなし。あっち強くなったからもうまつりちゃんやっぱ縛りなしでいいかってなって。
やったぜ。
やったぜ。おのぶき超強かった。強かったね。
強いでしょこれ。
タタダンって。
うん。そう、だんだん速くなるんだよそれ。
だんだん速くってなってどういうこと？
なんかその
速くなるってこと？
武器の上になんかさ0とか書いてあるじゃん。
あ、なんか28書いてある今。
そう。それが100になると、
0、これか。
撃つと速くなるの、それが。いや、100になったら、めっちゃ連射が速くなる。
いや、弾もうちょっと持っとくかな。
そう、弾の消費がね、激しい、その武器。
うん、なんか、思った。いや、チャーライ拾おうかな。どうし、武器何持ってる今。301俺、紫持ってるんだけど、いる？
あ、大丈夫。紫と、いや、両方金俺。
両方金？
うん。
いいね。嫌がらせやりたいんだけど、チャーライもとこほら。
スコープを発見。スナイパー用だ。アイアンサイトよりはいいわね。
6倍。
6倍。出す。
スナイパーもある？
うん、3ストックある。
オッケー。 松井さんキルしてる。で、
やってるじゃん。祭り2キル ?1 ダオ ?3、1キル
2じゃない？ 2。
わからん。でもなんか体が覚えてる。
覚えてる？
うん。
いいね。久しぶりにエイペックスやったら楽しそう。
そう。なんか前、このゲームもう時代終わんねえかなって思ってたんやけどさ。
うん。
なんかもうやりすぎてて。選手やってる人の前から言う話ではないんだけど、俺思ってたんやけどさ、なんかこうやってやると超楽しいもん。
だろうな。
俺今バッテリー4、あれ金生だから、金バッグだから、もう2本拾えれる。
オッケ
ー。てかここ誰も、あさってるな、あさってるな、真ん中は。起こした。さっき、俺らのピックマウトで。
あ、ピックモか、今の。
うん。
ドームもないな。
ピックマウトなくなってる、あれ。
オッケー。
起こすのやつ。
これツリーアンチだね。ツリーアンチ。
そうだね。俺後ろ飛んでる。ここ飛んでる。俺の後ろに2人降りたんだけど、大丈夫そうまだ。
オッケー。インクルーさんってフォートナイトやってたの？
うん、俺フォートナイト。
元はフォートナイトか。
そう。俺フォートナイトね、あれ、頑張ってた。
敵がいます、あそこ。
オクタン。
オクタン27。これアンチ入るんじゃなくて、
うわ、めっちゃロー、あの人。
これやれるよ。
うい、ね、それ。
そこは、ヒールとこに俺、奥入れた。
オッケー。いない、どこ行った。あ、めっちゃ逃げてる、もう。やばいほど逃げてる。
俺らこれアンチ行った方が良さそうなんだけど。
うん。後ろ別。
敵を確認。近くにいる。
後ろ。
わかりましたよ。しっかりだよ。残り
待って、Q 上がった。
別味方これ。
敵を発見。
2枚いる。逃げてる。
新しいキルリーダー。虎を描きて犬にルイス。覚えといて。
奥逃げてんな。
アンチで多分ここだよ、最終アンチ。
じゃあこっち取っとくか。
まあこっちから行ければ全然大丈夫。
うん。じゃああっち見とこうかな、俺。
オッケ
ー。48とかあったらめっちゃ良さそうなんだけど。
48ね。
うん。俺でもチャーライだから撃てれるとこ。
ここで
いいよ、撃てて。壊しといた。
チャーラだから撃っていいよ。
うん。好きにします。
ドローンで回収かな。
わかりましたよ。
多いな。
やべえ、この人無双してる。
うん、もうガンガン走り回ってる。
ダメージはくれてやったね。
ラウンド3。リングのカウントダウン。
ここ、いるね、そこ。
リング内。有利な位置ね。
アルジャンプじゃない限り来れないと思う、ここに。
あれ、また壊しといた。
オッケー。
ドローン。さっき俺ら。
なんかいるんだけど。大丈夫。
近いのね。
行きまーす。めっちゃロー、2人とも。
左やった？戻ろうか。
うん。
あ、撃ったら撃つほど、そういうことね。
なんかそう、撃ったらちょうどなんか速くなったでしょ？
うん、なんか今、めっちゃ速なってた。50とかまでだっても速いね。
うん、全然速い。だからそれ強いんだよ、その武器。
うん。今、一人で逃げてる人めっちゃ撃ってる。もう、邪魔しないでよ、本当によ。よくない、よくない。
よくない？
うん。俺ら一旦ここを注意すればいいか。
そうだね。
うん、めっちゃ嫌がらせやってます。
あ、ここいる、ここいる、ここいる。でも入ってるな、次のアンチもそこ。
入ってんのか、まだまだ。こん中いるけど、まあ全然顔出してこない。
オーケー。
低周回軌道からケアパッケージが落ちてくる。ああ、ダメージをくれてやったね。
ここ。
24か。
スコープを発見。中距離用だ。武器の汎用性を高めてくれるわ。
オッケー。
俺こっち見とくね。
俺裏見たら。
はい。
あ、移動するこいつら。
撃て撃て、そいつら。おお、次入ってるぞ、俺ら。強いぞ、ここ。
69。
ナイス。ナイス、ナイス、ナイス。
あ、来るかもな。
オッケーオッケー、戻るわ、じゃあ。
ダメージを受けてるよ。シールドをリチャージしてる。
マキシロブさん、ありがとうございます。ミュートでっか。ごめん。
近いね。ここ入ってる。
入ってる。オッケーオッケーオッケー。
うん、近いよ。
了解了解。
一人だけ。2人見えてる。この人も前でやるか。
待ってるそれ。
やったやった。
ナイス。
あ、割ってる割ってる。ローローロー。もう一人こっからね。
オッケー。めっちゃロー。
バカロバカロバカロ。
残すわ。
やったやった。
あー、ナイス、うまい。
このルッククソ強い。
クソ強いでしょ、それ。
うん。
そうなんだよ。
重たい以上に強い。これ。
アルティメット促進剤を発見。
グレネード欲しいな。
ありがとうございます。
アークスタテルミットグレネードを発見。
残り30秒です。
タチモンと
行きます行きます。
あそこに移動しましょう。
ちょっと待って、グレネードだけ拾っていく。
あと10秒ですよ。
リングが動いてる。急いで。
外側に帰った。
オッケー。
ピースキーパ
ー。レベナントウルトで突っ込んでる。あ、違う、普通だった。赤く見えた。
何もかもお見通しです。
注意。
敵あそこにいます。
ここにいっぱいいる。この家にいっぱいいるよ。
うん。いたらは悪い。いたらめっちゃろ。一人やった。
これが風呂？
いやん。1階に俺ウルト入れるね。
オッケー。2階から行くわ。あ、くれた。あ、食らってきな。やべえ、助けて。
俺死ぬ。わナイス、2人だ。
俺は勝つね。
うん。
ガード強い。
シールドをリチャージ中。
あと3部隊でも勝つのは1つ。つまり
ちょっと元気を注入してるよ。
今ピースキッパーと、
うん、
あれと
ネメシス
マッチフと何が強い？
ピースキーパー、ネメシスとか99とか。
ネメシスって何？
そのさっきのエネルギー銃。
あ、いや、ピースキーパーとマスティプとショットガンどっちかって。
いやー、ピキかな。
やっぱショット。
リングが動い。ここに敵がいる。
広めにちょっといたんだけど。
当たんな。待って、やばっ。
待って、シールドをリチャージする。いぶしてあげる。
ここ弓ね。
弓了解。
短パン、そのバスと家の弓のやつらと悪い。
敵のシールドを割った。アクスターを投げる。いぶしてあげる。
その中にグレネード入れてあげようか。
うん、グレネード。俺逃げますみたい。危ねえ。
近い。
それペッパだね。右あと1枚。
一回引いて早く実践するね。
攻撃を受けています。攻撃中です。シールドを
これ長っ。
ベールの向こう側をご覧ください。
俺ウルトまだ近くないからウルトある。
はい。
俺これ上ととこはこっちの方が圧倒的に有利。
割ったそれ屋上。
うん。屋上めっちゃあろう。
弓がいる。秘密。
なんだっけ、
まだってまだやった。
ブルース入れた。タミルト
ナイス。
APEX のチャンピオンとなりました。
ありがとうございます。
これ、なんかやれたりしないよな。
いや、
なんか思ったより、
いや、言われます。
覚えてた。
これは言われます。
なんか思ったより体が覚えてた。
お20キロもして
俺でもそんな切る必要ないぞ。これは。
あー、できんだ。
出した。あ。久しぶりに会えてよかったよ、本当に。
よかった。ナイス。ありがと
う。いえいえ、こちらこそ。
頑張ってね。兵役。
うん。まあ、頑張ってって言っても頑張れるとこでもないけど、本当いっぱい男だらけで。頑張ります。
うん。頑張って、無理せず。
うん。
俺は。
でも夜帰れる。
夜帰れるの？
うん、朝行って夜帰れる。
おお。いいね。
帰ってきたら10時とか。
帰ってきて9時？
9時とか10時ぐらいになる。
じゃあもうゲームする時間ほんとないね。
まあな。大体帰ってきたらもう疲れたってなって寝るから。
休みはあるの？休み。
休みは、土日休み。今日月曜日だから行く。
ああ、土日休みなんだ。
うんうん。俺は結構いいところ。
なるほどね。
これ終わり？
うん、俺は抜けた、もう。いや、あれ、やるならやっていいよ、インクルードさん。
ああ、なるほどね。ピノッタさんが。
俺はちょっとね。
なるほどね。
俺はちょっと落ちるわ。
うんうん。
NA の ALGS のミラーするから。よし、じゃあまたね。
うん。バイバイ。またね。
バイバイ。またゲームしよう。
ゲームしよう。
はい、お疲れ。
お疲れん。
インクルードさん、自己紹介、ノーブレインゲーマーって書いてる。脳みそないみたいな。あれなんか画面キャプチャーまたおかしくね？おかしくない？映ってるちゃんと。ハルさん、ハピノです。映ってるね。OK。あ、違う。プレイエーペックスはないんですか？ありましたね。
In for CCE. JQ out for drop in gaming. They picked up Crook. We talked about wildcard gaming entering the mix, picking up.
お、パルさん10ヶ月内面です。昨日お疲れ様でした。ありがとうございます。お疲れ様です。
In addition to all of these that are on the screen, it's a lot of move here in like 3 weeks.
Yeah, and I love Albin. It was a very great, I'm mutual on both sides, but I gotta say, man, that guy created.
なんか親がくっそうるさいんだけど。なんか俺がさっきさ、NBA のさ、ハイライトを見ただけでさ、著作権引っかかるし、損害賠償になる場合があるし、6ヶ月以内に2回ブロックされるとチャンネルバンされる。すべて AI がチェックするから、安易にミラーはやめるべきみたいな。いや、俺、ミラーしてるのはこれだって。ちゃうねん。なんかすげえ知ったか親がだるすぎる。デリセのためさんおはようございます。 俺の配信に見るんだよな、めっちゃ。損害賠償もなんないって。ならないって、これで。ゆきねこさんありがとうございます。NBA のハイライト見ただけで損害賠償をめちゃくちゃ払われるとか。なんないってそこまで。著作権引っかかることはあるけど、損害賠償までいかないでしょ。
Look, there's something that I completely spaced about during our break. Take a look at Lanimals. That roster. Yeah, we talked about Alberlelli.
カルビスありがとうございます。いや、まあ、そうだけどね。そうだけどね。いらん心配、マジで。余計なお世話。いい年こいた大人なんだからもう俺。支払いができないと禁錮刑で刑務所に入れられた。俺がこれで刑務所入るの？バカバカしいわ、ちょっと。仲良しじゃないよ。俺めちゃくちゃイラついてるね、マジで。いらない。心配性すぎてうざい。
You know, formerly on Optic Gaming, so let's go ahead and talk about Optic. They had a monumental
多分いくつになってもイラつくと思う、それは。これはね、多分俺だから分かるかもしれない。いや、禁錮刑ならんって。言い過ぎさすがに。
Well, that's what Optic Gaming was able to do. Skittlecakes knocked and dropped boot. They have been so monumental together, and I'm excited to see what they do here today. But Dia, who
でもあれだよ。この2日前ぐらいに家いたよ、俺の。
I'm happy to tell the whole world because this is the most criminally underrated team in North America right now. I'm talking about the meat lovers. They have been the best
まあ、もう親も結構年いってるからな。
in the entire league, have the most kills of the split at 19.
損害賠償する。ごめん。いや、そういうこと言うとさ、嫌な気持ちになるよね。
Their kill participation is all top 10 in North America. They're the
いや、見てたらマジで俺、見ててもなおさら言うよ俺。俺はあんま好きじゃないから、マジで。そういうところは。好きじゃないところは好きじゃないっていうし。うまいところは、料理はうまいっていうし。ちゃんと好き嫌いは言えね俺。
Can you top that?
I mean, changing what it means to be an Apex Pro in North America? Dia, I don't think I can top that at all.
料理はうまいよ。料理はうまいけど、そういうとこいらない。見てるならなおさら分かってほしいけど。知ったかがだるい。一番。コメデター。そうなるんだったら俺やんないもん。こういうのがね、多いんですよ、しかも。今回だけじゃないんですよ。心配なのはわかるんだけどさ。
into that level that they remember being at when they were hoisting that trophy. I certainly am excited to see how it goes. It's going to be a test for everyone involved, but if there's a team that can pass it, I certainly think Dark Zero has the pieces in play to be able to get the job done. We'll have to see though, and that'll be in just a few minutes as we kick things off. No longer World's Edge is where we start. That was the first half of the split. We now start on Storm Point. We'll do 3, and then we'll switch it over to finish on World's Edge. That changes things, by the way. You may think that's insignificant, but we've seen teams like in EMEA, Vex get 45 points on Storm Point and just a few tens on World's Edge. It is something that you cannot anticipate.
みんなお母さん見てたらみんなだって親と俺の会話なんかさワンタッピーがとかミヤケイがとかなんで知っとんねんみたいな。
Thank you so much, Rain Day. I am so excited. Dia and I back at it once and again. We had so much fun calling all the action in EMEA earlier today, but now
たくさん面白いよねとか会話したパルブレックスの。詳しいんだよな。競技シーンに詳しいんだよな。50ぐらいのお母さんが。なんか複雑だな。
That's true. In terms of meta,
よく、拷問の配信とか見てるし。黒幕だよ。俺の配信は見んなって言ってる。見るたびなんか文句言ってくれるもん。絶対やらせないね、モデレーター。もう、非表示。いや、タイムアウトするわ。タイムアウト。非表示はかわいそうだわ。タイムアウトする、タイムアウト。
at teams with roster swaps to really change things up, and my focus, as it was during the start of the season, is going to be on Sentinels.
まあ、兄ちゃんはまだいいけどね。兄ちゃんたまにコメントくれるもん。
Not just can they come back, but how are they going to do with a new third? How Zenile slots in alongside RKN?
Yeah, it's true. RKN has just been in the game for so long. Incredibly smart there as that IGL for Sentinels. Let's pull up the season standings. We can have a quick chat on basically setting up the game plan of what we're going to see. We do have that regional finals just a couple match days away, which will be so prevalent. Split one where we had witnessed win that in literally 5 games, which kind of threw a thorn in the side for a lot of the teams that were looking to find enough points. Then we see Furia not making it to split one playoffs, but Xset, who you won't be seeing here tonight. Actually, I think Nocturnal is joining Wig and Greek for a watch party. They're just hosting some big NA watch party. I know that Snipe Down, you'll see here, FaZe, they're in 2nd place overall. I think they just kicked off something new, Dia. I think it's Apex After Hours. I know Snipe Down was kind of wanting to start doing more content around that.
トラックフリーのアイコンおもろいな。マジで薬に罰じゃん。
Between the teams from 11th through 20th place, Dia, let me know your thoughts.
I'm definitely looking at teams actually that I'd say even fall further below this, because we talked about Sentinels. Big questions about
おじさん2000ナイスパです。
CLG in here is I think
お母さんへこれでお茶でも飲んでください。だってよ。見てんなら。
It undermines me, Tiff, so we won't stay too long on them, but suffice to say that I expect great things from CLG. Taking a look a little further down,
エクセットってクロスセットっていう方がかっこいいと思う。
really curious about
確かにクロスセットかっこいいな。
to perform today. It has been a
クロスセットかっこいいね。
for this squad, and I actually really like the roster that they have put together. Some good consistency here, and yet this has been arguably their worst split so far since we saw these players enter the Pro League. So how Noxious will do towards the back half of the split may actually be heavily impacted by this second wind that a lot of teams are getting as we head into the back half of the split.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting. I'd love to chat a little bit more on that legend pick rate. We were kind of highlighting some of the off-meta picks, or maybe some people that are looking for a little more
てるてる人形さんだっけ覚えた。俺前それ読めなかったですか
This is currently for the overarching split 2 season in North America. You can see Seer still that mainstay even after that slight bit of nerf ability, 89% pick rate. Valk showing that important 74%. But this is where things are starting to change up a little bit. Bangalore, she's starting to get picked a little bit more. Even Watson starting to show up. We saw that happen in EMEA as well, but APAC North, Watson shows up. But then EMEA today, we see Alliance breakout.
クリプト 8% のほとんどが多分これ APAC ノースですね。はい。APAC ノースとヨーロッパと APAC ノースとヨーロッパで結構占めてそう。ヨーロッパもあんまいねえな。多分 APAC ノースが 7% ぐらいじゃん。8% のうちの 7% ぐらい APAC ノースじゃない。はい、始まりました。ノースアメリカ TSM 出れるようになるのか、これで決まります。これでこけただけでもう終わりです、TSM。あとはリージョンファイナルしかないです。ミルはダークゼロとオプティックダウンビ。さあ見させてもらいますよ、ダークゼロさん。ミルホットゾーンですよ。どこのチーム？ TSM、オプティック、ランイマルズ？なんていうのこれ？ランイマルズ？アイマルズ？かな？あとダークゼロかな？いや、フェイズも。なんか有名どころ全部応援したいな。ゲイルだ。ゲイルの時車でどこ行くダークゼロ。 まあ、ラン、イマルズ、NRG も。ランイマルズ、NRG、TSM、オプティック、ダークゼロかな。この5チームかな。あとまあ、スナイプダウン見たいから、スナイプダウン、この6チームですね。だからまあ、まあ、いろいろあるから、めっちゃ応援してるとかない。TSM ぐらい。TSM とランぐらい。めっちゃ応援してるとこは。これ、コマ線ある？コマ線ないよね。
Look, we were talking earlier in EMEA when people were not running a scan character alongside Bangalore, but you come over to Noxus and I was like, around, but you don't really see.
やっぱさ、卒業旅行行き
コラバルシアね、TSM は。まあそうだよね。じゃあタグ増やしとくか。タスク。アルブラ視点と、ダークゼロ多分配信しないっしょ。順ボーテンしてんじゃん。順ボーテン見よう。同じランドマークだし。うわ、これアンチ読んでるから強えな、ダークゼロ。バンガシア肩。ありだね。
I can't see from my angle. Oh, lagging. Lag. Yeah, I'm looking for you.
ラグいって言ってる。ヨーロッパの人たちもラグいって言ってたからな。エモートは見れないかもしれない。わかんない。世界大会では見れますよ。頑張って。
I'm getting shot at. Let's see, 42. I'm bang ulting forward.
Okay, I'm batting. I have to bat right here.
No, I'm not with you. They're bang ulted too. Do we just wait? Zero?
You should fall free. Yeah.
You should fall free, yeah.
I'm in here.
We can craft up too.
Yeah, you can try to craft on. Yeah. I don't have anything. We're good.
There's juices everywhere. Grab one.
I'm gonna grab the far one.
There's ultic cell here if you can carry.
Hold POS.
Cells here. No, behind.
I'm good.
I walled you.
Batting.
Yeah, sure. I thought he was gonna die, bro. He's 1 HP.
Yeah, no.
He's inside.
That's good.
Oh, I didn't know.
That's good.
I thought he was on crafter, my bad. You're fine though. I don't have wall. Should be fine.
We gotta look for cannon. Well, let's have left. Then you can craft.
I'm looking. I don't really. I don't see him, yeah.
I don't see anything.
6x here, by the way. Zero.
They're on the left one. Ooh, fuck. You can craft. That's what I'm saying.
I'm crafting.
I'm gonna craft bats.
Same.
あ、そっか、レプターとマットネス組んだんか。WC ってチーム。どうか知らんけど。ワイルドカードか。かっこいいな名前。ワイルドカードって。
I can hold one battery. I'll have 4. Leave one for me. Alright, I'm good.
Cannon's free. I'm getting it. We just get.
You wanna get cannon? Okay.
How many bats do we have?
I have 4.
Two.
I can stack that med kit. I can stack it.
Just get cannon. Okay. Yeah. Nothing here. You're good.
He's shooting cannon, right? Yeah, that's in cannon.
Not free. Okay, we'll play rocks.
Yeah, dead.
うまっ。
Okay, can you shoot?
I don't have cat wall.
One just got charged. I'm arcing up. I'm marking up. There is a team behind us.
He's in the corner. Yeah, okay, I'll look at that. I'll look at it.
I queued it. I tried to stop Brez. I didn't get it.
I'm walking up. I'm looking behind, boys.
They're like on the far side and they're fucked. I'm gonna ult it. I'm gonna ult it for you. I ulted it for you.
Do you want me to come?
I think so.
Okay, I'm coming.
He just died. I'm walking up. I'm with you.
I don't have wall.
Crack. You need knock.
I'm not there.
I'm batting.
I'm just gonna wall. Do you just wanna wipe this?
Yeah, wall.
Yeah, I want egg. We can wipe this.
Yeah, I'm going up.
One guy. Or two.
いや、語り一つで。
One guy off.
Dead.
Nice.
I'm in the corner. I'm fine.
Yeah, I'm getting in the corner, getting in the corner.
Nice, good shit, boys.
Smoking.
Yeah, smack the boxes. Looting.
How long till catwalk goes away? What's the timer on that?
I'll let you know. In 4 seconds. 4 seconds.
弱いポジで、早い段階だからちゃんと潰したね。まあでも、ワンノック取ったのがでかかったな。やっぱレベル高いな、なんか。ファイトの仕方がうまいよね。ダークゼロ今のも。丁寧にやってる、すごい。カタリスト強えなーてか。投げ物なしでやばくね。
The team shoot for.
There's watch out, there's a team with a rampart wall on top of fucking pineapple. They're like looking at this hardcore.
Yep.
It's got 109 sniper. Leaving meds? If anyone needs anything, just tell me.
They're literally on the roof.
I'm good. I just need an energy bag if there's one in here. I'm gonna pop this Phoenix, I'm popping Phoenix. This swap is like one damage off.
アンチはゲイルですか？ゲイルっぽいけどな、この入り方。フェイズのところはマジで強そう。最後まで入りそう。そうだね、やっぱ車だからバルなしなんだよな。いや車でよくバルムに打たれずにここまで来れるな。
There might be split holding.
They're holding both heads. They're holding both heads, I'm pretty sure. I think this is mad. It's probably madness. Madness always holds fucking both ends. Doing it. They're on the top door. On the top door. Yes, gold or top door. I broke both doors. They're definitely holding both. We need to force that somehow without inting. Okay.
I have wall again.
99-0. I'll try to get double purple quick. I just don't see anyone.
ファンっていうモンバンがいるんだよ。マジモンバンのせいでジム採用する俺ら。マジモンバンファンだけなんだよな。言うて。モンバンするのは。あ、アンチビルあれブラ。
Valko. You might int.
I'll try.
Yeah, that's 100% what we have to do. We have to kill that team. We have to clear in our back and then kill that team.
Okay.
We have to spread out and hold all this.
マップ見てくれ。アルブラマップ見てくれ。
So the whole point of this is to clear out this whole side of the map and kill anybody behind us. Make sure no one can come behind us, okay?
Gotcha.
And then we kill this team and then we Valkyrie into this.
ゲールっすね。完全ゲールだわ。こうなると TSM どうするんですか？ジュラパ。なるほど。待って、オプティック配信してないかな？ドロップロとか配信しそうなイメージだけど。X セットノクターナルしてる。してないし。あれか。X セット違うグループか。NA だからめっちゃ見てる視聴者。オプティック。ドロップロ。いねえな。配信してないな、オプティック。徹底してんな、オプティック。ワイルドカード。よし。これで、公式と合わせて、5視点だな。
West, yeah.
お、ファイトレス TSM。
He's nading, be careful. Verting.
Yeah.
On your side.
Can you go window angle even?
He's behind the fucking
window angle.
The tree out there.
Window here. They see me.
Try to get behind that tree. I can nade him. I can nade this
Can
guy.
we just back up? This is stupid, bro. This is so fucking stupid.
Yeah.
Like.
Yeah, I have one bat right now.
God.
Come to me.
裏派そこ超えれるこれだけなしで。
We gotta go. My game is lagging so fucking hard, bro. It's insane.
だからみんなラグいって言ってる。このロビー全部ラグいね。
Only one bat now.
This lag, bro.
さあ、もうファイトはやめましたと。TSM 渋いんじゃないの？ランはランと TSM 近いぞ、これ。 アンテナ同士だ。ポジションは、うわ、40チャーラ。強っ。平井死んだもんな。うめえ。アルフラチャーラガチうまいからやばいんだよな。いや、どこ見よう。めっちゃ迷うな。これ落とされんの？これ落とされんのか。でもこれダークゼロ来るぞ。ダークゼロ裏カットするぞこれ。ダークゼロ、はい。なんか死んでるくれ、ランボー。
Can you give me that? Can you give me that, Jen?
Yeah,
it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. I'm just gonna heal him, I'm fine.
Yeah,
I might die again, I might die again.
Oh my god. Okay.
なんかランボー、めっちゃ倒してるな。
I should have done that, to be honest.
You're good. Team fences?
I'm looking.
They're looking at us, kind of. I'm gonna bang off to give them pressure.
Yeah. Find Q's there.
あ、もうバンガラ咲いちゃうんだ。早くね？
They're getting focused. I'm swinging.
Yeah,
青さんハピナです。ダメだ、こんな感じだよ、構成。
Yeah, I'm getting shot in the back. You can't swing left. Careful, you cannot swing left.
You can't swing left.
あれだね、ドラゴンボールがめっちゃ出てくるから無理だね。いや、これバンガル使ったら多分きついぞ、ダークゼロ。ランこれ死んだくね？死んだな。ここはやべえ。あ、これ TSM じゃん。いやー、どこ見よう。ダークゼロ視点。敵ダークゼロ。TSM vs ダークゼロです、これ。いや、バンガルトを使ったダークゼロは、これホライゾン刺さるぞ。
Wait, did they leave the cannon and go 30?
Wait, yeah, I don't see them. No, they're there.
カタリルトもたまんなきゃ。カタリルトたまればアンチャンダークゼロ勝てるな。
Just stay alive. We gotta wait for zone to close.
Yeah, we're chilling.
まあ、TSM はこれ裏も来るから、アンテナも来るから、まだいけないね。
Oh, we might have to.
こんな感じぞ。うわ、こっち取れてるミートいいね。うわ、LRG 超える。限界ポジティブ。
Yeah, they're up there. It's a 3.
How many?
フェイズだね、これ。フェイズあるね。めちゃくちゃいい。あとはわからん。
Who just scanned us?
Them, northwest. They're
Team is still playing the fucking car.
Someone looking at southwest towards us.
Okay.
It's the res.
Okay, yeah, we can get free kills here. They probably have dog shit loot. I'm looking.
They're sitting on the rock.
Team flying in right above us. Duo. I'm killing this guy.
What on top of us? Yeah.
I'm trying to play my life. Next to me.
You're on us.
Yeah, on the truck.
Sear 1.
We're pushing. We're getting pushed.
You're getting to the hill, Nick.
Give me a knock in the corner.
Follow me.
Lock that nade.
Can you rise? I think you stick it.
I'm resing. Let me know.
Yeah, you're good. Stick it. You're good.
I'm at him.
You're 100% good. These guys getting shot in the back.
よく耐えた。
Okay.
よく
There's a
耐え
team
た。
here too, though. I need a loot, bro.
I have no meds. Yeah, I need a loot too.
Don't.
あ、ゲニウスさんこ見ます。さっきね、違うゲニウスさんがいた。
I'm pumping a Phoenix. Play different corners. So I can
イエス・
fucking
キ
heal,
リスト
please.
のゲニウスさんじゃなかった。だ
I'm
から
safe in here.
その方ですかって言ったら違います。
Bro. I'm stuck in this corner. I literally can't crawl out.
I'm trying to res.
Okay. I can't move.
But yeah, because I'm resing, bro. Because I'm resing. Relax.
I got to knock the Q.
You gotta res.
I'm gonna res.
まだ時間ある。
Bad in here.
They're still behind us to the northwest.
I'm 1-1. I know those guys don't have Valk.
I have one bat.
もうこれマジでギリギリダークゼロに仕掛けるしかない。
That team behind us doesn't have Valk.
Do you have your ulti?
No, no, I don't.
Take this ulti cell. Take this ulti cell.
The team behind us is gonna int us. They don't have Valk.
Okay, then we're gonna fucking kill them and take some KP.
ホラウルで一気に行くしかないな。
We can't Valk ult here. We have to go for kills here. On my ping.
でもダークセルカタリルトあって、カタリルト後ろに左遷切れるように使って。
Look ahead here.
Yep.
Bro.
They see your ult over there.
They're just fighting on the other side.
Trying to wall across. Knock one.
Nice.
Knock two. Another one. Kill us, kid.
Horizon. I'm swapping this.
I'm trying to hold for you guys.
Yep. Put the ult.
Good ult, I think. Good ult.
We need to kill this.
I'm on scan.
90.
They're gonna come back on me.
Play slow.
They're gonna come back.
Play slow.
You gotta peek, Jordan. You gotta peek. I'm literally no health.
I got one.
I have no shield left.
Drop you back.
I have no shields.
I'm gonna drop you back too.
They're climbing.
Drop the bat. I gotta pop it.
I'm popping a bat.
Get ready. They're gonna peek. They're gonna swing.
I don't have a DP. I'm going over.
Rapper one on me.
Knock crack here.
強すぎ。なんで勝ってんの？なんで勝ってんのこれ。
I have no ammo. I got a res and I got I have nothing. You need to peek after.
Yeah, I'm looking. I'm dropping armor.
これは TSM だわ。
I have to lose as well. I have literally no shields.
Yeah, I have nothing too.
ダークゼロも返して、LTC も返したぞ今。
I'm popping a medi. I need to find white. I have 0 bullets.
Okay, with these bodies here.
おい、このチームがプレイオフいけないのか？
There's no cells.
次でも屋上取れる。ホラキューで屋上取れる。
I'm looking to see.
I'm grabbing this light.
There's a team here, I think. Can you walk up, Jordan? And there's a guy on the side of the roof. I think here.
ルーフです。ルーフイコール屋上。
Yes,
They're gonna be a problem. Wait, is that a
duo?
I don't know if I'm shooting them.
Maybe.
We just play the side of the roof here.
I'm one cell, no bats.
Okay, we've
I have one
swapped.
bat. I only have one bat.
We have to play the roof, guys. We have to play the roof.
You're gonna have to get us up there.
Come on.
Going.
You got a Q. They're staring at us.
うちわのバーあると。絶対撃っちゃったダメ。
On the roof.
I got one. I'm popping a bat. I'm literally one. I'm one HP. Watch the climb up.
I'm 1 HP. I'm getting in here.
I'm watching it up.
I got the swing. I got the swing. Where's the Valk at? Did we finish the Valk? Can you Q him?
Find him.
Can you sear Q him?
Possibly.
That's it right there.
I'm watching
Watch the climb up, Evan.
Yeah, I'm watching it. I'm trying to watch him.
Guys, I'm getting shot by multiple.
No. I'm shooting him.
I'm stuck in a corner.
130 on him. I'm bat. I don't have any bats. I got puck cells.
I have bats. I can drop.
Let's play up here.
Did we get the kill?
No, I don't think so. I'm just leading heal. Just look, please, here.
Watch
right now.
Watch balcony.
Yeah, I'm watching that.
Window. There's a window.
いや、あのタイからのここはすげえ。
I'm dropping some cells.
Grabbing one.
I'm trying to. I want to.
One bat.
I'm 3-1.
I'm 7-2. You guys watch that. I'll watch this. I got this side.
Yep.
Okay. I have 29.
Resing somewhere on me. Here.
Dropping light on me.
You
got the res, Jordan. Are you listening to me, man?
I don't have Q. I don't have a Q.
まあ、さっきこれ春がやったバルだね。まあ、控えちゃったけど、まあ、あいつは2枚だね、多分2枚。ナースありがとうございます。まあ、ギリギリまでここ行って。
Yeah, I know.
I'm gonna call on a movie right here, I think. Call on a movie on you, Hal.
Okay.
Wait, someone let me.
Wait.
Yeah, just bugged out, I can't do it.
Maybe okay, playing our height.
ななみさんコンピューターです。
Left side as zone is closing, I think.
No, there's a team playing the other wall, the other side wall.
Okay.
We have to play the roof. We play the rooftop play here.
So
we can play up here. We can play up
あ
here.
と向こうの屋上取るしかない。こっちだと先切れちゃうから、でも先行くと真下のパーティーが登ってきちゃうから。
I don't have anything. I can't let somebody get across. Me and Jordan come across.
We cannot. grab some might. I'm grabbing nades, I'm grabbing nades. So many nades. Grab nades, grab nades.
うわ、うまいこれ。
Nobody, there's one guy low ground in your building, Evan. They're not in top 4. They're not top 4.
Okay, I'm just making sure I'll climb.
これ TSM 勝てるぞ。
Crouch so they know we're up here.
なんか後ろ見てなくて登られなきゃ大丈夫。
Get the kills, get the kills.
Nice.
I'm watching our climb ups. I'm watching climb ups.
Coming out of the wall, Evan.
I'm watching climb ups. I down one.
They're under me.
Right underneath
Evan.
90 on me.
He's sky needing, watch out. Okay, we're good. I'm not queuing yet.
あ、バーハルト大丈夫か、それ一人でそこで。あ、大丈夫大丈夫。
We're good.
Got him.
I'm ulting these guys on the right. Made that.
Nading it.
I'm gonna queue up here, okay?
Yes, we queue up. Play the queue as long as you can.
Come to that side, come to me.
Chin on one. In the knockdown. Got him all.
One shot, nice.
Nice.
Good fucking job.
Good shit.
Good shit.
いや
A lot of kills.
よくノーダウンだったなあれ。バーハルト死ぬかと思ったけど。
That was a crazy game, man.
Or Evan,
Duo landed on us?
That dude actually beats the fuck out of us. But another thing, Evan, when we're walking up to that fence and you see a team cannon, you need to call that before we just walk up into that spot.
I called it out.
I know, but we're already there. I know, we're already there though. We can't turn
レ
back
ップスじゃなくて
Because that team on the
マ
cannon.
ウス&キーボード。
No, he said it immediately, yeah.
I felt like you saw it and you just like called it late, and I thought we were just gonna.
ドンキーコングさんハッピーナです。
No, I called it.
Yeah.
So we
Good
got
luck,
boys,
keep
14.
composure though. Yeah, good shit.
That duo actually almost griefed the fuck out of us.
Yeah, what the fuck was that duo doing? Thank God for loot. That game.
いや、これダークゼロと LTC のとこやったらやばいな。
When that fight started happening.
Yeah.
Chargeable fucker and
So good that a team came behind the cannon, bro.
We as a nut team. Those guys were
We
fucking
just have to
terrible.
like play
Holy shit.
composed, like we have to play composed like we were like.
減り早い
We
ね
have。to fucking chill. Call me at the peak.
Yeah.
Like when you told me to peak, I just got a free kill. You know.
Yeah, we were both cracked, and you were the only one with full red armor. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, got to your comms, boys.
Just make all those calls. Keep the calls going.
That was good shit. Your comms at that game was really good, Ren.
Yeah, keep that up.
All of us
That's
had
awesome.
really good comms.
Nickhead, you need it, right, Ren?
Yep. I have so many cells. I have.
I'm wasting. Who just scanned us?
There's another team on them.
ここがやばい。まあこの前もよく知らなかったけど。
Horizon. I'm swapping this. I'm swapping this.
ここでまだダークゼロ3枚いて、このウルトでなんとか 75で、ここでさらに2人目が来たからでかい。これ多分全パーって死んでるんだよこれで。
You gotta peek, Jordan. You gotta peek. I'm literally no health.
I got one.
I have no shield left.
Drop you back.
I have no shields.
I'm gonna drop you back.
They're climbing.
Drop the bat. I gotta pop it.
これダークゼロ死んだか。
Get ready. They're gonna peek. They're gonna swing.
で、これバッテン巻かずにさ、ピークしに行ったのが偉いよこれ、春。
I'm pulling a bat.
Nice.
これが、これ偉すぎる春。巻かずにピークが偉すぎるこれ。
Playing like a pussy, bro. Like no.
シャソさんはピノです。そうね、1戦目調子いい。前もなんか1戦目チャンピオンでそっから下っていい順位取れなかった時あった気がする。
Start to take this fight inch by inch.
いや、素晴らしいですね。
Gravity lift as well. We see a lot of Valkyries pull strats like this, but in the end game, every second counts. Every second that you are out of the fight, and TSM had managed to keep themselves safe for so long. The fact that as they drop, they eliminate the majority of wild card is super important because, as we talked about, that was the team that was in a slightly better position. They still ultimately finished second, 9 kills to their name, but 14 plus the 12 from placement for TSM is a great start for a team that, as we said, needs to perform towards the back half of the split.
Yeah, I also think it bodes really well for a team like FaZe and Complexity to be in that same position after game 1 because you can tell they're getting kills, you can tell they're in rhythm. That is a team who is deadly. 16, 11 points. I love this as well. Dark Zero, notably, when we days ago, they won this game, and then they went on to win the next game as well. That kind of shook up North America. Not this time around, though. It's TSM, Dark Zero in 9th. Let's head to the back half. And Dia, you could tell me what stands out to you the most here. A few big names on this back side of the 20.
Caster curse is real. I know, guys. Yeah. I'm sorry. Meat lovers, they go out before the top 10, but they'll have their time. I'm crossing my fingers. Sentinels, however, big surprise. So are Optic and 100 Thieves. We did talk actually specifically about 100 Thieves and Landals, as they were trying to rotate in via Valkult to Gale Station. That'll work in a lot of spots on Stormpoint. It won't work in Gale Station.
Yeah, Optic, a team, you know, you definitely have seen perform well. You want to see them drop if you're on the TSM side of things. That's really the key. Can you push up ahead of some teams that are ahead of you, have them have a bad day, have you have a great day? That would really reverse a lot of the damage that's been done so far with the slow start. All right, coming up, we've got game number 2. D and I will be on the cast. Let's get ready to see if TSM can go back to back or if we'll see FaZe Complexity continue to light things up in North America.
Yeah.
WD Black, the official storage partner of the Apex Legends Global Series. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our North American debut of the back half of our Split 2. We've got 5 more match days left to play, and we came in with a lot of conversation. Dark Zero, Sharky going to inactive. Rambo taking his spot, relieving himself from the temporary retirement to perform with one of the winningest teams in the recent modern era of Apex Legends. And of course, TSM desperately needing to have a major performance. They come out with a win. That was a heck of a start there, followed by FaZe and Complexity staying consistent as ever with those new rosters. We'll see if that can happen again in match number 2. We've switched over to Stormpoint, Dia, and that has given some freedom over to some of these teams to play a little bit bigger, a little wider. We've seen those catalyst walls make a big impact here. We'll see if it happens. 2 begins, and the teams drop out of the dropship and head to their landing spots.
I mean, it looks like Catalyst is going to be pretty darn impactful once more, and I'm not looking at this and going that there you should be picking up other defensive legends because when
Ah,
we
そっ
do
ちあ
go
るんだ。
down to the low ground of Storm Point,
発射台。
gets such crazy value. This time around, we won't be heading to Gale Station. It's a little bit further to the north this time, so wildcard again.
フェーズ安定した順位取れそうだね。
Plenty of time. FaZe as well included in this, and actually FaZe with the option to stick around their own POI should they want to, and start to farm up a slow rotation from there on. This does look increasingly like we're going towards Lagoon, however, and teams have got to be respecting that.
Yeah, wildcard sitting pretty right now. And you gotta say that this is definitely something that you could take advantage of. You have a nice performance early on, and then you have a zone that pulls your way. This is pretty much one of the best starts you could hope for if you're FaZe or wildcard, trying to keep pace here and win your day. Again, remember, these are teams that need to qualify for LAN. They've been to LAN with different
版が、いやでもね、でもね、視野版が、視野版が、カタリストはいいよ。視野版がカタリスト。いいと思う、俺は。ダークゼロの構成。バル入れるならバルシアカタリストいいと思う。バンガセルならね。バンガセルならシアカタリストある。ふーちゃんさんはピノです。どんなところで初動ファイトしてんの？渋くね？初動ファイトじゃないか。
I'd certainly agree, and I mean, Phony was one of the IGLs who took the time out of his day, spoke to us at the start of the split, and Team Diverge, I'm just going to hold as they might actually be finding a squad wipe here. That's drug-free, absolutely gone, and really good props to Team Diverge for finding that wipe really early on, but to the point of FaZe, we're a team that took time, talked to us early in the split, and I think that some of that magic that you're talking about, Rain Day, can be encapsulated in the way that Phony has approached IGLing the team. He knows how much power an IGL can have over a squad, and really wants to give a chance for his individual players to shine. So he lets them make a lot of calls themselves, finds opportunities to make individual instincts, especially Snipe Down's aggression, and he's been really vocal about wanting to support the squad. I'm looking forward to seeing more.
フェイズ配信なしなの？
Well, that's exactly what you have in store this afternoon.
フェイズしろよ。
For those joining us across the world, across the globe, we highlighted what's been going on around the world in APAC North, South, South America.
うわ、IMC 上待ってる。
All of our regions take hold, and EMEA had their showcase earlier today as they started play in the first half of our broadcast. But now it's North America's turn. A little fight over by Armory, trying to see if they can pop open those hatches and find an answer. They certainly did. Kubsky falls just like that to Profit in that R99 that was buffed this season. Oh boy, it makes it having a few more bullets in the mag. You can see Profit putting them to good use. That'll be a team wipe for Noxious as Native Gaming turns on the heat and picks up 3.
That SMG spray is burned into my retina.
バレットのチームか。
The end of a journey. Native Gaming, we said it in game 1, got poked. Noxious took out one of their members, took out Klain, and Klain is angry. Klain isn't angry. He is an emotional player. And the thing is that he only gets better.
ダークゼロもここまでしか来れないか。ジブがいればもっといけるよ。ダークゼロさん。ジブいいよ。もっと奥までいけるよ、ジブなら。こんなとこで。ここはだいぶ入れてるな。でも、多分これ発射台アンチなんだよな、ガチで。ガチの発射台な気がするんだよな。だから、発射になったらここはマジ渋い。もう同居になってるし。マジ渋いと思う。カタリストルトでどうにかするしかない。確かにミラボヤのせいで養殖もワールドエッジの中継横もゴミになってる。だってミラボヤを取ってれば勝ちじゃん、あんな。もっちりチーズのアビノです。まあバルジャンで片方取るっていうのはできるかもしれんけど、マジでリスク高いからな。打ち放題でさ、きついよね。
a squad that has arguably one of the best IGLs in the world, and I would say more easily argued, two of the best controller players in the world. Like,
出航してくれ、ミラボヤ。
we're seeing basically an all-star team.
ESM 取ったっすね、1試合目。さすがっす。豆腐さん、こんにちは。
Still managed to be credited with more of their accomplishments being from the championships that they've won previously. It's ludicrous that we're talking about a two-time international competition winner with the best in each of their respective roles, and we're going, yeah, well, they might win this game. Like,
well,
what is that?
Because it's the same thing that happens in traditional sports, where you try to make a super team and combine three players who are all so good that inevitably, not everyone, unless you find that rhythm and you mesh personality-wise and style-wise, gets to do what they would do if they were the star of their team. They don't get to have that same level of performance. As a whole, and some people are not good at that. And you've seen many people that stars and the team has just not done well, had a huge payroll, and gone back to business. But I think in the case of Dark Zero, why I'm hopeful is because they're so committed. They're in many ways a quieter version of the same tenacity of a team like TSM, where they have they never believe they're out of it. They never believe they're second best, yet they don't overstate it. They maybe don't have the same level of headlines. And to add a guy like Rambo who's hungry, who's humble, and also now has the support of his family to be on this journey, realizing the opportunity that it is, I am hopeful that they can put it all together. Although, yeah, there's still hesitation. I still have to see it happen, and it's only one game by. I think we got plenty of games now today to see if they're going to make it work.
We certainly do, and they found themselves a pretty decent position as well, holding the choke right as you have to leave antenna. We know 100 Thieves and Complexity are going to be in that position. Taking a look at the map, it looks like Meat Lovers may very soon find themselves in a similar spot, but having to move out.
俺的にここおすすめなんだけどな、この先っちょ。一番下の先っちょ。ここはマジで耐えれる。
Hopefully a better one this time will put them actually pretty darn close to Sentinels if they're not careful.
ランそのムーブすんじゃね？ランそのムーブだよ。違うわ。一旦建物終わったぞこれ。建物いないのこれ。いないのか。なんだ。いないんだ。でも次入ってないぞこれ。次入ってないぞラン。ちょっと見よラン。どうすんのこれ。あら。テンプレック世界大会行きそうなの？嘘でしょ？俺行ったら俺写真撮ろう。テンプ今どこいんの？オニックスじゃなくてB から始まるとこ？もしかして。ここじゃね？これ。違うわ。MDY ホワイトか。ポップコーンか。ほんまや。タイじゃん、3人。テンプ、ボーダーやん。テンプレックス。でも1試合少ないチームいるから、ボーダーではない。ちょっと下がるだな。まあ、いけそうではある。ランどうする？いや、ナイスラン。ちなみにここ、ゴッドスポットです。俺がちょっとね、俺の予想ではここゴッドスポットです。やっぱそうだ。ここを取るのが偉いと思う、マジで。ここに行くまでが辛いんだけど、実際取れたら、どこも攻めれないと思う。攻めれるとしても、その家からしか攻めれない。でも家は、他の車線もあるし、来るのは見えるし、
You're good.
ランパートならなおさら守りやすいね、ここ。
I'm grabbing meds and shit if I can find any. Literally, no one's playing in this middle finger either.
これランね、トップ5はいけます、これ絶
I
対。
have control of all of this. The top middle is just like they must be drained or something. Have no meds.
さあ、俺のアンチ予想。
Look behind us. I'm gonna play on the staircase, okay? We need to be very careful that can anyone even slam back
上きついと思うやん。
It's gonna be a great game, boys. Let's
そ
get
ん
it.
なことないっすよ。耐えれるんですよ、意外と。俺の経験なんですけど。
I'm scanning our back. Last thing we need is for a team to do the.
まあ、大丈夫でしょう。俺は大丈夫だと信じるよ、ラン。TS のがきついね。
I think we start walking up on them. They have double blue armor. And Seer has a charge rifle.
Island team might have shard as well, be careful.
I'm trying to look for you guys. I don't see them right now. This team that's in front of you.
One guy back here.
クロースありがとうございま
Walking
す。
forward. They see us.
46. Cracked 90. You have double blue. I cracked one and hit 45 another.
お、潰しに行くな、これ。
Is there one on the left still?
Yeah, there's far left rock side.
I don't know how to close that gap.
Yeah, I can walk up to the prowler now.
There's one on the right
You
side.
guys walk
There's
up to
one
the
on
right
right
and corner and put him in the corner.
Going to the right.
1, 2, 1 crack.
Yeah, I cracked one. They have triple blue.
Their Valkyrie thing.
Yeah,
Valkyrie thing.
I cracked their catalyst, by the way.
Yep, can't see that.
Flash.
30.
9. God damn it.
Oh.
You guys good?
お、
Oh, we can Valkyrie too.
we
have to, like, okay.
Go for that.
Maybe we walk into the. What if
What cover we have first?
Pretty sure there's a team gonna play the rocks though in front of us.
there's a team at the. I think
家
we
の
have
パ
to
ーティーは
Valkyrie
切る
here,
か
right?
ら、まあ、バルールトでどこ行くからな。
We have to go to my ping, maybe. We can play like the middle of the docks, bro. Just like sit in the corners.
Think so?
Yeah, we can Valko late and go if we
そ
can.
こいるんだよな
we can see if。
ラ
South
ンもいる
South
し
we take the South、
真
dock.
ん中のとこもいるから、
Okay?
真ん中の
We can
先
play
っ
in
ちょ
the
ぐらいしか
water,
ない。
If not, then we just land in the middle dock on the boxes. Or any dock in probably yeah south or middle.
まあまあ、そこでも耐えれるね。どっかしらで耐えれる場所あると思う。
We should be able to walk it over.
って話してんじゃない？ 今、多分。結構あそこ耐えれるんだよね。で、他も周りがやり合うから、外が。
South is our priority.
ドーナツ現象でしょ。
Like the last resort. Let's go now.
ドーナツ現象を狙ってる。さあ、見ろ。見るんだ。どこが空いてる？
There's people there. I think we gotta go mid. Is there people mid?
There's
There's people mid too.
mid.
Can we go here?
手前。ナイス。
On my north dock.
I see it.
ナイス。そこは入れると思う。
Land on how, it's the only safe spot. Land on how.
Block that.
Block the nade, block it, bro.
大丈夫、来れない。
It's fine. Nobody can kill us.
絶対来れない。
Zero if you can. Zero.
I'm gonna zero after my bat. Yes, after my bat. After my bat. Holy fuck.
We're getting fucking.
語りウルトで来るな。語りウルトで来るか。語りウルトで来る。一人ノックしてる。
I'm getting shot by like literally the whole server.
いや、岩のパーティー来るわ。
You're so safe that yeah they are.
これ、春ぶち切れま
They're getting
す
shot on the。side. They're getting shot on the side.
春切れます、これ。わいって。なんで詰めてくんだよ。
He's gonna peek above.
Yeah, he's peeking above now. Peeking above.
Picking you. Just 50 on my knock. No knock.
No, man, what the fuck are these guys doing?
レップスが怒ってる。
You guys have to focus on this right now.
I'm looking. What am I looking at? No? Yellow ping?
Left.
Yeah, okay.
まあまあでもこれランほら。ランここで家切ってから、ルーのとこが入ってるから、ルーのとこで端になれる。ランは。
Okay, we're good. This middle finger team is
お、
looking.
マジでゴッドスポットなんだよ。結構穴場だよ、
Yeah,
こ
we
こ
need to
穴場
start。them right now. Fucking shut on them if they try and yeah. This on my right ping. That team cannot do anything. We have to force them right into these rocks. We cannot let them fuck with us.
I blew the door off.
その赤ピン刺してるとこも強いね。
The second you know that they're doing that and they're not pushing behind us, you need to shift over to me and look at this middle finger team with me, okay? These certain second that you notice that. You need to come right back over to me.
Gotcha.
And we need to start
まあ
working
な
this
んとでも
team
な
here.
るな、ファンは。楽しそう、アルブラ。
Crafts on the middle, that's good. Okay. Team up behind it. Yeah, I'm good, I'm good.
絶対楽しいやん、
Look
こん
left,
な。
guys, look left, look southwest, both of you.
やば。
See what they're doing. Nice, good job, good job.
最強やん、この武器。40つけたら。40キーマウチャーラはやばいって。超赤く映ってんじゃん。
They cannot land. Start coming towards me, guys.
昨日の夜から確かに、イカさん6キルぐらいしてたよ、チャーラで。
25,
ええ。
Nice, good job, okay.
I don't know if building's rearing us yet. Yeah, I see.
No, we're good, we're good, we're good. Start coming towards me, we're good, guys. They need to start focusing. Watch out, yeah, watch out for height right now, yeah, they can see us.
いや、このランパートの壁強え。
Yep, safe for now. Really good now. Really, really good now. Al, look to get KP out here right now.
I am.
We're in such a fucking good spot.
見てほら。ほら見た。ゴッドスポット。こう。これはだから、右上切れます。で、まあ右下が来ます。それを抑えれば、チャンピオンです、これ。で、アンチも、ちょっとギリギリ入ってるから、まあランパートの壁で、ちょっとエリア広げて、耐えれれば、シアルトもあるし、相手がフリポジになるから、これはね、いいんすよ。言ったじゃん、俺、ゴッドスポットで。そう、ここが出てくる。唯一の危険なのは、ここが出てくる、無理やり。この右下が。アルブラうますぎだろ、チャーラ。何これ。全員赤になったぞ、アルブラで。この上と右下だけが怖い、本当に。で、右下は視界悪いから、急に来られるのが怖い。仕掛けられやすい。
Yeah, we have to play right. We have to kill the high team. We have to kill the high team.
Okay.
And then we have to watch out for red and the middle finger to push us.
Okay, I'm gonna start setting up right.
Yeah, start setting up right. Watch out. They're trying to peek the stairs here. Yeah, exactly. Height's not up there anymore. Height dropped down to red and tried to fight red. We need to play this. Yeah, naughty, fight. We need to focus this middle finger team, guys. Focus this. Steer right here, steer, guys, steer. Okay, I'm good.
戻れ。
Give me a second here, okay? I need to back up. We need to take that. We need to take that. Go over some left.
I can't.
They're dying, Noni. Come back to me. Bro, you guys just are doing way too much, and I need you to.
何が起こったなんか上がってきてたな。多分そこでハイドしてたチームじゃない、ずっと。ずっといたチームで多分。上がってきたんだろうな。スイートだけ生きてる。CLG かオプティックじゃね。いや、耐えれるな。わかんないな。まだわからんぞ、これ。どうかった。ここも結構上位だね、ミートラバーズ。スイート一人で耐えてる。アタッチメント積んよ。緊急キューとロングボーカスタムやばいじゃん、これ。あー、死んだ。
had long-range weapons, Skittle Cakes and Noct, a G7 and a longbow back in the hands of Skittle Cakes and dropped, leading the charge here, taking the closest head peek. Nano and CLG and Malice Mamba shiny as well against meat lovers and Optic.
あー、オプティックウィンです。ナイス、オプティック。
CLG getting pressure already. Meat lovers made the push. It's Optic coming in to clean up CLG. This should be a simple W as Optic Gaming take the win here in game 2. Who said Optic win anywhere? They are back in North America.
Cleanest win of their lives. That was such a good way to close it out. And of course, for the 2 teams trapped on the other side, I'd say for the 3 teams trapped on the other side, it didn't look particularly fun, but Tiff, it must have been fun to watch.
Look,
it's always fun to
me, especially when one of my teams to watch completely dominates the field. They play.
Giving native the chance to reset. CC Uchinix play defensively, play for
オプティックどこいたんだ。
each other that really keeps them ahead of Dark Zero.
ダークゼロこきついよな。お、めっちゃ混みそう。 ランも全然トップ3とかいけたね。え、オプティックどこいんの？バルジャンできたのこれ。見えないけど。
Will the focus of attention come in as aggressive Searolds certainly do? CC Uchinix wanted to come around the back, but they pull away, not wanting to risk their game to add.
Keep your eyes on this one. Bullet's got a lot of work to do.
あー、上から来たんか。
Native goes out. Optic Gaming back in the mix. A full 3. They are looking.
なるほどね。で、ここも潰したんかな。あ、ここも潰しよね、やっぱ。
And Wildcard both get taken out. Optic need to control the outside of the ring. They have to contest for the very tip of Launchpad right now, but they cannot expose their backs. CCE must die for Optic to survive.
And this is the key. This is what Optic needed to clear out the.
なるほどね。まだ TSMG と。 フェイズもいいね。フェイズアンチだったかな、今の。
Yeah, I really enjoyed the different way that it played out this time around. My favorite thing about Stormpoint is how varied our end zones are. And so as we got teams filing in through the rest of the map, it turned into a game of choke points more specifically than anything, and it was my favorite thing to watch. We talked about the Dark Zero glitch energy conundrum as they had to leave Antenna, and we saw so many teams fall because of that. Sentinels tried to rotate their own way in, surpassing all of this with Valkults, but as is so often the case, Stormpoint's mid-game is a torturous one. If you are not in a good position coming up on that round 3, it is really tough to make it work, and zones like this exemplify it more than anything.
And this is kind of that risky play that ended up working out well for FaZe, because this spot right here, clearing out TSM, somehow managing it, ended up getting them, I believe, a top.
いやでもあれ TSM 今のはちょっと不幸だけどな。
So you got to say that aggression really worked out for them.
詰めてきたパーティーが謎すぎる。
A fight that would end up being around the Optic fight. These teams would kind of battle around. Optic would come in late. And then we would end up finding the Optic clearing out their front side and taking that long way down the road, and it would just work out for them so well. Lanimals, Naughty, having some good performances, but, you know, really being equipped for the situation. Longbow, G7 Scout, Optic did so much damage leading up to this. By the time they got to CLG, it was a simple cleanup, and that was that. Meat Lovers as well went trying to get second place, could not do it. Props to CLG for holding off, but Optic Gaming, they were RW, and that stands for winner. Tiff, take a look at this final circle. Walk us through Optic's move here.
Yeah, we had a nice lot of free cam shots that were showing the positioning in particular of Optic Gaming. Noct holding this with that Skull Piercer longbow, able to deal a lot of damage, and Skittlecakes and Dropped were kind of just positioning, trying to take up as much space in this endgame scenario, trying to get good LOSs on the teams ahead of them. Because if you are going to force Meat and CLG to kind of int upon each other, because they have to, they're going to collapse, and that gives Optic that nice 3P to that engagement, but you would also like to try and pick up as many KP as possible. Maybe you can grab it down here.
Beans boy top, you know that.
Now in this in particular instance, those teams were so healthy until they were forced to go into each other, and Mamba last alive. Optic playing it safe and smart, and then really just dealing that initial last damage towards the last member of CLG, and it was just really nicely played in some of these games. You have to think Optic, they land down Beast if I'm not mistaken, so their journey to get over to Launchpad and fight through all of the teams, and especially
ALGS 発射台アンチで8位渋いな。
I'd also say I'm pretty impressed with Native Gaming in 9th place, getting 11 points. That puts him in 4th overall in terms of total points. That's a solid game, and they did it mostly with the kills. Meat Lovers, CLG, they battled for it. Meat Lovers obviously would have been in the reverse situation had they beat CLG. CLG held strong, got 3 of the 4 kills there, and took a 13-point second place finish. And of course, NRG, CCE, UCX rounding out our top 5 as we head to the back half of R20. And Dia, Complexity having a great game, then having a nothing game. TSM having a win, then having a big 0.
An unfortunate way for it to go, but it was the challenge posed to them, and fair enough, it's not always going to come up aces for TSM. Sentinels actually dropping right alongside them, and so for both of these teams, a lot to look forward to perhaps. Noxious, as we talked about, having poked the bear, suffer rightly, and I'm still looking for teams like Team Diverge and 100 Thieves to actually have their own showing, because these are squads that we've often seen in places in the
VTuber のキュピさんも見てる ALGS。あの人競技オタクだよね結構。
Well, as we head into our series results after 2. It is TSM on top with Wildcard and FaZe tied for 2nd place. Optic Gaming right behind them, and CLG after a 2nd place finish.
なんでこんな暑いんだろう。
Takes 5th overall. NRG, Meat Lovers, Complexity, and Native Gaming.
競技ガチで、へ
ー。
いいね。
Reactions to this after 2. What you expected? What's the surprise if there is one?
I wish I could say I was really surprised about TSM having a rather challenging mid-game in game number 2 based upon prior match day performances. TSM will start off so strong, get a map win, and then immediately go out in that kind of early mid-game scenario, but I know they're going to bounce back just fine, so TSM fans out there have no fear, but Native Gaming 11 points inside of that top 10. They got 9 eliminations in the last match, so that was a really strong performance for them, but Dark Zero still in 14th place, 100 Thieves as well, and then Sentinels having a little bit of challenge, so I'm curious to see what we're going to see throughout the duration of our today, but a lot of questions that still need to be answered for me.
バルジャンが苦手な気がする、割と。別にできるけど。まあ練習次第かな。練習すれば多分できる。
After 2 from the teams in North America, but who is going to stand out? It's got to be taken. It won't be given. As we head into the final match of Storm Point, before we switch over to World's Edge, let's send it over to Spider Tiff and Dia to get us underway.
Let's do this, Dia. I'm so excited to see what we have to see here on our last match of the day on World's Edge. We had so much fun on World's Edge in EMEA and then carrying it over to North America. My question stands. What is going to happen here? We are nearing the regional finals, split 2 playoffs. All of these teams have to stand up and give a performance to boot. I know I saw a lot of TSM fans on the timeline while I was kind of in the waiting room.
この音楽好きだわ、毎回言うけど。
We were talking about their reset specifically in that positioning when they were fighting their way into zone on map number 1. And even it caught the attention of a lot of the coaches from the EMEA teams. You know, Alex from J-Lings was saying, that was an absolute masterclass, and now I'm looking forward to seeing some more artwork here in map number 3.
Yeah, when teams like... I'm going to rephrase that. When we get legacy teams winning, so often it's because of that experience and because they understand the game fundamentally at a very high level, and that felt like the first game very much. So the end game of game number 2 actually got that repeated by Optic, and the fact that we are getting these very clean zones, at least from the winner's perspective, does speak volumes about the talent that we have in North America.
いや、こっちなのか？
Looks like Tiff,
いや、こっちの場合もあるぞ。ドラゴンボールがこっちだぞ。いや、こっちもあんのか？どっちなんだ？
Could go antenna, could go shipfall, could go even fish farms with how south this is.
You say fish farms, and we're gonna run it back. FaZe once again getting gifted another zone. They have the console information there at Launchpad, so they'll be able to utilize that. Then they also got gifted a crafter, so we look towards other teams and see like what has been happening for them. CLG over in Stormcatcher have crafting, have ring console. LAN coming in from Lightning Rod are gonna be gifted with some information as well, but TSM, the wall, looking a little barren over there. They're gonna have to rely on that one lone survey beacon on the outskirts in between High Point.
Yeah, I really like the way that squads that do land
この無名パーティー。この無名パーティークソ早いや。多分これおかわり取るだろ。プラウラの巣は入れないから、ここで守っても弱いんだよな。
Stormcatcher get a ring console is disgusting because it means that so many of those squads will have opportunities, mixed opportunities to pick up information on next time. Where a lot of them perhaps were missing that info coming out of game 1. Sentinels should have already gotten their scan over at High Point, and as they move further down the map, we'll have teams on the opposite side, like Optic, that have to rotate through Mill to get a peek at Zone 2.
Optic Gaming sitting on 2 blues and a purple. Down Beast known for having decent amounts of loot, but I saw Noct earlier ping a hammer point, and I'd be really curious to see, is someone running a Mozambique or a P2020 as their secondary with hammer point rounds? Because that's just absolutely disgusting in my line of sight. Like, P2020 or the Mozambique with hammer points hits so hard, especially once that shield is already been cracked.
Oh, it's so good. And this, hey, looking pretty good as well. FaZe on a quick move out from Launchpad, get the zone scan and yeet themselves out of their POI straight onto the Mirage Etoile, picking up the initial kill. It's a good start for a squad that does need a little bit more wind under their sails, especially after last game where they survived for an hour. Their own POI did not place nearly as high as they wanted to.
まあもしかしたら養殖もあるかもね。深読みするならまたやってるよこれ。また倒してるよ。強くねこのチーム。あれホライゾン9でやってたかな。
As well.
God, I am staying off of Apex after today's match just because I'm scared of what he is going to do in ranked. The man is so upset right now, and we might have a few other squads getting upset simultaneously. That's a lot of damage pumped straight into a Trident, where clearly we've already had some LTC lost out, and as a result had to ski.
出たこれ。左進のムーブ。そう、バレットもっと APAC サウスだけど引っ越してきたのかな。これ IMC でそのまま飛んでんだよ。楽しそうだよね、このムーブ。IMC のジャンプでここまでいけんだよ。しかもアンチも読めてると。アンチ読みがいいと。これ完璧ですね、ルー。あとは守れるかどうか。いや、もういるのか、そこ。いや、もうそこいんのかよ。タピタピさんはピノです。あ、ダウンしてる。それギョブリってるな。
Wondering if that's defensive or offensive. Seer ult from RKN is, like you said, Keon needing to get back into the game, especially after being felled by Lanimals. Didn't see the Sheila be pulled out last game, but they had a decent position so far and have themselves yet another one this time around. Playing the outside of launch pad leading into fish farms is a really underrated place to play, and it's the perfect spot for Lanimals to work from.
All the buildings in the back are open to fish farm.
Get to do that
I
think it's pulling like this way though. Gale also was like really open.
It's just sad seeing the Sentinels without Rambo. Now Zenel's
yeah, I know, that's why we're going first.
Cut out for him. Rambo was doing a lot of the fragging on that team.
Yeah, the Nintendo team might beat us. We just gotta keep going.
Going to have to step up Archaon, that IGL of the roster, so really having to find that final form. Big question mark here on the Sentinels roster. It's just interesting to see. I would love to see them back on land, but they have their work cut out for them. A triple take to boot in the hands of now playing Valk, but they're just gonna hang out inside a zone right now. I don't blame him.
You know, you bring up an interesting point there, and I'm gonna expand on it a bit because Sentinels are one of our rosters where plug and play is the least simple. They have one of the most
SSG のゼニアルが入ったね。ダークゼロどこ？あ、丘上か。あ、もうワイルドカードもいい位置だね。どこ見ようかな。
Room for error with game plans like that. So as you talk about, we are going to see the growth arc over the course of today, but it is a difficult one and one that we need to respect as commentators, as audience members of the Apex Legends Global Series. Now, Optic Gaming, their Valk ult, perhaps a little bit less.
いやーでもいけないな。プーダウンしてるけども。いけないんすよ。いけないな、これは。これオプティック起こせんじゃん。起こせんの熱くね？スーダウンして。
Honestly, I don't want to say it, but the charge rifle's a little cringe unless it's in your hands. Then you're feeling a little confident with it because it's so viable to level up those Evo shields. And that's exactly what you see Frex is doing right here. Immediately able to get that.
俺的にプラランスアンチだと思うんだけどね。養殖にはいかず。
It's tough, right? But it is definitely prioritized. We see a lot of charge rifle usage in ranked, in realm.
だとしてもゴミアンチだけどこれは。結局ミラボヤが結構入ってるからだるい。いや違う。何これ。これリスポーンビーコンとかじゃない？リスポーンビーコンかどこだこれ。なんだこのアンチ。ゴミアンチじゃん。これは多分想像つかない多分。がっつり養殖じゃなくてちょっと上に行ってるもん。さらに。プラランスでもなければ養殖でもない。なんかちょいこのミラーボヤの1個前の家かリスポーンビーコンのとこじゃない？今までのアンチであれば。でもなんかそのオプティックが入ったさっきの右の家、このミラバヤの右の家もあった気がする最初のアンチ。マジゴミアンチだった気がする。それはそれだったらあれ入ってなかったっけそこ。ごめん見てなかったらちょっとまあビーコンかもしんない。こうなるとフェイズすごい安定しそうだね。バルジャン突撃で ドフられなければ、ミラボヤのフェイスはめっちゃ安定しそうだね、順位、この試合は。
They're going to be dealing with that. So is Native, who are approaching from Lagoon right now. Even 100 Thieves and Lanimals, who are sat all the way out in the eastern beach, just vibing until their time.
こうなると、ランとか TSM は、まあ、TSM はまだいけるけど、ランが辛いな、これ。発射台のチームがマジ辛くなる。ダークゼロはいいってだね。いいってだけど、ちょっと見ると多すぎ。で、辛そう。で、ここのワイルドカードはここはいいね。これめちゃくちゃいいと思う。多分バットレス喜ぶと思う、これ。バットレス喜びます、これ。
It might be. Fuck. Could it be like here? I mean, it either pulls to the building or pulls back.
こんな喜んでなかったわ。こんな喜んでねえわ。ほんって感じ。なんでこの話みたいな感じだった。
I mean, it doesn't have to go south anymore.
Yeah, I don't think it has to go south anymore.
Well, I think it might keep the trail up though. The center circle thing that I told you about.
Even if it does, then we're in a then we're in a great spot either way.
We should definitely be able to pick up kills on the way in, that's for sure. Rotate in might be kind of tough.
ダークゼロ次裏切れるね。切りやすいね。プラーラーの力も来るな、これ。外れてるから上がってくるな。きついな、これ。2車線通るぞ、これ。2つのチーム気にしないと。TSM は、まあ、バルジャンかな。ちょっときつそうだけどな、ここ普通に歩いていくのは。語りじゃないし。さあ、NRG ジャンマツじゃねえわ。バルジャン。おイケス全然いないです。イケス全然いません。あ、やばい、ネイフェ死んだ。うわー、ビーコンになった。いや、これ渋いな。これ3枚来たら全然あるのに。しかも視野が死んだの痛いな、これ。もうバルジャンいらないもん。CR とか大事なのに、ここだと。視野阻害とかも強いのに。最悪、モバリス作れないかな。ゆうぺさんはビノです。いや、作れんな、こんないたら。さあ、100ティーも入ってきた。あと、イケス2個入ってます。いや、もう3個入るよ。真ん中と、ここと、ここで3個入れるから。
Put the hurt on them quite a bit. I am really curious to see once this game finishes what the damage numbers are like on FaZe, who have been sniping to their heart's content from up top.
Snipe down, living up to the name, Snipe, you know. But I mean, Presley's finding themselves rather a bit medically challenged because there is no health. You can see that he has not regened the white meds, and probably because he has literally nothing available to them drug-free. Trying to enact some damage with the ordnance. Arcstar is going out, but you want to make sure that you mitigate the usage of that because you want to have as many ordnance as possible.
甘えないな、ね、マジで。そういうのもいかないもん。マジで甘えない。
That gives you that mid-range availability to them, and having this building is nice for
drug. あ、TSM いけたここまで。
Working to get into that next zone.
ここまでいけたら強くねえんだよ。
On the charge rifle themselves, but gonna get poked and prodded, forced to reassess, and you look at their economy, only has one bat to boot, and it's going to be used up here.
わ、ランもいいとこいる。ラン、いや、いいとこなのか。まあ、ランパートだからいいとこ。TSM 死にました。挟まれて死亡です。これ一生耐えれればいいけど、多分ダークゼロの戦とミラバル戦で死にそう。あ、でも N8V のことをダークゼロが倒してるね。さっきみたいに一旦耐えれればもしかしたら起こせるかも。ダークゼロがこっちに車線向いてるうちに。いや、これダークゼロ狙わないと TSM のこと。起こせるくね？起こせるくね？ほら。ああ。何これ、ちょっと待って。もうゴミアンすぎんこれ。ミラーボヤ一生入ってんだけど。 代わりにはマットレスもにっこりじゃない？
Let it go.
ほら。待って、これ待って。これもしかしてさ、ミラー前右下のとここれ。こっちじゃね？ミラボヤえぐくねこれ。第5まで入ってるぞ、ミラボヤ。多分同居くんじゃないミラボヤの。まあまあ大丈夫そうだな。TSM が限界すぎるここ。
No, I just give me meds. I don't give a fuck about anything else, man. I can't heal.
Everything's on the ground. Everything's on the ground. We're gonna have to kill this team that walks in.
ギリギリバーハルト起こせ。限界すぎる物資。いや、起こせんな、後ろいんだから。
The full team. Literally just kill these guys, bro. I'm inting.
はっボコしてる。
Good kill, good kill.
I'm dead. You're just like saying nothing. There's one guy on me.
ダークゼロか。
Get the swap, get the swap. We can get in. I think we take zip. I'm batting. I'm dead. Play me. I'm JJ. Come. You can nurse me. There's a knock guy next to you. I'm batting. Jump. Cut. Oh, fuck. I'm gonna have to zip out.
なんで耐えてんだよ。バンガルト負け、バンガルトも。ナイス。
No. Wait, where's my armor? What? Where's my armor? Where the fuck did the armor sub go?
Well, that was quite eventful, Dia. I mean, look at the comms, and I love to hear how they hype themselves up. Just a
なんかラン熱いことするよこれ。
I think he got that shield swap at the very last minute, but it was
ラン熱いことするよこれ。
Maybe look to climb up the roof. You think we go for the zip? Yeah, we do. They're not.
いや、ルー起こしたら熱いぞこれ。
They're paying attention now. They're all paying attention.
Under the building, maybe.
いやでも家、でもこれゴミアンチしたらこれマジで。もう第5入ってるってミラボヤ上。発狂アンチだこれ。よかった。さすがにきちいな。きついな。でも待ってこれさ、フェイズが死んでる。多分これ同居しちゃって、フェイズ曲げたんだ。ミラボヤ。フェイズ負けたのか。これナウティじゃない？あ、死んだ。いや、オプティックもあの家ずっと入って耐えてるね。なんだよこれ。ゴミアンすぎだろこれ。もう入ってるとねえだろ。これオプティックウィンですわ。絶対4チームしか入れないじゃんこんなん。1、2、3、4で。ポジ狭すぎ全員狭いこれ。見てこれ最終アンチ見てこれ海です。最終アンチ海です。海のど真ん中です。こんなんオプティック勝ったよこれ。オプティックとこのミートが多分戦うと思う。オプティックフェンス裏で耐えれるし、それしかなくね。
position for Optic Gaming.
I love that you highlight that fence because Optic's
狭
going
す
to
ぎだ
have
ろ
to
こ
play
こ
that for
こ
as
の2チ
long
ーム
as humanly possible.
本当のギリギリだねこれ
nestled so safely into that supply bin, and you can tell that Optic knows
初めて見た
exactly
この
where
や
they
つ
are because that Ferroflute is heading in their direction, trying to piercing spike them up, but it's not going to
多分
connect.
全チーム思ってるミラボヤいらねえってなってるよこれ
Meat lovers dealing so much damage that's going to burn away at the heals that they have.
こんなミラボヤウィンじゃん
Now all of the missiles
ほらもうかわいそうかわいそうこれ
into a barrel. Luta's not going to be able to cross.
You just can't do anything. There's complexity there.
かわいそうこの
Push
人
up
たち
through all this open ground means the meat lovers are going to get themselves at least a third place, and we've still got drug-free right below them. Complexity finally
うわめっちゃ食ってる
down as we are farming out there. That is a lot of damage off the frags. This fence line that Optic are forced to play now suddenly becomes a hazard, and the catalyst wall is the only thing keeping them up. Few precious seconds left on this cat wall.
いやカタリストでワンチャン
Out and in come drug-free.
Well, it doesn't matter when you've got the high ground that Meat has because they can see over every wall in existence and choose where they want to drop down on. Drug-free absolutely eliminated, and it allows Meat lovers to turn their attention onto
なんだこのゴミな状況ノックダウンしかねえじゃん
going to have to
遮蔽
do
物
some damage over to Tech as well because this is a war of attrition, and just like
Ah.
that, Optic take it back to back. Map number 3 victors. Look, I don't want to say I'm predicting anything,
Gobi
Dio,
desu.
but I'm excited here.
That was so close. How are you allowed to do this, Tiff? How do you just get to predict Optic? And oh my god. We had two
ニュ
horses
ー
in
キ
the
ャ
race
ニ
there
ュー
at
キャ
the
いた
very
ら
end. Both of our
ニューキャ勝ってる
predictions
ニューキャ最強なんですよ
a
俺
wild end zone, and one that really could have gone anyway.
ニューキャで海にボーンって
But it
We
didn't.
lost the tip. Again, we all did.
ほら
So,
これ頭抱えるよこれは
everybody loses the tip. I mean, it could have really been different.
これはみんな頭抱える
This
わ
is the life we're living now. Optic clearly overperforming in all the best ways, and they want to keep doing that for the rest of the day. 2 back-to-back wins. What a story, what a performance. Dia, though, what was it that gave them the edge? Because it was close for me.
Optic win.
You
OG
had a
win ですこ
feeling
れ
it was going to happen.
Yeah, we were right there. We were so close. But Rain Day, you asked the question at the beginning of the day. Catalyst makes
あ玉ねぎ
such
と
a
網野で
difference,
すちょっと
especially in these
ちょっと出てきま
southern
す
zones. The wall that Optic threw out
ミラボヤゴミ
was so safe in an area where they really should never have survived.
That is the benefit, Tiff, and maybe in a way, Optic showcasing not only what NA's thinking right now, Catalyst way more prevalent than EMEA, but also, you know, just for the entire world to kind of say, okay, this character came in, maybe we start experimenting again, maybe we should go back because this is really, really important in these final zones.
It's important, but something I'd like to go back towards is Meat Lovers has high ground on drug-free, so it doesn't matter that they throw out that cat wall because they have a direct LOS down onto them, and they were going to drop on the right side of that Dark Veil. Now, the thing about Optic is in that instance, when their Dark Veil comes out, I think we had it from Tech's POV, you could see that they don't have an LOS onto Optic with their Dark Veil. And now please correct me if I'm wrong, I'd love to see that back, maybe in slow motion. And honestly, if we could see it back from Optic's POV as well, it's almost like you want to look at it frame by frame, that last battle that they had, because we can see things from one perspective and it looks like it's going the way of Meat Lovers, but it's the damage that's going back and forth, and you have to be able to see the positioning from Optic's side as well. It's tough. Now, oh god, production, you beautiful people, look at this. So we get to run it back from Optic's side, Rain Day.
Yeah, so take a look at this. Nox obviously, again, playing with that G7 Scout. I believe you'll see dropped as well. Excuse me, drop playing with that. Nox having a little bit of the long-range longbow. We'll see if they continue, but what they do know is that they like to play with distance as long as they can. And then comes the wall. This wall really gives a nice edge, and I would think this would be the most disadvantaged position because you've got to swing really wide to have an impact. But the second that they see with the exhibit where those players are, it's the grenades that set up the W. Those 2 grenades do it all. They can plan it perfectly. There's no way the enemy team can see it coming. Their exhibit isn't up, and so this is just pretty easy for Optic when you look at it from their POV. And sometimes that's all she wrote. Just a simple, slow approach. They've won 2 games in a row just like this, Tiff. Walking in on their teammates. A nice little hip-fire rampage shot to seal the deal.
Is that what I literally just saw? That hip fire at the end connecting?
逆に早めにダウンしても勝てそう。遮蔽物あって。
Do that. Skittle Cakes, you are a legend, sir. This is the most impressive thing that I've witnessed in a while. And barring that the TSM reset in map number 1 as well.
Yeah, he sets it up right here. They break into flesh, and then just a quick little jump swap. Skittles actually avoids a nice little bit of damage too. Boom. And that's all she wrote. Optic Gaming take the cake. That is 3 in a row. Dropped. Joining this squad, it was Duplex. Knocked and Skittle Cakes. It was Duplex and Skittle Cakes. Then Nox came along. And now Dropped has joined. They've kept the D, but it's a different ending, and it is certainly a different ending so far in North America. 2 back-to-back wins for Optic as they had a slow start to the year, but not anymore. As we take a look at our series, our match results, excuse me. As Optic Gaming take the next one, 23 points, Tiff. Great place for them to go back-to-back.
That was an incredibly solid performance, and I would like to hear Dia's thoughts because Meat Lovers, they did impeccably well also.
They certainly did, and a second place is a good spot. And I will say that Meat Lovers also don't necessarily play it on an end game. Kills are what they're focused on, as their compositions do tend to drop off a little bit with things like the crypto. So I think that if you are a Meat Lovers fan, you can be very happy with this game. Optics still coming out on top. Meat Lovers keeping themselves in the conversation despite a bit of a lackluster game number 1. Drug Free, however, a very notable team to be popping up in the top 3 once more as Day. You'll recall that on the very first day of the ALGS this split, they had one of the best days of their lives, and now might be making a return to form.
Well, you know, staying drug-free, it seems like anything is possible, and they certainly are keeping that name. Let's go to the backside of these 20, and it's TSM with a slow start for game number 3. NRG after a really nice, hard-fought 4th place for NRG. With Sweet, they were not able to get much out of it in game 3. Sentinels also yet to find the rhythm. Native Gaming stay on the trend of placing low but getting high kills. Will that aggression be able to be shifted into solid play? And CLG, after 2nd place, dropped to 19th. They're 1 away from both sides of the leaderboard back to back. Not the side they want to be 1 away from though, and 20th on this one. As we take a look at our team focus for me. I came into it looking at this squad. I want to talk about them. It is none other than Dark Zero. We saw them get going a little bit. Maybe a little bit of a, you know, a confusing moment, Tiff, that Zero had with his shield. At the end of it, than he expected. Either way, you could tell they started to find some rhythm as the games had gone on.
Yeah, the rhythm was definitely there. It was rather interesting. We think later as their rotation progresses throughout map number 3. The challenging part here is Rambo, who is typically very frag heavy when it came to playing on Sentinels. You're putting him on Seer. So here in Dark Zero, he's not going to have that movement that really allows him to spread his wings. Critical end game Valk plays where he's just ninja kicking people and just doing monumental things. But now on Seer and not having movement, you're playing a different role per se. And you saw it when he announced his kind of progression to Dark Zero. He's like, hey, this was an opportunity that I really pass upon. But when he got completely taken aback by Hal in that Horizon moment where he's like, hey, there's a Horizon behind us. He just got so much damage down upon him. He doesn't have any way to really react and reposition himself except for his feet.
Well, you look at these placements, maybe paying attention, you can see that there's a slow wind kind of brewing for They seem to be finding more rhythm, being a little more animated, and it may just mean that World's Edge is where they shift into
ニートラバーズとコンプレクシティはまだ貯金がちょっとある。フェイズも。フェイズ上位なんだよな。コンプレクシティも上位だな割と。まだこっからっすね。なんちゃらラバーズはミートラバーズ強いな。なんだかんだ4位だよ。もっと強いな。なんかホワイトオール感ある。安定感がすごい。日韓っていうホワイトオール。
It certainly can. And I'm looking forward to what teams, actually especially like CLG, will give us when we transition on over to World's Edge, because for a lot of these squads, World's Edge is a more comfortable place, whether it be compositionally or just matching with their play style. Even a team like Sentinels, who has yet to pick up a kill today, I send you my energy, Sentinels, still need to cover so much ground. And on a smaller map like World's Edge, that might be what they need, at least for today, to recover a few points.
The Sentinel story, not one we're necessarily going to get into right now, but a story that you can obviously see, you know, they're going through a lot as well, trying to find their feet, trying to figure out how they're going to handle the rest of this split with the team shifting, obviously. So it's important to mention not only on the ALGS, we've got competitive things happening around the globe. We've got things happening here in our Challenger Circuit, and a big congratulations to our winners of the Challenger Circuit. It's Lonely Fans, Blueberry Smalls, Arcology, and Kuzme. Now, I do feel like I know Blueberry Smalls, but I want to give it to you, Dia, to talk a little bit about this team and their run in the Challenger Circuit so far.
I'm going to open with the fact that you do know Blueberry Smalls. Blueberry, actually, the biggest storyline that we had in the Challenger Circuit coming out of this was that Blueberry was coming back out of retirement. He, alongside Kuzme, ended up picking up
ALGS リドルのリーダーしてたボドカさんがアーカイブ消してなくておもろい。まあもう消したらしいけど。選手に怒られてるオーナー。
slow and
calculated,
not nearly as frag heavy as the rest of our squads, but they were the most consistent Challenger Circuit team throughout 6 games that I've ever seen in a finals, and this is a really good look for a squad that is hoping to make their entry into Pro League, because they've already got a lot of this RNG control under their belt.
One thing you know, being consistent, that is one of the biggest things you have to master in Pro League if you're going to go anywhere. You can have the lights out game, but it's harder to do in the top of competition, and it's also harder to do multiple times in a row. You've got to have a strategy.
ティグブレイカーさん、10ヶ月メンバーシップありがとうございます。
After all, big congratulations to the Challenger Circuit
もう
winners,
10ヶ月か。
Arcology and Kuzme, Lonely Fans.
早いな。12ヶ月で多分変わるよ、色。
That the chance of the LCQ could lead you to the championship. You might want to get involved into the Challenger Circuit. So check it out. April 22nd.
いや、頑張ってさ。頑張って最後のピノスタンプまで行って。ピノの最後のやつ。何でか忘れたけど。
Very, very soon. So make sure to get involved and sign up for your chance. Use battlefy.com/ALGS to sign up. All right, Dia. You know, frankly, I'm tired of your amazing analysis. I need a break from you. And yeah, you gotta take a back seat, okay? You're too good, too close, you know too much. I need you to rest. Give me and Tiff a chance. We're going to cast this one and send you on your broadcast break. We'll see you back here for game 5 and 6. But Tiff, now that we got Dia out of the way, okay, what do you really think? No, I'm kidding. What do you really think heading into World's Edge is going to be the theme here? I know it's really not necessary for us to speculate. We're going to see in just a few seconds. But any thoughts on who might pick it up? I mean, sometimes teams really do have the Jekyll and Hyde performances on Stormpoint and World's Edge.
Yeah, I'm looking to the last match day performance when I think about that. It was TSM that kicked off match number 1, that victory. They had 9 KP alongside it, but they doubled down and won their first match on Stormpoint this go around. But Optic Gaming, they had a rather consistent performance. A slew of top 5 finishes, joined alongside a 7th with 9 eliminations. So we could just see another absolute dominating performance here from Optic Gaming, and they need that. Just because I feel as if they are so insane. It's good to see some love here on the main channel for Optic, as well as, you know, we had some really great moments for TSM, but I just think that they need to play to what they know and look for those quick rotations. Don't get points rain day, because that can be challenging.
Yeah, and as we switch to, we're going to see more catalysts.
この試合でオプティックが上がったら多分オプティック1位だぞ。
In World's Edge specifically, we don't get to see the Ashe in this, which I think in EMEA made an interesting point, and I think synergized nicely in terms of a counter, but also that's something that can play with the catalyst. But here we have seen this character stay a part of the meta over our 3-week break. They have not shifted too much in terms of what they've been playing, but keeping in mind our first half storylines of whether Optic will perform, we know they will. Whether TSM will do enough today to put themselves in a position to be qualifying for Split 2 playoffs.
あれ違う。どこだ？フラグメントなんだ。
Having to qualify or not qualify to make it into our first Split 1 playoffs of the year. That's still another storyline running underneath all of these performances that meat lovers are having, that FaZe are having. So, still tons to pay attention to as they land out of the dropship. It's game number 4 here as we head into World's Edge.
How are we almost done with this match series? We only have 3 more maps left, but my attention is going straight towards Landslide. I didn't think that we'd have a contest, especially this early on, but it's going to be CCE and Noxious. Hambino already taken a significant amount of damage, and this could be a good start for them because they're coming into the back half of this series with 17th place, and now Shinny able to get that full thirst onto a Vexy, so that gives them the upper hand. Now, granted, Noxious hasn't been finished yet.
よく言われる。
They are not going to be able to recover this so easily.
This spot, hard to hold late game. Pretty decent in a moment like this. A Mastiff in hand and a Valkyrie. A lot of flexibility, but they've given up a lot of that high ground, and Noxious is going to go out. That is it. Kubsky not having the best of days. CCE, you take care of that one. As we see, it's a center zone circle. You don't always see this. Whether it will pull south to Harvester or north up to Fragment remains to be seen. But
新しいアンチだったらここっすね。鉄骨下。今までのアンチだったらハーベスターのヘビの先っちょ。
making their rotation over, but Dark Zero is essentially being gifted a zone alongside Meat because now they've been splitting that since that initial match day where Meat had decided to go from Dome to Fragment East and split that alongside them. But that information is going to be in the hands of the ring console on their side and Fragment. They got the survey beacon, and you can see Native just really making their way through choke. Wildcard Gaming is essentially going to be mirroring them, and if TSM waits just a little bit longer, they will have to fight their way through disgusting choke points.
新しいアンチあったんですよ。でも最近は来なくなったんですよ。そのアンチがまた来たかもしれない。
R99, we know how powerful that's gotten. Just a few changes to the magazine size.
NRG,
2 and level 3.
レイスバト
made a world of difference for this weapon, essentially adding
なんすかレイスバト
2 extra bullets worth of damage.
レイスいる
and that certainly matters. It's one of the things that's always kept it at bay. Not anymore. Wingman as well. But they've lost.
これ NRG やばくね
Nathan Guild having to get
まああと2試合あるけど
and that is not the way they hoped that fight would go.
Yeah, the call's coming in. I believe after Sweet goes out, he's probably calling that there's a third party in the nearby horizon, and for Nathan and Gil to just take the L and start their rotation through the choke point here. They're going to make their way through tunnel, but Dark Zero is finding themselves a lot of action they've already had towards Meat, so they picked up at least 1 or 2 members. You can see the crypto drone going to be destroyed by Rambo, nicely upgrading. You can see from Zainu grabbing that purple shield over here in construction, so they're just looking for at least Tech was able to get back on their feet, but Funk taking so much damage.
And I'm curious to see the tech displays here because he waits till they go up.
ランプ相変わらず
jumps off. This is maybe just a little bit of a bait he feels could work. They've got Funk Q. Do they have Tech? Is Tech nearby? I don't think so. I think they're just gonna finish off one, but I think Tech may have made it out.
ダークゼロはレイスと
dropped off of that
レイ
left
ス
side
バ
of
ン
the
ガ
building.
カタリスト
Found his way into that across the train track.
違うシア
No Zero's looking for
レイ
him,
ス
but I
シ
think
ア
he might just let
カタ
him
リスト
go. Could do a little bit of
バン
banner
ガがいない
guarding here for a moment as they
レイス
stabilize.
シアカタリスト
But it's going to be hard to do it with the
なるほど
drone. And let's see if he could pull it off, Tiff, because of course you're going to have to shoot it before it even gets close. And yeah, it's surrounded by a wall. They're going to be able to grab that one.
Tech, the aerospace engineer IRL, showing us just how well he can pilot the drone. We're going to see a recovery similar to what Kashera does in EMEA when they are able to get that nice double reset. Banners are secured for Zainu and Funk. Now we just have to find a beacon for them to hit that respawn. And I reached out to Tech ahead of the match day here today. I was curious a little bit more on their team dynamic. You know, coming into match day number 6, they're one of the top teams in North America, but not enough people are talking about them. And he was like, you know, our team dynamic is basically
ミートラバートは今4位で30ポイントだから
he'll take them out, let them off the leash
まあ
for a
頑張
little
って
bit to have
起こ
some
し
fun
て
and call them
立
back
て直したい
after time
ね
is over. And essentially here, Tech is about to call them back, get that respawn so we can get the team back up to form.
You know, there's an interesting dynamic to a team that names themselves meat lovers and then wants to be taken super seriously from the outlook. And I think it's not a problem, but I think there's the essence of it does feel like this
そう、
team
シャ
has a
ーキ
bit
ー
of
が
a
いなくなった理由がわからない。
jokey side to them. And maybe that's what Tech is referencing, that people are kind of seeing the Mimi jokey
世界
side
大
to
会
us.
2回
They're not seeing the
優
fact
勝
that
し
we're
た
serious
シャーキーが
contenders.
いなくなる
They
意味がわ
certainly
からない。
are doing a great job today of changing that narrative, though, because they've been excellent across multiple end zones.
まあ変化を求めて何歩を入れたんじゃない。 この前 TSM 勝ってプレイオフもあんまりいい成績じゃなかったからと思って。まあファイナルは言ってたけど、プレイオフ。多分ゼロからしたら足りないんじゃない？それでも。ティミーは多分チャレンジャーサーキットじゃない？ティミー。あ、本人がモチベなくなったの？それはしゃあねえな。モチベに関してはしょうがないと思う。ナイスルー。こう取れたのでかいねな。ネクストどっち？どっちアンチ？これめっちゃ気になるわ、第3が。ハーベ側なのか、ブラグ側なのか。まあ、燃え尽き症候群あると思う、今まで相当頑張って。レイさん、チャムさん、おはようございます。こんにちは、お疲れ様です。18試合ね、乗り越えました。この18試合が一番きついと思う。だってあと6試合、リージョンファイナルで終わりだもん。1週間に1回だけ。FC は昨日10位だった。だからどっちよこのアンチ。でもまあでも多分多分ハベじゃね？なんかこうやってフラグメントに寄せといて結局ハベじゃね？FC あと12試合だよ。来週6試合と再来週6試合で終わり。あとリージョンファイナル。昨日レース復活ないね。もうここまで番が極めたのは番がだね。プレイオフまでは。プレイオフまでっていうか、まあ、プロリーグ中は番が。昨日で一気に終わらせたから、一気に試合数やったね。そう、あと10位以内だったら絶対いける。全部10位以内ね。3位以内1回だけ取ったら多分もう世界大会確定ですね。
We'll follow them in a moment. Right now, it's 100 Thieves, who earlier on where we saw a CCE UCX fight and take down Kubsky. They are holding that high ground. Optic Gaming on the other side, Tiff. I'll leave it to you to set the stage for them because this is the team you highlighted earlier on, and they have done nothing but set you up for success and follow through with your prediction. They have been the top team by far, and I think it's shown in their excellence in the end game.
Yeah, they've just been playing incredibly well. Their synergy is definitely there, and I feel as if they're only going to keep advancing as a trio. Currently first place on the day with 45 points. They have to figure out at what point do they want to get into the next zone. They're currently in the chokehold of Geyser.
フェンテルの時はクリさんも言ってたけど、まだ競技シーンがそんなに盛んじゃないし、なんかエーペックス全体的な給料が低かったから低かったね。いくらとかは言えないけど、今は普通だと思うよ、フェンデルも。福島さん、ファビノです。でももっと給料上げていいと思うけどね、プロゲーマーは大変だから。
Yeah, I think they're going to try to get through the tunnel and go in zone out on the other side if it's possible, but they may not have time. Maybe they're just dropping back to try to skyward dive over Optic, who have given up the chase and staying in zone. Meanwhile, Meat Lovers, they have made it, and they are still right next to Dark Zero. They've retaken that building where we saw originally Tech do his thing with Crypto and get those banners back. Dark Zero still holding the height of the open ceilinged building with the zip lines, so that's still.
いや、わかんないな。海外勢とはどんぐらいもらってんだろうな。
You know, Vaxlon's got their work cut out for them here. They're able to clear their back, making sure that no one's making a late out of zone push towards this tunnel out of landslide. But there is a team on the other side that is definitely knowing that 100 Thieves is there, and they've had a rather slow day, and this is going to be one of the going to have to fight their way out through the team in front of them. But Meat Lovers, full force back into Fragment, have made their way out of Survey and Epicenter area. They're currently on 2 blues and a white. And I love that they're giving Tech the white shield, because on Crypto, once you have that EMP, it's going to be the best way for you to kind of bully teams into leveling up your shields. And another thing that Tech had mentioned is they like to get teams, because their strategy is very kill heavy. They want to put themselves in spots in zone that enables them to really put a lot of pressure and essentially bully teams into uncomfortable positions. That game plan is to get as much KP before they die, since their comp isn't as strong in the end game, but it's been a little bit different, especially bouncing back off that second.
TSM は1試合目チャンピオンだったけど、2、3とこけて、今4試合目って感じ。TSM オプティックの順番でチャンピオンだった。オプティック1位だね、今。TSM は5位だね、今。書いてあるけど、これ。あ、インタビューね。ガチナイスがね。ロボットガチナイス。
And I think it's better to know what you've got to do and know that it's got to be great than to be questioning and to be wondering and maybe even to be floundering, because you feel like sometimes you can take it easy, sometimes you might have to perform. No, it's just we got to do it or we're going out of here. We haven't been good enough in the first split, and that has given them some very, very clear direction. Few Valkyrie ultimates right now. Skyward dives to reposition. In fact, Dark Zero as well, getting contested here a little bit by Complexity. Dark Zero and Complexity in the middle of a fight right now. And also, you can see down below it's CLG in a fight too. Pushing up, trying to secure this building against happening around the map. This is going to be a couple of seconds as the round is about to close here. Past 30.
Dark Veil is available for Noct, and they are just opening these doors and just
ミドルさんにあんま戦ってないから分からんけど強いね。NA の推しは TSM とオプティックとランです。
They're going to want a piece of this. Arcstar is going out, and Skittle Cakes, they're able to grab a knock onto Dan, so now in a 3v2 situation, and Optic is staying really healthy, but the reset is going to be needing to come through. Skittle Cakes just pushing forward, taking out the rest of LTC Esports. Now you can see here comes the 3p.
Really clean fight though. They really lose a lot of health at the very end. I think Skittle Cakes has to switch his shield out, but overall they only take about 125 total damage in that.
何このアンチ。
shows you how good they
待
are
っ
in
て
those team fights.
何
They
こ
find the
れ。
building that they want. They will
これ
have
TSM よくね。TSM いいぞこれ。
Climb up. Yep. Looking at it. They're being the third floor. Look at zone. We're still in on that rock. I have no syringes. Can you drop? Yep. I'm backing up. We should back up.
今日降れなかったか。
We get any bodies out of that or no?
No.
2キャ2キャしたらやべえよ。
4 cells I'm in.
I have 5 too.
一生伝説に残るよそれでも。
3 2.
伝説残るけど。それ以上のデメリットがでかすぎるわ。まあおもろいけどね。
Are we safe in front, Jordan? You gotta scout, bro. What's open, man?
Like this rock, this rock. I just don't know how good it is.
I'm gonna walk up and look. Maybe we third party this fight and walk in, I think. Yeah. We can do that.
I gotta come to you guys.
Wait, we haven't fully fought yet. Wait. We have to let them trade.
Our spot might be good. Are we thirding this?
I think we have to come across in third.
Okay.
Alright, we're all here.
Maybe not. Bro, I don't know what's going on. Can you serial? Serial's here.
Yeah. Bottom four, that
Q, everybody.
2パイルだ。
I
戻っ
just
たか
got
これ。
shot in the side.
You might want to get out of this.
I'm going back to the other side.
Yeah, I'm going left.
They're gonna fight each other. There's too many teams there.
Crack two.
We got
Team Uber here, there.
Okay, we have to go
south.
Look at this solo. We gotta go here. Okay, on my ping.
Okay.
Yep.
We're gonna get shot from our spot.
We have to go to my ping.
I'm just sad.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, there's...
We should have just stayed.
いやー、迷っちゃったね。
TSM falling, CLG
TSM
falling, and wild card
TSM、そうだね。そこいればいいだけだったね。
down phase and team
まあ、振りたかったんだろうけど。
Something to note here is Reptar with those amped covers was walking around
まあ、
the
どんまい
building,
な。
placing them on the doors and forcing phase to kind of funnel out through one entrance.
行くならもう強気に行かないとダメなんだよこれ。
And takes all the free shots in the
改めて
back,
思うけ
so
ど。
beautifully done by them. But let's turn our attention to Dark Zero and Sentinels as this is a very kind of gut-wrenching 3v3 as Rambo's now on the other side of the former teammates.
Yeah, Sentinel know exactly what it's like to play with Rambo and now play against him. Just a few weeks ago, he was on that squad. Oh, how things can change.
ダークゼロなんか生きてんだけど。
I'm shooting. You can come back to me. You're safe by me. You're super safe by me.
I'm just dead. I got launched by a nade.
やっぱ終わったな。ダークゼロ見よう。
Hop an Excel if you haven't. Okay, here. They might monk us.
いや、そもそも多分そこいると思う。
I'm two cells, Jen.
行かないと思う、強風。
Thank you. We should be chilling. These guys are still alive.
You got the res up.
They have to run in though. Chill. Try to get these kills.
On the back.
I don't think they'll climb on us. We're just gonna try to get the kills.
I'm popping a syringe. I'll tell you guys, I'm 93 to 0.
They have to sprint in the open. They are fighting blowers, but we can't play the game. Look at this team. The team here. I think they're moving. Got a rampart. They're going under. I'm picking over. Fighting right behind me, 3 kills! Nice! I'm picking this. That's one blow. It's not full blow. Oh no, roof, I think.
一個つやったね。
Dead. A lot of people dead, boys. I think there's a door under us.
One shot under.
I'm picking. Can you scan under? Jet, Bo?
Yeah. I can ult it. I'm popping the bat.
It's 5 squads. Let me just fight them. The duo. That's their crypto. I'm gonna peek down.
I have 3 seconds on scan.
I need energy and light.
I'm peeking down. I'll give you light.
I have 3, I think. I have 3.
They're fighting.
They're shooting someone.
There's a guy here.
やらないんだこれ。
You can see him. Free kill. He died.
Rampart team underneath you.
They're fighting below. I think.
Nobody serial and we wipe this?
Yeah,
3枚いんの
there's
か。
multiple people below. Multiple teams.
2枚か3枚だろ。
There's a full team track.
ロシア語じゃないよこれ。英語で英
Win
語
the。game. For sure. If we do need to, just in for second though.
アメリカだからみんな英語だよこれ。
He's in lava. You're gonna have to wall out that rampart team when we leave. You're gonna have to do a diagonal wall for that rampart team, Jen. I think we just kill below at least. Do you just do it now and jump below, then 3v3? I think you do. Do it now. Okay, jump down here on Mimi. You can solo. I'm almost hopping. I'm playing on the wall. I'm behind me. One's close, one's close. I'm batting. No. We gotta fight though. I'm flooding. Batting. Batting, batting, batting. You got this. I'm sorry, you're right. Back. One back, one. Low as fuck. Low as fuck. Nice, 88 free. Let's go!
Let's go, baby! Fuck yeah!
The passion, bro. That's the passion we fucking need.
ゼロとランボーが
I know it wasn't full blast. That was like
パッション強すぎて
one person each team. It was 2 solos. I was saying.
Yeah, I was scanning 3, but yeah, I guess it was just like all fucking solos.
Yeah, next time you guys.
よく耐えたね今の
You woke my dog up.
I'm bad G.
Fuck that PvP.
Fuck that dog.
I think we had
He looked at me
a
like,
decent amount of kills. Yeah, we had 10. Optic has won the day. We're just playing for second at this point.
オプティック2位なん
We're
か
just
よ
playing for second at this point.
これオプティック1位だろもうマジかこれで2位なのかオプティック
Nah, legit though, we're like playing for second now.
I'm gonna piss real quick, grab another water. Maybe. Good shit, boys.
パッと2人組が強かったな今の最後のファイト
Optic's on 62.
いやーオプティック1位確定だなもうほぼ
We passed meat as well. That's great. You guys briefed them at the beginning.
Optic in a 3v3, fucking Omega lol.
I think FaZe might have got a 0-point game. We were almost passing them.
100T は怪しくねこれ
4 point behind third, 4 points behind second.
Good shit. Let's go.
Wow. The classic TSM fucking farm first game.
100T はいいのか別に
Yep.
NRG やばいな NRG やばいな
Yeah, I like that too. This is exactly what you need to do. Am I fucking like?
いやまあ11枠あるから11枠あるから分かんないまだ正直分からん
They just had rampart walls from the other team.
They just had someone else's rampart wall. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
you're right. Dude.
Words, and as a person in the experience, you just got to block it all out and you got to go for it and do your best. You could tell there was probably a little bit of hesitation. He knew how it would be received, you know, and look at this, to get that type of emotional, I don't know, feedback that says I made the right choice. Maybe there is really something special here. That has got to mean a lot to Rambo, as you mentioned, on so many different levels. But let's walk through this game in general. I know that we had been watching this from the beginning, Tip. It was a nice showcase from a lot of teams. I thought TSM played decently until the middle. We saw Optic obviously have a strong performance until the very end. And, you know, we continued to see people willing to fight, which World's Edge can be slow. Not this time. It was a very fast-paced match.
I think it had to do with the zone that we were ending towards with all of the choke heavy areas and aspects, and a lot of these teams were just fighting for every bit of positioning, but it's a lot of those minute details that really change the tides of some of these fights, especially with the ramparts, the amped covers, and the open ending zones, Native trying to play the underside, Sentinels getting a good look from their POV of kind of what was going on, because Dark Zero was essentially sitting on top of them for a good chunk of time, and they tried really hard to prolong the longevity of their life. But this is exactly where we see Dark Zero just completely
Yeah, I mean, 鉄骨取って、鉄骨から多分ポータルでトラック入って、チャンピオンだろうな。
Walk us through your thoughts here and just describe what's going on for this final moment between Dark Zero and Optic.
Yeah, you guys called this out perfectly, but Optic absolutely in the best position here. They know that Dark Zero have to fight another squad, and the fact is that with Jen Burton running the Catalyst, the best thing that Dark Zero can do is play for second here by committing to the squad below them. They find that it's a solo, and instantly Rambo takes this small angle, a little bit of head peek, allowing them to actually put Optic on the back foot. You saw Optic panic, throw up another Dark Veil of their own, and at that point, it became a game of timing that I wasn't sure Dark Zero were going to be able to win. It took a concerted effort taking through this eastern side of the Dark Veil, finding a few stray shots in here to fell a couple members of Optic before ultimately Skittlecake's destruction on the other side could be rendered.
ちゃんと合わせるのが強いわ、ピーク。ピーク今、ゼロ。
I'm telling you, this is scary.
同時にピークしてるから全員で。
Jen Burton being one of the most dangerous players. You know, it's almost been such old news that we don't talk about it anymore. But you add Rambo to that, that is nasty with Zero's play calling. Great use of each other's total health pool, back in, back out of the fight, hitting shield batteries, and managing those two Dark Veils. Great breakdown as well, Diaz. We see the scores after 4. Dark Zero take a win here. Optic Gaming grab second place. It's Sentinels with a nice run, nice performance. A lot of placement points there, and then Lanimals and Native Gaming rounding out our top 5 as we head into our back half of the 20. Let's see who kind of didn't necessarily have that moment, and you can see, yep, there's some teams already that I'm noticing are not on this top 10, notably TSM. But we'll wait till this graphic changes for us so we can take a look at that specifically. Meat Lovers as well, I think they did well. Drug Free, NRG, I mean, CLG. I'm not surprised that these teams are bouncing back and forth trying to find their rhythm, Dia, because, you know, it does take a second before you jump into, after 3 weeks, you know, back into it and just hit full steam momentum again.
Yeah, and it is, I think, understandable. We talked about this a little earlier. Variation is going to be ever present, even when we do pop onto World's Edge, where teams are a little bit more comfortable. To see TSM, CLG, Team Diverge, and Meat Lovers all rounding out 11th through 14th, it's a tough lobby. It's arguably one of the toughest that we have in Apex Legends, and that's until we move into the LAN setting. But with NRG also hitting 19th, I think that's going to be surprising a lot of people, and they've been overshadowed today by our TSM watching as to see whether this team will make it into LAN. NRG has had a little bit of an easier time, but today it seems like they've got it rough.
That leads us to our series standings as we showcase them here. After 4, it is Optic Gaming in the lead. In the first matchup in A versus B, they were somewhere around 14th, or I think maybe, I think about 14th, maybe 13th place. And it ended up being Dark Zero who would take the win overall. Wildcard, a team that got only 3 points, 17th place. They are now in 2nd place in this exact same lobby. FaZe, they were really good. They were 3rd, and you can also see TSM, they were 18th. They're pushed up to 6th. So a lot of teams, Tiff, trying to make amends for the first time they met. First day of Split 2, match day 1 here in this group again.
Yeah, just a little challenging here. TSM, I believe they had a double-digit victory on map number 1 of the day, and that's kind of carried their momentum forward. So I feel as if going onto the back half of the day, or even more importantly, maps 5 and 6, those are the last 2 left. We need to see something that's going to trajectorize their journey up the top of the leaderboard, because they need to be finding themselves within the top 3. But Optic Gaming trending very nicely. You're right. That first match day victory, I believe it was a 6th place. They won the last time A versus B met up, and they're continuing on to do that. And they won it with 85 points on the last meetup, and they're already over 60, and they have 2 more maps to go. It's a little dominating, if you ask me.
Yeah, there's so much to happen here. Glitch Energy also taking 2nd place in that last matchup when they first met on match day 1. Now in the back half of the 20. So will that be a fluke? They've kind of had lesser performances as these days have gone on. Still 2 games to pick
あと
it
2
back
試合だ
up.
ね。
We'll keep following all the tabs and all of those stories as we continue. Game 5 coming up underway. We're going to go to a quick break, and Tiff and Dia will be back for more action here as we finish off our North America match day number 6. WD Black, the official storage partner of the
懐かしいここ。
Global Series.
仕分け工場じゃん。
Monster Energy,
入れて
the
も焦
official
まあ
energy
焦るだろうね。
drink of the Apex Legends Global Series. Welcome back to the Apex Legends Global Series North American broadcast. I'm Spider Tiff, that's Dia. We're going to be calling all the action here for maps number 5 and 6. And Dia, coming off some dynamic games that we've seen, these teams really have to step it up if they want to find themselves in that overall position at the end of the day.
That they do, Tiff, and we've seen some pretty big step-ups already today. Optic Gaming with the back-to-back wins, and I would be remiss not to mention the fact that Wildcard are having one heck of a day. Looks like that new org buff is shiny and nice, as they've been playing really confidently, so confidently in fact, that they are one of our only teams to not just pull out the Rampart, but also the Loba alongside it, giving us a taste of a totally different read on the meta.
Yeah, it's tough. I was checking out Twitter because I like to peruse social media every once in a while, and Sentinels of RKN Twitter themselves like, look, we had a challenging time trying to play the meta in particular. The moment they get off Sea or Cat, they get a top 3 finish. So I'm excited to see what that means for what Sentinels is going to journey through as we think about the week that we just had during the break. There hasn't really been a lot of scrims performed. It's rather challenging to say, but CLG here at Harvester are going to find themselves in tough hands with native gaming kind of decimating CLG at this point.
Look, pushing that right behind the amped cover. There's just never a shot. Nice shots from Prophet as well to take out CLG.
Nice little reset coming in. 3 KP2 there, named 7th overall on the day thus far. And Clane playing Wraith. So we have a Wraith, Rampart, Seer. Very interesting dynamic, similar to what maybe we would have seen kind of with Lanimals or that nature. And I like it. I feel as if Wraith can really come in clutch on some of these end game scenarios, more specifically on World's Edge, now that her portal has had that double length. And with some of these zones being very precarious here today, they've been not even precarious, it's been pretty ruthless, Dia.
And this particular zone looking quite tough as well. Over, centered on Fragment East. There's a lot of space to occupy during the course of this game. Whether you choose to perhaps put yourself over in no man, a lot of teams are expected to pile up in Fragment East, and you've got epicenter height to worry about. Sentinels actually already making their way in from Overlook, and as you talked about, changing things up. Now they're gonna have to do it closer to home, as this rotation is just right next door.
ダークゼロ見てみます。ダークゼロ。
Just play in con, play in con, just play in con. Yeah, maybe red broken.
これさ、何が渋いって、アンチ読むとこが公園の中だから撃たれまくるんだよな。アンチが読めない。フラグメントは。
They're running across bridge. They're crossing. Bro, holy fuck.
And then me. A lot of kids around us. Maybe it's a
team up here. I think they're coming into frag. This guy just got knocked right here.
どんだけセル持ってんの？えぐ。投げ物なしでセルと回復だけじゃん。
I might just go craft the fuck ton. Or like get perp at least.
Fucking energy behind you guys.
Trip, this build's free.
Fuck me.
Someone needs to like, okay me.
I'm gonna come in. Jin, whenever you loot that, come back.
You're good. I'm watching for you.
We never even stopped to shoot, bro. Stopping and shooting is fucking horrible.
I mean, that has never happened. They would have been on top of us. We stopped for.
なんかマットレスの声聞こえたからびっくりしたわ。
I don't think we can sit in broken, bro. Like we might be able to, but.
来週1位ボ。いやマジ1位取りたい。マジで取りたい。
Play around like go reinforce this building. I think I hear him coming towards us.
まあ気楽に頑張ります。
He's in green. Green.
I'm not getting bullet tracers, bro.
Yeah, he doesn't have tracers.
Fucking audio.
Can I make across?
Probably.
I'm trying.
They're crossing to it. Or one's like close. He's on the card. I'm doing. He ran back.
Just chill.
Almost cracked this here.
I have no sound on anything though, so it's scary.
Yeah, I don't either.
I think we just cop it and broken. Definitely just cop it and broken. Just go sit there. They can play like bar as well, maybe. And give yourselves.
Yeah, dropping you 2 souls in here.
2 as well.
Team on my red. Watch that. You guys want me to chill here?
You can go put a Q in bar and no one should take it.
In bar?
Yeah. Bro. Nothing works! No, not yet. Wait. Me if you want. I don't think I need to be watched over though. Unless you get tech monk.
Do you want me to climb the staircase? The climb up?
Yeah.
Yeah, I did the climb up. I'm coming back. There's a crypto join, bro.
Do I just take R3 instead of scout? So I'm not gonna be able to like range people.
Yeah, I think you should. I'm 155 off.
Dude, I can't hear shit.
え、待って。NRG 死んだよ。やばくない？あ、ゼロなんか一生オーディオ。音がねえって言って。
Jesus Christ. I'm 10-4, so we should be able to sustain.
Nah, he's in the building. Never mind. He's just sitting.
英語わかるんですね。いや、わかんないよ。
We should be able to chill in. It's like ALGS.
ちょっとしかわかんない。ちょっとというかなんか聞き取ってるだけ頑張って。フロンですよ。
We have like, yeah, you can. We have a bad comp for it, but I mean, you can swap with me, Jen. When I have Q again.
I think you should come here just in case they fuck me up.
You want me to come?
Yeah, no, it's fine.
Recharging shield.
頑張る TSM。君たちは世界大会に必要だ。
I'm gonna drop 2 cells, Jen.
may
I can hit a Season pub so I can.
NEXT どこですか？あ、NEXT これ見たか。
Definitely not on us. Is there someone zip?
Yeah, that's what I'm about to do. I'm gonna go walk up the scan.
盛り上がり多少変わりそうね。
Okay, left is tech.
I'm gonna Phoenix in. I'm Phoenixing.
Can I port to a building far, maybe? I'm gonna try.
I got C's cancelled. They might push me.
I'm gonna look for port.
TSM はトップ3、1位と2位ぐらいしか無理。1位とって2位とか、1位とって3位とかしか無理。どっちかわからんな、テクストが。ダークゼロちょっと渋そうだな、なんかいろいろめっちゃ削られて、体力。
Kind of making a good move there with the portal and essentially queuing back, not electing to take the portal back, and is going to go back into the building that is broken here alongside Dark Zero and Co. Meat still out in front of them. So a rather challenging lay of the land, and a lot of teams are inhabiting this space.
And this is as predicted. When we have a zone that includes fragment, a lot of teams like to prioritize it. It's safe, it's comfortable. They're used to playing out in fragment and making use of the space and as much as you can coexist. The problem here does come when the zone does eventually leave fragment. If we don't go dead center of, say, train station, a lot of these teams are going to encounter each other on the way out, and unfortunately, it just ain't that much fun. Teams like Sentinels, Complexity, even 100 Thieves off to the north should have a much better time than those currently sat in Fragment, where you are really hoping for the placement points.
Skittle Cakes and Co. still in first place overall on the day, looking to improve upon that performance from the last A versus B matchup. Over here in Geyser, very similar rotation to what we had seen previously in match number 4, but that's because the zones are pulling relatively the same now. Searult is out, and it's going to be Team Diverge, which is exactly who they had ran into last time. So a lot of the same, and that's kind of what you have to think about when you're a player in these lobbies. Your macro, like, in a sense, that next level of not only worrying about your rotations, but you're going to run into a lot of the same teams when those zone pools are similar. So they know that. And Optic can really put the hurt down onto Team Diverge because they're going to be pushing towards that tunnel. But now they're being a little more aggro. They've got a little bit more time on their hands, and it's just really nice to see.
いや、英語を頑張って聞き取ろうと思ったけど。なんか、簡潔でどうのこうのをして、次はトンネルに行かなきゃいけないみたいなこと言ってたような気がする。何聞き取るの？それねえわ、こんな。
Doesn't even look like anybody's here. In these tunnels, their rotation in is smooth as butter, and they get a very different look at the next ring that'll put them right next to TSM.
ノーセプみたいなムーブしてるオプティック。ノーセプ結構オプティック参考にする部分あると思うけどな。ないのかな？同じランドマークだし、同じムーブだし。
Rely on a potential beacon information, map room scan, or just the heartbeat passive for drop to kind of go up, check those buildings. But you can see Skittle Cakes essentially, he's got someone in his line of sights with that completely kitted out longbow and skull piercer, just kind of playing with the time on how they want to push out. Round 2 is officially closed, so ring 3 damage is going to hurt a little bit more, so need to keep that prio and make sure that you understand.
I like that they took a long time, Skittle Cakes, seeing if they were spotted, playing with Phony's line of sight, and as they open the door, Optic, as it turns out, were very much seen. Their rotation in should still be pretty clean, but Dark Zero have suddenly lost Zero despite the fact they're in the same building, just having picked up Bow. Their recovery looks safe, and it is anything but, as their one rotation is now down for the count.
On the other side, kind of holding train station here, and now Dark Zero relegated to a 2-stack. He has that initial upper advantage. Seer Tax being pushed and prodded to find that information. Jen Burton overextends out to Zero's a little bit of damage, but no real knock is going to be manifested there from Meat. So that's a good push by them. They can actually back out. You can see they're going to be moving towards trying to get Zero back into the game.
Hopefully they'll be able to pull this res off, as not a whole lot of time. You do have to be concerned about a team like Meat, however, who, if they do smell blood in the water, as I'm sure, they've already got their nostrils going. Dark Zero could very well be sent on. It's an opposite direction move from the Meat lovers, though, putting themselves a little further away, more central towards the zone, and making great use of the crypto as well to clear out this building beforehand, as the zone does continue to pull them further into the northeastern side of Fragment. It's going to keep doing that, and actually, interestingly enough, from our perspective, we know Sentinels actually sit right outside of Fragment, benefiting a lot from this.
I mean, to be fair, Sentinels do have a lot of solid ring calls and knowledge, as we can see that Rambo is going to be able to get Zero back in the mix of things, which is going to set off a beacon for all the teams around them. So now with Zero being that, typically if the player that is kind of not being respawned isn't the Wraith, I would have left a portal there, but it's Seer, so Zero was the Wraith player, and Noxious unable to kind of progress throughout this. Avexes is down, Presley is down, Kubsky just being punished from every other angle, and Glitch Energy is going to manifest a lot of KP from that engagement, minimizing the damage that they are taking. They have their sight set on that next team with that round 3 closing. They are going to have to push all the way into Fragment, and we do know that team.
Yep, no, shoot him, free kills! All of us, shoot him!
あ、キャンセルされて無理やり来てんだ。
1 HP on 1. I'm pounding bat. I'm literally getting shot from I don't know where.
I'm playing the roof right now. Roof is open. You can play roof. They're getting looked at by Rampart 1.
I got him.
あ、ランパートのやってる。これ行った方がいいな。始まったら。
I have 12 shots.
Can we third that?
No. It's shitty. It's really shitty. No.
Yeah, okay.
I don't have any aim
right there.
Okay, zone.
Can you see your Q here? I'm getting pushed.
Yeah, I'm gonna walk up a little bit. Hurting on you.
Okay, the one I got him.
Look, it's all down except for one.
I'm shooting that. 70 on him. I'm walking her back.
I'm gonna go back.
Getting fried.
Yep.
Can't go back.
I cracked one. 30 bucks on one. I'm just running.
We're getting focused by everybody there. Evan, watch our east. Dorito, please.
I am.
Is he still solo there? We can't kill.
I don't know.
We can't kill him.
I need a syringe. There's a guy right here.
He's literally one. I got him. Somehow.
Nice. Good job.
Nice, good stuff.
I have 0 bats and no.
絶対漁った方がいい、これ
I
は。
have no bats too.
I can't play the roof anymore.
絶対漁った方がいい。
Zone.
Okay, zone.
Yeah, I know. I see that.
Out here.
Someone needs to drop me heavy. I'm
Can we
giving.
see if the diner roof is open?
I'm dropping you
I have no heavy.
I gave you half my heavy. I have 60
Can
now.
you check up on the building and go see if the diner roof is open?
Trying to look.
別に右でいい、右か中だな。中いんのかな、すでに。
Yeah, no. I'm trying to. I don't have time to think here. I don't know if the diner roof is even safe.
Oh, we might die. Yeah, we might
いる
die.
な、中。
Is there a team still here? Can you walk up
I
and
can
scan?
check.
The fences are gone.
右側ありだと思う。
I'm lucky. What about here? Dorito. Where's Dorito? Where the fuck is Dorito?
I don't see them.
Okay, get on the roof. Walk up. Make sure we don't get stay there, Jordan. Stay there, Evan. Yeah, make sure you stay there. Stay the fuck there. I don't have Horizontal for this.
Team's flying towards me.
もうここ維持でいいと思う。
We're diving the truck area?
Yeah, we just worry about fucking west. You can.
Yeah.
どうとでもできる、これ。
I'm 30 heavy.
あ、バスが、
Just play that west side.
バスがいるから、トラックもいるし、でも、いけないな。
Sliding down. I have 45 heavy.
Yeah, 30.
I have heavy for you.
でもこれマジでチャンピオントップ3いけるね。
I have 0 bats also on red
We might
armor.
hard fight on the north side.
次のアンチがどっちになる
Evan,
か。
watch west, Jordan. Come with me. Look.
多分右寄ると思うんだよね。雪山の方寄ると思うんだよね。
180 on the Valk.
惜しい。
I gotta heal. Helping cells.
あ、やったね。
Fly across. Look across, Jordan. Look across here. Look across. Free kills. Free kills. All free kills. Look, free kills.
Whoa, they're low.
All free kills.
It's a blue armor team in the trailer here, guys.
Yeah, I know. We can't do anything yet.
ヘビー10発。ヘビー。
At the bat.
This team behind us is gonna fucking.
いや、弾作れたね。
Playing low. No, they're not. They're not low.
There's one on the right. I'm about to crap ammo.
This is so trash.
Top of this hill.
I know, we're gonna get mirrored if we fight this team in front
なんか
of us.
オプティックウィンじゃん。
I think we just have to walk in slow on the left and
オ
wait
プ
for
ティッ
kills.
クウィンや、これ。 え、オプティックどうやって来た？あ、あれか。
We might have to.
I have no bats.
フェーズ押したのかな？バルジャーで行ったのかな？
Yeah, on the west side.
We can't Valkyrie here.
すごいな、
We're
オプ
gonna
ティ
die.
ックや
We
っ
just will
ぱ。
have to walk in. Can we start fucking with these guys here? Can we start fucking with these guys in here?
Yeah, they have blue armor inside there.
They have a gen left side.
90 on one.
Is there any way to break that?
I'm gonna start walking up on them.
Stack a heavy on me, Hal.
Okay.
I'm scanning them.
What if we play underneath them? We walk underneath them.
They have to walk out. Yeah, maybe. Diner has to walk out too. Team on height of Diner. Peeking us, I think.
We walk out left. Actually, come on, walk out left. Come with me. Come with me. Come with me.
左行くのここから。マジ？無理じゃね？
Hug the wall. Hug the wall, please. Hug the wall. There's a guy right above us.
Yeah.
We have to. I think we might have to queue up and kill these guys. Okay? I'm going up.
I think so. Watching that. Play the bridge on me. Play the bridge on me.
I'm dead.
I can't play it.
There's all three here, bro. Like, I don't.
無理だよ、これ多分。
Fortunately, the openness of this zone is not going to be able to be survived as Sentinels lying in wait. They've been playing it so patiently throughout the entirety of this game. Seeing RKN back on the crypto alongside with that Watson.
右爪行くか、先にトラックやるかですね。
The last game they had a top 3 finish and now they're in the top 3.
ダークザよく生きてんな、マジで。ちょっと考えすぎて焦ってるね。
in that final circle alongside his former team. This time, however, the question is not how they will fare against each other, but who will survive the Kings.
ワトが邪魔すぎるから、ワトを潰して、そのまま右行くか。あ、ワト潰したら左から行けるんだよね。ワトパーティー潰したら。ワト潰したら左からで、無理そうだったら右から行く。
Well, the question is, if you're Sentinels, how do you approach Optic Gaming? We know Dark Zero is still kind of nestled over there with Zero and Rambo. You see the Dark Veil about to come out. Keon just has the storage container in front of him, but they do have a charge rifle in the hands of Zenile, but you need to put enough damage onto Optic Gaming. And then if you focus fully on Optic, Dark Zero has the ability to 3P that as well, because Optic is fully focused onto Dark Zero. You can see the incoming piercing spikes trying to prevent them from moving forward. Rambo going to fall, so Zero last standing for Dark Zero. This could be an isolated 3v3 against Optic and Sentinels.
Both these teams, they know Dark Zero is done for. Sentinels are looking at Optic, Optic are looking at Sentinels, and that's the Dark Veil. Choosing to play for the elimination of Sentinels. Optic go down to the low ground, but they eat the EMP for it. Can they outplay this?
Hey, the thing about the EMP is it's going to initially stun them just a little bit. Dark Zero fully eliminated. I love the call from RKN. They're going to gather another KP, now solidifying themselves into second. Dropped, throwing out the Seer tactical, but taking damage. Now 3v2. This is going to be where we need to see Skittle Cakes clutch up, but he's going to go out of the fight just for a little bit. Not able to get the back off. Not a damage is going to go for it once again, but this is all in the hands of the Sentinels as they drop down from the high ground on the rock. Low Optic.
2枚だったの？
Feels illegal, especially after that incredible play from Sentinels.
ハピブボさん、コンピノです。
They secured second and turned around with the high ground.
今日はオプティックデーですね。
Yet, Tiff, it was so close they could taste it, and Sentinels don't get the victory, a well-earned second place. But Optic, with 3 wins on the day, at least a 50% win rate in the Battle Royale, that's ludicrous.
It's honestly impressive, doubling down off their performance from match day number 4. They won the overall match day.
いや、TSM これチャンピオンじゃなきゃきついぞ、2位まで。
Here today, they've already achieved 3 map victories. It's pretty disgusting, but I'm really impressed by Optic Gaming, and we've been seeing a lot of them on the broadcast. Well, that's no surprise. They keep winning, and it just shows that they had called that high ground. And honestly, I think the major key to success for them was bullying complexity out of that area.
It certainly was. That height, really important. Coming out of Epicenter, there's a wonderful opportunity for really any team to take control over by the respawn beacon and just use those head peaks to a horrific advantage. It works fantastically for the side of Optic. Complexity knew what they lost. I remember back to our listen-in, and Monsoon was overcome with emotion just knowing how difficult it was to play out that situation, because once you lose a spot like that, you know that you've lost a victory.
Yeah, because it's not just the spot that you've lost the game knowing that you weren't able to secure your back. You know how pivotal that spot is, and Monsoon is a real strong predictor as well.
4回で73ポイント。4回で73ってことは、まだノーセプの方が上だな。
But sometimes if you take it just a little bit too early and you cannot withstand the siege and the challenges that are going to come your way from having God spot, that is the tough part. But they had their work cut out for them as they pushed building through building. It was kind of a roller coaster of emotions. Zero falling, them being able to regain, then Meat Lovers trying to withstand the siege from Native. It just so many pivotal fights.
Yeah, and it's quite interesting that when we approach this end of the game, it gets sidetracked by how many skirmishes we had across the rest of the map to get here. But Dark Zero, they won the lottery. The fragment lottery was theirs, and they did it with one member left. Now Sentinels, ultimately, again, great push to finish this off, and I'm so glad we get to see their perspective on the fight, as Optic did ultimately manage to clutch this up. Shield Bats really coming in well for Skittle Cakes, and a deserved play for them.
Let's take a look at the match 5 results. Optic Gaming 20 more points, 8 of those dedicated to eliminations. But congratulations to Sentinels. You know, maybe that switch back to the Crypto Watson, which is typically what we will see in other regions as well, just works out well for them because they know and can play their macro playstyle according to having crypto as well. And that EMP came out in the end game scenario. You can see how it will stun people up, and they just need more willpower. But TSM for holding a good chunk of a solid portion of the map. Unfortunately, only able to get the 3 eliminations. I believe most of those were dedicated towards NRG and FaZe rounding out the top 10. But complexity, 6 eliminations. Had they not gone down there, Dia, that would have been the powerhouse of the game.
Oh my god, it could have been amazing. Monsoon knows it, Luna knows it, Cody knows it, and Complexity have got to recover because Tiff, there's just one game left. That was our 5th one of the day.
C どうなるかね。C 対 A で C が武装したらわかんないまだ。
Of today's games, and hopefully find yourself into a clean second place, because every point does matter as we approach the latter half of the season. We are determined. Optic is clearly going. Who's joining?
Well, let's go ahead and take a look at the series results as they stand after 5 matches of the day. Optic Gaming 82 points, just 3 points shy of their last match, A versus B performance, and they've got a trio of wins to boot alongside of it. Gaming, very nice performance out of them for the day. They are currently sitting in 2nd place, and they've just been skating under the radar with a magnitude of performances. And congrats to Dark Zero sitting in top 3 as well. FaZe and Meat Lovers rounding out that top 5, but it's been very exciting. It just makes me anything can happen when it comes to competitive Dia, and you know, it's just been really fun. But guys, we're gonna cut to a quick break, and when we come back, 5位2回で90ポイントいって、でリージョンファイナルで余裕持っていける。FC の雰囲気いいのかわかんない。あれでいいのかな。いいのかな。もうちょい楽しんでいいと思うけどな、2人。彼らストイックすぎて、なんか反省会するんだもん。V3 さん、コンピラです。久しぶりっすね、V3 さん。
PS メガネバーハルストなんでだよ。ストイックすぎるって感じします。感じる感じる。ゼロタイプ。そうだね。お、トルティアさん10ヶ月ナイスメンバーシップです。誕生日迎えるとともに10ヶ月を迎えました。おめでとうございます。誕生日。これからもお願いします。久しぶりにコメントするけど、ALGS いつもピノタの配信見てるよ。あ、そうなんだ。あざっす。もう俺、ALGS コメ欄一切見ないから。わかんなかった。そうなんだ。嬉しいな。NRG はまだわかんないな。まだ可能性はある。TSM より。ニンジャファイナルボーダー勢って本当に見てる方怖い。いや、怖いだろうね。やだもん、ボーダー。ボーダーでリージョンファイター行きたくないもん。
Well, good, homie, because it's paying off for you. Sentinels are actually finding themselves. They jump off Cat Seer, they find themselves in the top 3. Then next thing you know, they make it to the final 2. Will we see a Sentinels victory here? In match number 6, well, I guess we'll have to wait and see. And the question is, where is that zone going to pull? We've seen a lot of favored zones towards Fragment. Give me something different. I want a Skyhook ending.
You know, it's really funny actually watching today's games play out because we've actually got a decent amount of repetition. If we think about Stormford, we went towards the southeast side of the map 3 times. Maybe, just maybe, on World's Edge, we will get that 3-piece, and we'll see how it ends up working out, because at the moment, these teams are getting a lot of practice when it comes to running those same situations over and over again.
Ooh, we're not going to get Skyhook. In fact, we are hovering over Fragment East and West in that dead center. We're actually going to be running it back, Dia.
ガチの多分ダークゼロは多分このマーケットの上の上に入るんじゃない？公園アンチかここのアンチかこの負けアンチじゃない？負け付近アンチ。
There are a lot of zones in this area that will end over by Market, Broken Building, even Streamer near where Meat are sat. So when we are playing out fragment zones where these pros should be at their most comfortable, I do wonder who's going to come out, especially when we've got Meat and Dark Zero both right next to each other once again. They are at each other's throats the entire game, no question about it.
いや、さっきと違うと思う。さっきはね、このね、青バスが入ってたから、第3ぐらいまで。ちょっと違うと思う。
After Meat decided to kind of join us in Fragment, this is new, right? We thought we had the entirety of it, but look at the Sentinels. They are one of the quickest rotating teams when you think back to Split 1, and they have moved back from Cat Seer to Watson where they are positioning themselves. We had just seen Monsoon and the Spire of Epicenter, but they are taking up residence just along the icicles, which is going to be rather challenging. And the drone is going to come out. They need a little bit of information. They've got Ring Console and Map Room Scan in.
なんかね、APAC ノースになかったアンチがある。まあ、前はスクリームとかであったけど、最近なかったアンチがまた復活するみたいな。
You talked about LTC. Wildcard have also left Harvester post haste. They don't want to stick around for the NRG that caught them off guard just last time. But Native, they are in trouble as their move out has actually cost them pretty darn significantly. Bullet L immobile on the rampart. We'll see if this res ends up going off. But even so, it's buying time for a team like Wildcard to come up behind them.
plane. Cover fire nicely. Bullet able to get back on his feet, but now is going to be forced to slow heal and only has a white shield. So rather unfortunate situations. But the
昔だったらアンチね。まあでもさ、ワールドエッジだったらいいんだよな。ストッパだとね、昔だったらアンチは良くないと思う。自分信じた方がいいやつ。深読みした方がいいと思う。ストッパは。
They're getting into a scuffle with glitch energy, and I believe they've got 1 or 2 members down, so they just need to capitalize and finish this off. But a lot of engagements going out in that center area of the map.
So much. Teams are hungry coming into Game 6. They know that for some of them it'll be their last time to play in the next 2 weeks. And with glitch energy going down, they're the first ones out, the first ones to be taking that extended break. Now, glitch, they're gone. TSM starting to show up as well. AJC perhaps on the rise in their 6th game, as they have not had a titular performance just yet. Haven't made it into those top 3 convincingly. On the low ground out here, Team Diverge also unfortunately suffering with Hal flying in ahead of them. This is confidence from TSM. It is confidence at its finest.
Look, you've got to get aggressive at some point, and Hal wanting to take that fight to Team Diverge. You're leveling up your shield, you're getting KP, you're doing everything that is necessary for you to find success. And the last time we saw TSM go very kill hungry and just keep that momentum moving forward, we saw a very dominating performance on World's Edge from them. And I think back to what in particular it was, I believe it was match day number 4, their World's Edge victory was first place 9 eliminations. So maybe we double down and find something a little better than that.
Certainly could do. They've started off real well. The 3 first falling into their hands, and CLG actually maybe taking a rotation up through the home of TSM in Lava Siphon rather shortly. There are a lot of ways that TSM can continue to accrue kill points and the placements that go alongside them with how much space they'll be able to control, especially as they move up towards Fragment, because let's not forget, they used to land there as well.
Extended light mag here. Level 2.
QQ ネメ強いね。
A light mag for your teammates. Let's go, Hal. Let's go. Made their way a little bit back, and CLG has moved into
これ最終試合かな？うん、最終試合。
They're looking for some information and utilizing piercing spikes to kind of secure doorways and just zoning off the area in case of a siege to their area. But you've got to play it slow, and the charge rifle really allows for information gathering and just absolute bullying.
And we talked about it quite a bit today, but poke potential on this gun does go through the roof. CLG get to play patiently, knowing that they've got the advantage at a distance, and TSM actually, considering scouting things out for the rotation, are going to start moving further along, opening up the possibilities for CLG to make their own maneuvers, be they towards Harvester, maybe a little bit of Geyser, now that they've got full information on who's around them. The fortunate thing is that as so many teams have already piled into zone, most of our edge squads, like CLG, and that's a do have a little bit more time to take their own route in, since they don't have to worry about teams at their back.
Sweet. Bow check in hand, have already found themselves inside of Fragment. They have that next zone information. Watson
決まらないよ、これじゃまだ。リージョンファイナルで決まるかな。リージョンファイナルまだ正直敗退かはどうかわかんないね。神グレア。フラギリティさんあいつ。ランも渋いな。5月6日っすね、リージョンファイナルは。1週間伸びちゃったから。もう俺の誕生、俺さ、終わってさ、リージョンファイナル終わって誕生日だったのにさ、延期したせいで、誕生日からのリージョンファイナルだ。なんか、すっきりしないな。
couple of weeks, this squad can absolutely survive, even thrive as we get later on into the day, because they've got the competitive experience to weather no matter how long the games go.
Optic making their journey over to Overlook to
ベースが多いわけでもない。多分2チームぐらいしかいない。
They're trying to confirm on which area they
ダークゼロと NRG しかいないレース。
make their way towards the next zone and
カタリストが多い。
kind of mirroring very similar to what we had witnessed in map number 5. It is pulling towards more than likely Fragment West in Epicenter as opposed to Fragment East and the eastern side of Fragment. But let's take a look at complexity.
ダークゼロ渋いぞ。
You know that Monsoon is going to recognize the similarities in these zones
あ、まあ、
and want to
ど
set
っ
up
ちによってもいいようにした方がいいのか。別にいいか。
kind of get revenge on holding God spot.
This is basically the same play run back one more time, but check out 100 Thieves actually right behind them. They take a small Valcult, scouting everything out, and they notice that Complexity are up on the high ground. Positioning an Epicenter looks like a passive move from here, but they're putting themselves in exactly the spot to contest Complexity should this continue to pull further out and into the western side of the current ring.
てかオプティックとさ、ノーステップ上がってくるけど、オプティックも来るから、ラバーシティビッグモード、初動ファイトするのかな、ノーステップ対オプティックで。結構熾烈な戦いになるよ、それ。
Area of Epicenter probably has a sniper in hand as well, so
can really
find some good moments to put down a lot of damage and just be a nuisance to the team surrounding them because Complexity trying to play such an open area of Epicenter early on. This is easily punished, and we saw it happen in map number 5. I would just hate to see it kind of double down again, but as Optic Gaming continuously pushing forward, we have a phase that they may be led into, and there could be a battle towards that bridge.
I wouldn't be wanting to fight Optic anytime soon. FaZe gonna give up some serious ground right now, putting themselves in perhaps not the most powerful position, but one that not a lot of teams will look to take away from them. Something that is sometimes equally valuable in Apex Legends. Wants your spot, and you can farm up as you like during the remainder of the game. Optic are gonna be playing things slow, but they are not the only ones that were scouting out around the eastern side of the map. Fragment East has become very populated as well. TSM, Meat, Wildcard, and LTC all sitting right next to each other in what is increasingly going to be a difficult spot to exit as Optic take to the skies.
Snipe down getting punished early on from a charge rifle right there before we cut on over. Skittlecakes taking a lot of damage though, but able to withstand getting inside this truck. You can see immediately goes towards reinforcing, piercing, trying to reset and find a little bit of stability, which is nice. And a lot of our Valk ultimates here today have gone extremely punished. So I feel as if even if you have a sliver of your health left, you can kind of stabilize once you get under cover. Now, had Complexity maybe picked up a knock on to Skittlecakes, they could have really pushed the issue here. But at this point, you do not want to give up your high ground.
I do really appreciate as well that Optic are liberal with their cooldowns down on the low ground. As soon as they land, yes, Skittlecakes is in trouble, but they drop the Dark Veil just to make sure that the immobile Seer doesn't have when coming back the squad. However, Zero certainly does. Almost getting taken down. CLG sit behind the knockdown shields trying to survive for now. This is where Fragment gets really scary. And somehow Mama's pulling off this res, but I think it's going to be a re-knock on Nano.
The challenging part of this is those level 1 knockdown shields. It's so easy to push right through, and that's exactly what happened. Mamba able to kind of body block by his teammates, get a shield bat off, but I don't think that Dark Zero is going to allow this to go on much longer. Zero feeling that passion is taking out the piercing spike. Seer ultimate going up, and now they have all the information available to them to be able to continue the battle.
They do, and what they notice, first off, is that there's another squad right across the wall. Dark Zero playing a lot more carefully now they know NRG is in the building, in the market, and NRG continuing to search for this last knock. You just want to take out CLG, then everyone will leave you alone, and there they go. Sweet on a sliver of HP, manages to pop the hill, and Zero gets right back over to the team by popping into the void. This should be safe for both teams, but for Meat, it is not. Sentinels find their first knock.
Look, Sentinels have really found their footing and have been really exciting to watch the last two maps, and it's tough, right? Dealing with roster changes, trying to adapt towards that, but Dark Zero able to keep punishing NRG that are now occupying market. You can see that Nathan already going in and fencing up the area, so it's going to be rather challenging for Dark Zero to take that engagement, knowing that there are so many teams within their vicinity, so it's not going to just be a 3v3. You have to look towards Sentinels, you have to look towards CCE, Meat. These are all the teams that are kind of finding themselves in the Fragment West area.
Very few squads left that really have any ability to gather information either. We don't have a whole lot of survey beacons in the area. We don't have a whole lot of the consoles either. There is one right next door to Wildcard above the train station in Fragment East, but at this point, all these pros are operating with minimal information towards the end game, and oh my god, RKN is operating with a whole lot of pain to the face as he gets taken down.
Shinny
from
CCE on the other hand of that. Meat Lovers trying to find a cheeky LOS through a window, but are gonna kind of utilize the jetpack passive to get back alongside Funk. Two are better than one. You want to have your strength in numbers. I don't think they're going to be able to get a attack unless they find a but Dark Zero still here in this broken building, holding on to the outskirts of the zone.
待って、これ今回の NA のさ大会マジでねスクリームでないアンチが来てるねこれ。
Our two international champions of the past year going head to head
こういうのは正直バレてなきゃきついな。
But this is a grudge match, that's for certain. Dark Zero
下のチームとか終わりじゃんこれ。
slowly in broken building and Rambo actually pushes
TSM 終わりだよこれ。
taking out a member of TSM. He's going to wide swing through the zone and try and finish this. Rambo gets aggressive. He takes down Hal and opens up Dark Zero for the push. Zero finds another as Verholz goes down, and it's all up to reps.
Yo, we talk about one of the most aggressive seer pushes that I have ever seen. Rambo going down Zero and Jen Burton able to both hit bats and go back. Jen Burton throwing out the piercing spikes, dealing so much damage.
TSM 終了です。
Where to go, a beautiful
もうリージョンファイナルしかないですこれ。
just like that, TSM sent packing in 16th place.
Dark Zero reclaiming their title in this
ゼロさんコンビナです。初めてありがとうございます。
Rambo, it's a real tough ask to get him back into the
リージョンファイナルで1位取るしかないです。TSM は。
and that solves a lot of problems for Dark Zero. 30 seconds left on this.
さあ次 NRG vs ダークゼロ来るか LTC がいい位置いるねこれ。大変だよね。
Balance that with the fact that Zone's pulling far north out of Fragment, and maybe, just maybe, pushing this isn't the right call for the moment.
A lot of those free cam shots showing the presence that Watson's able to show versus
これは COL めちゃくちゃいい。最強やんここ。
You can take up. You saw LTC on the outskirts of market.
ゴミアンチ。
Such a large portion of
ティムさんありがとうございま
area
す。
carved out for them where Native was literally behind a natural fence and that amped cover, but the portal coming in from Dark Zero to help regain that, but LTC pushes the issue, completely eviscerates Dark Zero, and are able to utilize
フラグメント込みついてやばいと思うこれ。マジで混んでると思う。
Now they're turning their attention towards the rest of the teams in Fragment West, and this is what I was afraid of for Wildcard. They're not able to withstand the pressure between a fence and an amped cover, and now they have to move. But Shubi, with the Valk, taking some of the cheekiest positionings here on the building to re-heal up.
If this is actually playable,
最強すぎるとこ。
actually playable.
え
We are revealing illegal technologies.
バレないかこれ。
On the mainstream, that is
バレてなくない
an unhinged position to play. We'll see how long it lasts. The Meat Lovers do go down. Top 12 going to be where they finish.
死んでない死んでないバレてないあれ。ワイルドカードだもんチーム名。死んでないまだ。いやめっちゃ強い稼いでる。やばい。
immediately jumping right back out outside of this fence line, not wanting to mess with the monsters that lie within.
Meat lovers down to Sentinels as well as Optic Gaming is allowed to get a free reset right here before pushing forward. Sentinels and LTC are going to be pitted against each other inside the building. And honestly, I'm really excited to see how that is going to go. But Optic Gaming electing to potentially turn their attention forward. And this is going to be one of those grudge battles because we know Complexity was looking to set themselves up in God position. They're so spread out up top that if any one of them goes down, it's going to allow for a onslaught.
オプティックにはそれしかない。
Same onslaught inside the building right now as Sentinels make their final stand, being taken out ultimately by LTC, who have culled so many teams this game. The journey is not done, however, for Macron, as he's got to make the exodus from the building, looking for the next rotation. Optic and Noxious right next door. Noxious looking for the finish onto LTC. NRG making the climb. Complexity as well have their lives in the balance.
Well, I'm looking towards Optic Gaming because they're going to have to get up onto high ground. It does have the skyward dive available to them, but they're not done with the low ground, so they want to push forward a Moby for cover. Sweet and Co. They're going to take that portal towards endgame. Dark Veil coming out to shield them just from a little bit, but they need to be weary of what is going on the high ground because that's where things can get dangerous. That portal is not going to save NRG. LTC finding all the KP from that as soon as they fall. And Optic is just eviscerating forward. LTC out, Wild Card out, and Complexity wanting to get into the mix. We are down to the final 5 squads.
自部環境と今の環境どっちが戦いやすいか。自部環境じゃね。
and knocked in the mix, and Optic now are on the back foot through an enemy Dark Veil. They've got very little to do, but if Exodus falls, so do both the Dark Veils and Optic. They're all the way out in the open. Noxious have gone down. Dropped is burning alive, and finally, Complexity look over at them.
入ってんのこれ。
How are Optic in the zone?
ここ見つけたのやばくね。
of the zone. Check out the ammo.
ワイルドカード6今伸ばした。やば。なんで生きてんだよ。刺した刺した4次だろ。COL ですねこれは多分。オプティック90ポイントです。仕上がりすぎでしょ。
in Complexity's position and they took the game win, so congratulations to Complexity coming out here as the victors of map number 6.
グリーンウォールデーですね今日。
Victory at that. You talked about it, but this was running it back. This was Complexity finding a little bit more space, watching their backs this time around, and ultimately
いや97ポイントなんだけど。バケモンじゃん。
watching that from afar, what did you make of it?
おいこれ5位とダブルスコアだぞこれ。圧勝だよこれ。40ポイント差で2位と。
run almost through and around teams to this incredible pace, and now watching with Luda and Cody and Monsoon the way that this team has evolved, I've seen some great strides built from some humble beginnings and always talented and great guys, but now turning it into a team that is really a threat and performing highly in this split 2 playoff contention run. I'm really impressed with the Complexity. I got to say, this is a team that is looking dangerous heading into these last 4 match days. So good on them. There also might have been a story there though for Optic just somehow making something out of nothing continuously.
これでオプティックとフェイズ並んだね。でもオプティックが試合数1個少ない。
I kind of turned into I can't believe this is actually happening. This is the team that we rarely see any others compete at the level. When they're on, they're on. When Optic's on, there's really not a lot of chances for other teams to have a chance.
It's true, they're looking like one of the scariest teams in the lobby. Their ability to survive in some of the most precarious situations, right? They're playing that in a sense just up against the ledge. They could have used the Dark Veil to hit a Valcult and not worry about any of the teams in front of them and maybe challenged for the high ground. But
本当だ。あのインチキハイドで1位。あのインチキハイドのせいでダークゼロ3位になってんじゃん。
more beneficial to them in the long game. Plus, they had already secured first place long ago on the match day, in my humble opinion.
TSM は8位だけど5試合やってるから、まあ100チームス抜かれる、NRG 抜かれる、ヒューリア抜かれる、11位でしょ。
Optic has always played that way, and so I think this is a very strategic team that seems to only be operating at a higher and more.
ボーダーだね。11位って。で、LG に抜かれたら12位。まだ分かる。3試合のチームがあと2試合やったらさ、TSM こっちかもしれないから、普通に。ボーダーすぎる。ボーダーゲーだ。まだ分かんないよ、TSM。ボーダーだ。
I think you know what? I think Optic look better now, but I could be having a little bit of recency bias because of how they had that interim period where they didn't perform. I remember when we first saw Optic on the main stage, we did assume that these guys would be taking home first place, second place, or being involved after their when they first got together as a team. But it was a far cry from that moment until now. And now I feel that whatever it is, the energy, the vibe, what Dropped has brought to this team, how Skittles has stepped up, and how Noct has continued to be just the piece that set them to that next level. Optic look better, and I'm not afraid to say it, Tiff.
I think it's been really beautiful to see, and granted, they had a trouble in Split 1, kind of adapting to the meta. We constantly saw them playing different legends. You know, Skittle Cakes, we've seen some standout performances and clutch ups on that horizon, but now playing Valk, it's been just kind of a work of art. And you see Dropped right here just looking absolutely disgusting, but there was really nothing you could do. Complexity was set up for the long haul, and they were able to grab a good chunk of eliminations prior to taking that victory, but it was very reminiscent of a victory that I had witnessed with Ascend. They were just holding the same positioning as Complexity, and you know, Lufka goes out and completely deals the final edge in the coffin, but it's after all the teams that are in that kind of taking each other out.
Well, it leaves us with a great story here of Complexity continuing.
いや、TSM 良かったんだけどな、1試合目チャンピオンで。いや、1位通過確定じゃないね。まだ X セットが3試合で60ポイントだから。3試合で60だよ。平均20ポイントだよ。バゲモンがいます、ここに。彼らが1位です、多分。で、2位がオプティックだね。そう、平均2位のファン並みのやつがいる。X セット、オプティック、ダークゼロかフェイズ、ミドラバーズ COL みたいな感じ。まあ、ヒューリアがどこまで伸ばしてくるか。FC1 位通過ね、ノーセプションが強すぎますね。ノーセプションと19ポイント差もあります。
It certainly will, and unfortunate to see Glitch Energy having
ノーセプ相当こけて俺ら1位じゃないと無理。
a few days left, of course, you can start to gather a little bit of that mental right back, especially when you're placing alongside teams like CLG, 100 Thieves, CCE, Uchinix, and even NRG in 15th. The points aren't that far off, and it's good company to be in, at least historically. All of those teams, though, needing to take a big step up over the next couple of weeks. You talked about drug-free. I loved what they gave us, and I'm going to call them out again. Sentinels turning things around. 0 kills, 1 point for the first 3 games. They finished a top 8. That is a...
いや、ヴィランはダークホースですよ。ダークホース。
I'll tell you what, as we look at our season standings, you'll get the picture. You get the dire straits for some teams. You get the confidence from others.
ホワイトオールは日本のチーム。
Over the top spot, tied with FaZe. And in terms of kills, in terms of
エッジになった瞬間バゲたけど、ストップになった瞬間バゲた時もあるよ。
Dark Zero, top 5. Wildcard, Xset, TSM, 100 Thieves, and Lanimals. They're rounding out our top 10. But remember this.
ホワイトオールはなんか安定してる。めちゃくちゃ。
Group A plays one more time until we get to our regional finals.
確かに B シーンの時ヴィラン強いから、ヴィランはこっからワンチャン上がってくる。
Group C plays
あと FC はこけなきゃいけるな。マジで。あ、でもこけないって考えたらこけるからな。
The entirety of the top 10 will be completely shaken up over the next 2 match days, especially with Group C having those extra matches that you had mentioned, and you saw XSET still in the top 10, knowing that they play so many more times. It's pretty astronomical, but this is why it is so important to perform to the absolute best of your abilities, and I think
これマジですか？あと2枠どうなるんだ？ノースプ GO フナティック FC パルブリドルファンノースプ GO フナティック FC パルブリドルファンホワイトルールが来たとしてあと1チーム、ネイキッドなのか、リグなのか、CR なのか、ヴィランなのか、キノドローブなのか。うわぁ。CR も、いや、CR 来そうだな。CR 来るよ。
Thanks for vibing out. To everyone that's been new coming through, make sure you guys pop out.
ネイキッドは強いよ。
We bring the vibes no matter what. We'll have a bunch more watch parties.
ネイキッド CR 2試合だからね、まだ。
We're gonna fucking lock it in and go crazy, man. It's really just all it is. I love you guys a ton, bro. Thank you for being fucking great and thanks for just being here. I really, really, really do appreciate y'all so much. You have no idea. Chat, we're gonna go show love to Letsiana. Okay? Go show love to Letsiana. Hit her with the raid. Go spread that love, get some follows, okay? I love you guys, man, so much. Congratulations to all the competitors today that did well. To all the ones that didn't do well, man. It's all good. One day at a fucking time, baby. Shit happens, all right? Love y'all, chat. Peace out. Love you guys, man.
いや、俺は行くよ。
Also, don't forget, man.
俺はもう、請負人ですから。請負人、世界大会。いや、ネイキッド CR。じゃあ、ネイキッド CR 来たら、どっか落ちるよ、それ。FC かホワイトオールか、パルブレックスか、リドルか、どっか落ちるよ、それ。だからみんなのね、応援してるチームがどっか落ちるんだよ。9枠だから。でも12試合だから、逆に片方こけても修正できるんじゃないすぐ。ミスを修正しやすそう。俺らはさ、その、A、B はさ、ミスしてもさ、1週間後じゃん。修正すぐできそうだから、割と修正力高いチームは、12試合の方が良さそう。なんか、TSM になってないアルブラこれ。大丈夫これ。ボーダー90から95じゃない俺の予想は。9位だからね。9位のボーダーだからね。10位じゃなくて。かっこよくなりましたね。ありがとうございます。もう死にかけのじじいです。もう寝ます、俺。8時間半配信してるんで。寝ていいですか？8位ボーダーバックス、でも俺あんまね、その時間寝れないんだよな。すぐ起きちゃう。コントロールガストしないよ。じゃあお疲れ様です。おやすみなさい。10枠あるね。めちゃくちゃ頑張れば。決勝行ければ世界大会。決勝行ってる数が A パックの多かったら、どうなる？はい。じゃあお疲れ様です。